On July 7, 2022, newlyweds 36-year-old Christy Chun and 38-year-old Bradley Dawson checked into the luxurious, all-inclusive Turtle Islands resort. Christy's parents were regulars at the elite private resort, and they paid for their daughter and son-in-law to spend their honeymoon there. They thought the beautiful beaches and breathtaking scenery would help solidify the foundation of the couple's lifelong commitment. But little did they know it would be the place where their daughter would meet a tragic end at the hands of her own husband. Christy worked as a pharmacist in Memphis, Tennessee, while Dawson worked as an IT professional for Youth Villages, a nonprofit which helps children. Christy and Bradley met in November 2021 and got married 3 months later after a whirlwind romance. And before their ill-fated honeymoon, they shared a new town home in Elsie Avenue and in the Cooper Young area in Memphis. On the night of July 9th, Christy and Bradley were enjoying themselves at a party on the beach with the resort staff and other guests. Witnesses later said they appeared to be very drunk and that tensions rose between them when Bradley started dancing and acting inappropriately with another woman at the party. Christy argued with her husband over this. They left the party and the argument continued on the beach till they reached their private bungalow where their fight continued. Guests in the bungalow next to theirs said that they heard arguing, banging, a loud scream, and then silence. The next morning, the couple failed to come down for breakfast. While this wasn't exactly unusual, a housekeeper went to check the room. There, she found the body of Christy Chun on the bathroom floor. The post-mortem exam later reported that she had suffered multiple traumatic injuries to her body and shoulders, lacerations to her face, and blunt force trauma to the head. On the night of the murder, a night watchman said they saw Bradley Dawson walking along the beach before he went back to his private bungalow. There he left his GPS watch and mobile phone, only taking his passport and wallet before fleeing via a kayak across the water, 3 miles away to a secluded beach on the Matakawalo Island. From there, he wanted to head to the mainland by boat, hoping to leave Fiji, but he never made it that far. A local man found Dawson wandering on the beach on July 10th around 3 p.m. The man said that Dawson appeared to be disturbed and was bruised and bleeding from his palms and feet. Injuries he stated had come from falling into a nearby coral reef. The man offered Dawson water and help, and he started rambling about how he used a kayak to paddle to the island between 2 and 3 a.m. after having a fight with his wife. However, the kayak that Dawson claimed that he used to travel to the other island had never been found. Before being found by that man, Dawson had been missing for 36 hours and police had been on the hunt for him since Christy's body was found. A team of police officers soon arrived on Matakawalo Island to take Dawson to custody. He was taken to Fiji's main island where he was charged with murder. He told the police that he'd gotten into a drunken fight with his wife in their bungalow, which later escalated to a physical confrontation, resulting in a shattered window and cracked toilet. He said to the police, Christy was next to the toilet. She was hurt. There was blood and a cut on her face. Then he told them that he freaked out and fled using a kayak. He claimed that when he left, Christy had been fine. However, that doesn't match the evidence, and it certainly doesn't explain why he was found miles away with only his wallet and passport. If convicted, Dawson faces life in prison. He had a bail hearing set for September 14th, which was denied. He has pleaded not guilty and is awaiting further court dates, but his lawyer has stated that it could take up to 2 years for the Fiji government to prosecute. He is being held in jail while he waits trial. In an interview with Good Morning America, an ex-girlfriend of Dawson said that he was often jealous and controlling, and that on one occasion he pushed her. They broke up, and Dawson married another woman in 2019. That marriage ended in divorce, which was finalized this past January, 1 month before he met Christy. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Annie Ndocha was born on March 12, 1982, to a family of Indian origin. Her family used to live in Uganda, but were forced to leave in the early 1970s after the country's president expelled all Asians living there. They were granted residence in Sweden and settled in Mariestad, where Annie was born and raised. Annie had 2 siblings, a sister and a brother, and she doted on both of them. Annie was described as the heart of the family, always making people laugh and always making people feel loved. She was a sweet child who grew into a sweet and caring adult. For as long as anyone could remember, Annie had always dreamed of being a mother and had looked forward to growing up, getting married and having a large family. After university, Annie moved to Stockholm, where she worked as an engineer for a telecommunications company. Stockholm was also close to her sister, which she loved, and she spent as much time as she could with her young niece and nephew, who she adored. Annie met Dewani, a British millionaire in London in 2009. After a mutual contact gave Shreen Annie's details and he arranged a date. According to Shreen, he was instantly attracted to Annie, for he found her as ambitious as he was. However, the feeling wasn't exactly mutual. Annie told her sister that she wasn't particularly interested in Shreen, but after a few dates she grew to like him. The couple maintained a long-distance relationship until Annie moved to the UK in March 2010, and they moved in together into a house in Bristol. A little over a year after their first meeting, Shreen flew Annie to Paris on a private jet and proposed to her. They spent the next 3 months in Mumbai, India, planning a lavish wedding. And on October 29, 2010, the couple tied the knot in a spectacular wedding that lasted for 3 days. They planned on having another civil ceremony in the UK for friends who had been unable to attend the Indian wedding. According to Annie's sister, the honeymoon plans had been something Shreen was supposed to put together, and it had surprised her when it was revealed they were going to South Africa. It was planned to be a 6-week honeymoon, were just a facade. Ami Denborg, Annie's sister, said that Shreen was a controlling perfectionist, and Annie didn't really like that. A few days before the wedding, she sent her sister messages saying, "Fighting a lot with Shreen, wish I'd never got engaged," and it's rumored that she had been crying on the plane over to South Africa, sending a series of texts implying that she would be unhappy for the rest of her life. After the couple landed in Cape Town International Airport on November 7, 2010, they took a domestic flight and stayed at the Kruger National Park for 4 nights. They returned to Cape Town International Airport on November 12th, where they met and spoke with private driver Zola Tongo, who drove them to the Cape Grace Hotel. Shreen had opted to use a private taxi service instead of the hotel's shuttle service because it was cheaper. According to Shreen, Tongo gave them a tour around the city before dropping them off at the hotel, and the couple agreed to retain him as their private tour guide. After checking into the hotel, Shreen left Annie and went off to speak with Tongo. He later said that they were simply discussing tour plans and that he sought his help in exchanging money to the local currency. On November 13th, Shreen and Annie had dinner at the hotel. They looked like any other ordinary honeymooning couple. They were smiling, holding hands, and being affectionate with one another. But their happiness was short-lived. They awaited Tongo, their cab driver, outside of their hotel, and once he picked them up, he took them to an area called the Strand where the couple had dinner. After dinner, they got back in the cab. Shreen claimed that Annie had wanted to see a more authentic view of South Africa and was offered to be taken out to an area called Gilippol. Annie was wearing stilettos and a mini dress, an outfit more suitable for a fancy dinner, not the kind of outfit that was appropriate for exploring. Gilippol was known to be a high-crime area. It was also an area that tourists are highly encouraged to avoid. Tongo and Dewani would have known the violent nature of the area, and Annie's sister stated that Annie hadn't been young or naive. She was well-traveled and knew the dangers of the area. She doesn't believe Shreen's story that Annie had planned to go to that rough area at night. According to the data collected by the South African Institute of Race Relations, over 700 people were murdered in Gilippol between 2005 and 2010. This amounts to 1 murder every 2.5 days. Shortly after they turned onto the main road in the township, 2 armed men hijacked the vehicle. After driving a short distance, Tongo was ejected from the taxi. They held the couple at gunpoint and robbed Shreen of his wallet, designer watch, and mobile phone. Then they drove for about 20 minutes before pushing him out of the vehicle. Shryan claimed that the hijackers told them that they would be unharmed if they cooperated and would be dropped off separately. Hours later, around midnight, Shryan makes it to the police. He reported the hijacking, as well as his wife's kidnapping, and told South African police that he had been unable to find her. The next morning at 7:50 a.m., they found the car with Annie's body in the back seat. Her Giorgio Armani wristwatch, a white golden diamond bracelet, her handbag, and her BlackBerry mobile phone were stolen, but her $25,000 engagement ring had been left behind on the seat next to the body. Annie had died from a single gunshot wound to the neck. The bullet had hit a major artery and she bled out. On November 17th, Annie's body was returned to the UK on a British Airways flight, accompanied by her newly widowed husband. 6 months later, after her death in a Hindu ceremony, her family scattered her ashes in her favorite area of Vagern Lake, close to her hometown in Sweden. Initially, the investigation progressed quickly. 26-year-old Zoel Mangini was detained 3 days after Annie's body was discovered and was charged with murder, robbery, and aggravated circumstances as well as kidnapping. Police were able to identify him thanks to his palm print being discovered on the abandoned vehicle. He later confessed and stated that Annie was shot because she wouldn't give the men her handbag. He had claimed the killing had been an accident and they had only meant to scare her. A few days later, their cab driver, 31-year-old Zolatonga, and 26-year-old Misambodo Quabe were charged with murder, robbery with aggravated circumstances, and kidnapping. A tip from an informant directed the police to Quabe. Zola initially told authorities that he was ambushed and pulled from the taxi, but he denied any involvement. But when the authorities presented him with evidence connecting him to the kidnapping scheme, he admitted guilt and confessed his involvement to the crime. His confession blew open a whole new scenario that had never even been explored yet. He alleged that he'd been approached by Shreyan Dewani and asked for assistance arranging the murder of his new bride. A fourth man, Monday Mbalbo, a hotel worker, was arrested for his involvement in helping to organize the robbery. The 3 men later supported Tonga's claims and told the police that Shreyan Dewani was the mastermind behind his wife's murder. On November 23rd, Dewani spoke to the Sun and rejected all speculation that he was somehow involved in the carjacking, saying, "This is apparently CCTV footage taken from the hotel the morning after Annie's body was discovered. It is Shreen Dewani and the man he is speaking to is Zola Tongo. They are talking in the hotel lobby," a meeting he denied. Dewani also wasn't forthcoming with South African law enforcement following Annie's murder. He had left South Africa soon after Annie's murder, and South African law enforcement claimed he didn't cooperate with their investigation, causing further suspicion. However, it was later revealed that Quabe and Tongo were offered reduced sentences in exchange for guilty pleas and testimonies against Shreyan Dewani. At the same time, Mondom Lamambo, who was a former police officer, was accused of was granted full immunity from prosecution for the promise of truthful testimony against Dewani. On December 7th, Tongo pleaded guilty to armed robbery and the kidnapping and murder of Annie Dewani. Crimes he alleged were instigated by Shreyan Dewani. He was sentenced to 18 years in prison. On February 18, 2012, Kwabi's counsel said that court was unable to provide a fair trial for his client and claimed that he was coerced into confession. But the court denied the claims and he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. As for Mangani, he pleaded not guilty despite having admitted to his role in the crime. His lawyer claimed that he was coerced. He was suffocated with a plastic bag before signing a statement admitting to his involvement in the killing, further saying that the police resorted to irregular methods because of the scrutiny they were under to solve the high-profile case. However, the courts accepted all of their initial statements, alleging that the crime was a contract killing. It was determined through the courts that Mangini was the one that had been the one to shoot Annie and was sentenced to life in prison. He died in custody from a brain tumor on October 18, 2014. After a long legal battle, Shreyan Dowen was extradited from the UK to South Africa on April 7, 2014. Upon arrival, he was arrested, charged, and ordered to stand trial for allegedly arranging the murder of his wife. He was charged with 5 offenses: conspiracy to commit kidnapping, robbery with aggravated circumstances, murder, kidnapping, and obstructing the administration of justice. He pleaded not guilty to all 5 charges. But why would Shrian want Annie dead in the first place? According to the prosecution's case, Shrian led a secret life, one that involved a playboy bachelor lifestyle that he wasn't willing to give up, and he wanted a way out of his marriage. They alleged that he was forced by his family to get married and that he never wanted to. They said that he planned a contract killing and recruited Zola to orchestrate a hijacking in which Annie would be killed and they would release him unscathed. CCTV footage showing Shrian giving money to Zola was displayed to the court. Shrian was captured on camera, turning to face the hotel security camera before disappearing from view. Another video showed him walking towards a small room with Zola while toting a bag containing money. Additional footage showed him in a 5-star Cape Grace hotel where Zola can be seen sitting on a leather couch, Shrian asking a cleaning man to allow them privacy. The defense argued that the case should be dismissed because of the lack of credible evidence. On November 24, 2014, Dewani was acquitted and exonerated for all involvement with the crimes. The judge ruled that there was not enough credible evidence to link Shrian to the crime and explained her ruling by saying, Mr. Tongo, who was the only witness who could link the accused to the conspiracy, gave evidence to the court, which is impossible and contains so many mistakes, lies, and inconsistencies that one simply cannot know where the lies end and the truth begin. In 2022, Zola Tongo was granted parole after 12 years in prison, a move that wasn't well received by Annie's family who attended the parole hearing. We may never truly know what happened that day, if Shrian was involved or if he'd simply been a scapegoat to secure reduced sentences. There are still many questions left unanswered even after all these years, and despite 3 men being convicted of Annie's murder, it still doesn't feel like justice was served. Known as the Pearl of the Indian Ocean, Murchie's is a much-desired destination for millions of travelers, especially honeymooners. But on January 10, 2011, the beautiful tropical island was the scene of a heinous crime that took the life of new bride Michaela McAreavey. Michaela Hart was a 27-year-old Irish language teacher from County Tyrone, Northern Ireland. She met John McAreavey in university in 2005, and the two fell in love. Head over heels in love. More than 300 friends and family came together on December 30th, 2010 to celebrate the wedding of John and Michaela. And on New Year's Eve, the wedding celebration melded into a birthday party as Michaela celebrated her birthday as well. A stunning bride and the couple seemed so happy. They spent the first 7 days of their honeymoon in Dubai and were due to spend the rest of it in Mauritius. On January 8th, they checked into the Legends Hotel, a 5-star resort that had excellent reviews and was popular for Irish visitors. It was in the fishing village of Grand Guab, northeast of the country. On January 10th, 10 days into their honeymoon, John and Michaela had breakfast in the hotel. Then John went to the golf course while Michaela sunbathed. When they met again, they enjoyed a poolside lunch. Michaela left the table around 2:44 p.m. to walk the short distance to their deluxe room 1025 to bring down some biscuits to enjoy with a cup of tea. John took pictures and watched some videos as he waited for his wife to return. But 15 minutes later, he noticed Michaela had been gone for a while, longer than it should have been to grab something, so he looked for her. On his way to the room, he realized he had forgotten his key, so he went to the reception. A bellboy opened the door for John, and they found Michaela's body in the bathtub, with the water still running. John lifted her from the bath and tried to revive her, but it was already too late. In an autopsy report, it was revealed that Michaela had several abrasions and bruising to the front of her neck and her collarbone, and the coroner ruled her cause of death to be asphyxiation. It was hypothesized that when Michaela had returned back to the room, she had interrupted a burglary in progress and had been murdered as a result. In Mauritius, Michaela's murder received significant media attention. When a murder takes place in a nation that depends on tourism, of course there will be a pressing need to get the case closed as soon as possible. And given that arrests were made only 1 day after Michaela's death, it appeared that this case would be resolved quickly. On January 11th, 3 men who worked at the hotel were arrested for the murder. All 3 men worked as cleaners for the hotel. They appeared in court in Mauritius on January 12th. 2 of the men were charged with murder, and 1 of the men was charged with conspiracy to murder. The three men all pleaded not guilty and the case went to trial. Thekoi had been granted immunity if he spoke against the other two cleaners, and he alleged that he heard a woman scream. He ran over to room number 1025 and saw the other two men flee the room. He said that both men were wet and appeared to look worried. He also alleged that one of them threatened him later. Thekoi committed suicide years after the trial, though it has been noted as being a suspicious death. 2 hotel security guards were also arrested the days following the murder. They were charged with aiding and abetting a crime. Both suspects were shortly released and had all charges against them dropped since they came up with an explanation for why their fingerprints had been in the room. They had helped John when he had called for help upon finding Michaela's body. On January 17, 2011, thousands of mourners attended a special mass that was held simultaneously in Mauritius and Ireland in memory of Michaela. The trial of the 2 hotel workers accused of murdering Michaela began in Mauritius on May 22, 2012. John told the court that the police had handcuffed him and manhandled him on the day of the murder. They considered him an initial suspect, and he was held in custody for 5 hours and examined for trace evidence. He even said that one of the officers told him, "Why are you crying? You're still young. You can go find another wife." The DNA samples were sent to be examined by forensic experts from England. He revealed there weren't any DNA traces belonging to the 2 accused. During the trial, the Major Crimes Investigation Team of the Mauritius Police Force faced several criticisms for the handling of the case, as they didn't question all the hotel guests and staff that day or even preserve the crime scene. They were even accused of coercing the initial confessions made by the 2 suspects. On July 12th, the judge told the jury of 6 men and 3 women not to worry about ramifications their verdict may have on the reputation of Mauritius, as they weren't politicians and it wasn't their job to save the image of the country. The jurors deliberated for 2 hours before reaching a unanimous verdict, declaring both men not guilty. In a statement released after the verdict, the McAreavey and Hart family said that the 7-week trial had been harrowing and no words could describe the sense of devastation and desolation they felt. On July 15, 2012, a Mauritian newspaper called Sunday Times published 12 black and white appalling photographs of the crime scene, including a photograph of Michaela's body on the front page. The Hart and McCarthy family described the act as insensitive and demeaning. The Irish government issued a formal complaint with the government of Mauritius. And on the morning of July 16th, police raided the Sunday Times office and arrested the newspaper's editor, charging him with causing outrage to the public and religious morality. Following the trial, the family of John and Michaela sued the Legends Hotel for £1.6 million. They received the settlement in August 2015 and used it to fund the Michaela Foundation, which ran for 10 years and encouraged young people to lead a life without limits and had goals of continuing the work Michaela did to continue teaching and preserving the Irish language. John remarried in 2016 with the blessing of the Hart family. A new investigation was launched in 2014 after the not guilty verdict, but nothing substantial was uncovered. In 2017, an elite task force was set up to investigate further, but no new evidence was found that warranted reopening the case for a retrial. And in 2022, one of the initial suspects was arrested a second time. He had been one of the security workers at the hotel, and it was believed that he had been the one to duplicate the room key for Michaela's room. This is one of those cases that seemed like unless there is a confession, it will always remain a mystery. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On September 2nd, 1982, 15-year-old Karen Steit took the bus from Palo Alto, California to Sunnyvale to see her boyfriend. It was only a few days before the new school year was to start. Originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Karen was to start her full school year on the West Coast. Karen had already made a splash since arriving in California. She was a sweet girl with a magnetic aura that drew people in. She was friendly, had a big smile, and a carefree attitude that seemed to help her fit in quickly. When Karen arrived in Sunnyvale, she and her boyfriend spent much of the afternoon wandering around town. They played video games at 7-Eleven and just enjoyed the last few days of summer vacation. Around midnight, Curran was escorted to the bus stop by her boyfriend, but he didn't stay with her. He had to rush home as it was already quite late. Curran took this bus often and knew the schedule well. The number 22 bus back to Palo Alto would only be a few minutes, and she would get back to her dad's house in no time. But when the bus came to the stop at the corner of El Camino Real and South Wolf Road, no one was there, so the bus didn't stop, and Curran never made it home that night. The following morning, a delivery driver made the horrific discovery of a nude teen's body little over 100 yards from that bus stop. Later identified as Karen Steit, she had been bound by her clothing, stabbed 60 times, and sexually assaulted. Potential witnesses, they got something they thought might have been useful. One man said that he saw an old-fashioned panel truck near where Karen's body was found. He said that he noticed it because the truck was sitting with the parking lights on for a significant amount of time before driving off. Officers felt that this vehicle was likely driven by the man who abducted Karen from the bus stop and may have been where she'd been murdered before being dumped. The truck was never identified, and although the case was heavily investigated, were no leads that led to an arrest. Eventually the case went cold, but every September, friends and family of Karen would do their best to keep her cold case in the media, always holding hope that there would one day be justice for Karen's murder. 40 years would pass before there were any answers. In 2020, a DNA sample was obtained from the physical evidence collected from the original crime scene. That sample was put into Coggins, but no matches were found. Then in 2022, the Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety opted to try to use genetic genealogy to look for new potential suspects. The genealogy research led to a family with 4 brothers from Hawaii. Once a family was identified, law enforcement reached out to various family members to narrow down which brother the DNA belonged to. And in August of 2022, they arrested 75-year-old Gary Jean Ramirez from Maui. They were able to confirm that the DNA was a direct match to the sample found in Karen Steit's body back in 1982. Ramirez was extradited back to California, where he was charged with Karen's murder. He is being held without bail. Law enforcement is looking to track his whereabouts throughout the years and believes there may be more victims. They believe that due to the level of violence and anger involved in Karen's murder, they doubt she was the only victim. His DNA was input into Coggins and is being tested across unsolved cold case victims across the country. Ramirez's next court date is unknown, but if convicted, he faces life in prison without the chance of parole. It was on June 13, 1993 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, when Betty Aikman glanced at the TV while working as a hospice care aide. The channel was on local news, and it was detailing the grisly discovery of a woman murdered. Betty's blood ran cold when she recognized the building. It was where her 35-year-old daughter, Jeannie Childs, lived. She immediately felt a feeling no mother should ever have to feel, a deep dread that consumed her. She tried to contact her daughter, but no one picked up. She had been the one to contact the coroner, and later had to identify her daughter's body. Law enforcement described the crime scene as horrific. Jeannie had been stabbed over 65 times, and many of the injuries were caused post-mortem. Evidence collected the scene was foreign fluid found on a comforter as well as a bathroom towel, bloody footprints, and the killer had injured himself in the process and left blood evidence behind. The initial suspect list had been vast and had included Jeannie's boyfriend, but DNA evidence had eliminated him. Jeannie had been a sex worker and had often worked from her apartment as she felt it was safer than meeting clients at unknown locations. Her neighbors had given several witness statements for different men they had seen Jeannie with, but detectives had a hard time locating those men. Jeannie's Rolodex included phone numbers for certain clients, but they quickly discovered that many of them had fake names attached to them. Jeannie's case eventually went cold, but her mother vowed never to stop seeking justice for her daughter's murder. In 2018, the case was reopened with the hope of using genetic genealogy to locate her killer. However, they had been delighted to discover that a lengthy genealogical investigation would be unnecessary, because a person matching the DNA they were looking for had uploaded their DNA to a private DNA company and online genealogy website themselves. This would have likely been a company like Ancestry.com or 23andMe. A great stroke of luck had given detectives the best lead they'd had in nearly 3 decades. The man, Jerry Westrom of Asante, Minnesota, was the new lead suspect in Jeannie Child's murder. Westrom would have been in his mid-20s in 1993. Records showed he also resided in Minneapolis from 91 to 93. He didn't have a violent criminal history, just speeding tickets and multiple driving under the influence convictions. And in 2016, he'd been caught attempting to solicit a prostitute. He'd been a well-respected businessman who was married with 2 children who are now adults, and he volunteered with several junior sports organizations. Those who knew him had no idea he'd been capable of such violence. They decided to put surveillance on Westrom in 2019 and followed him to a hockey rink. There they watched as Westrom ordered a hot dog from the concession stand and later wiped his mouth with a napkin before discarding it. Officers had been able to collect the napkin, which they were later used to positively match Westrom's DNA to the foreign sample found in Child's apartment in '93. They later picked him up and had interrogation. Westrom denied living in Minneapolis knowing Jeannie, having ever been to the apartment she was killed in, and offered no explanation as to why his DNA had been found all over the crime scene. He was arrested in February 2019, but was released on bail until further court proceedings. In August 2022, his trial began. The key evidence presented to the jury was the numerous places his DNA was found in the apartment, as well as a very distinct bare footprint that had been found next to the victim's body. Expert testimony detailed the footprints can be as detailed as fingerprints. Each is unique to the person. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours for declaring a unanimous guilty verdict. Westrom, now 56, was sentenced to life in prison for the 1993 murder of Jeannie Childs. Her mother and niece both read victim impact statements at the sentencing hearing. On May 21, 1987, 23-year-old Shannon Rose Lloyd was discovered deceased in her bedroom by her housemate just before midnight. She shared a home with several other people in Garden Grove, California. An autopsy later concluded that she'd been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. Shannon had been described as athletic. She loved horses and riding. She was funny and had an adventurous spirit. Her older brother said of his sister's murder, "She was tough. She wasn't scared of much. It's hard for me to fathom how anyone could take another person's life like it was nothing and just discard them." Shannon's murder was investigated, but in her case, there were no witnesses that came forward, which greatly hindered the investigation. No one saw Shannon with anyone else, nor had they seen anyone who wasn't supposed to be in the house around. Nothing appeared to have been stolen from the room, and there had been no signs of forced entry. Because of this, the case eventually went cold. In 2003, the case was reinvestigated, and DNA evidence that had been found on Shannon's body was submitted to CODIS, the federal database for DNA. When uploaded, it got a hit, but not to a suspect, but rather another cold case that had occurred 21 months after Shannon's murder. On February 19, 1989, in Orange County, California, the victim, 27-year-old Renee Cuevas. Her body had been found along Lambert Road near the El Toro Marine Base in the early morning hours. Her cause of death had also been strangulation, and she had also been sexually assaulted. Little information has been released by law enforcement about Renee's case. Despite connecting the two victims, it did little to point cold case detectives towards a suspect. Neither of the women seemed to know each other, and there wasn't a link connecting the two that would help them find who had killed them. In 2021, the Orange County Investigative Genetic Genealogy Team decided to look further into the DNA and opted to try and locate him via genetic genealogy. They discovered a possible suspect, a man from Las Vegas named Reuben Smith. Smith had been known to live in the Orange County area in the 80s, and he'd be arrested in '98 for sexual assault and the attempted murder of a woman in Las Vegas. Woman detailed a horrific account of fighting off Smith with her life and eventually being able to get away from him and get to safety. The woman, who wishes to remain anonymous, said of the encounter, because of the '98 arrests, Smith had been required to submit DNA to the state, but for some reason, perhaps because there had never been a formal conviction, this DNA had never been uploaded to CODIS as it should have been. Instead, it sat in a Las Vegas evidence locker. Smith had been released while awaiting trial, and before there could be justice, Smith killed himself. In 2022, the DNA was formally matched to Reuben Smith, and it confirmed he had 2 victims and 1 attempted victim. Law enforcement agencies are working together to determine if there are any additional cases that link to Rubin, as well as cold cases in Michigan, where he is originally from. Detectives are asking anyone who knew Reuben Smith who can help narrow the locations he lived in. In the early morning hours on December 22, 2016, a man was collecting cans in the alley on 63rd Avenue in St. Petersburg, Florida, when he stumbled upon something horrific. The lifeless body of a young female had been ditched in an alleyway behind some residential houses. She was wearing nothing but a gray t-shirt that was pulled up to her neck. She had bruises and cuts all over her body. Also, there were tire marks imprinted on her left arm and leg, indicating that she may have been run over. Police later identified the body as 22-year-old Taylor and McAllister, whose life had been cut too short by a ruthless killer, who to this day has never been brought to justice. Taylor was born in Melbourne, Florida on July 21, 1994 to Bill and Leslie McAllister. She was the second oldest of 5 children, and she was a happy and bubbly child who was known to love the beach, being out on the boat watching dolphins, and spending quality time with her family. She also had an amazing voice and discovered her passion for music at the age of 14. She taught herself how to play guitar and would spend hours learning different tunes and recording herself singing covers of some of her favorite songs. She also had a vibrant personality and a big heart. Taylor's mother described her as being the kind of person who you would meet once and the next time she would give you the biggest hug and act as if she'd known you your whole life. Around the age of 18 in 2012, things took a darker turn for Taylor. She'd moved out on her own for the first time, but got mixed up with a group of friends that began to introduce her to things, and she started to experiment with pills. However, when she realized it was becoming a problem, she reached out. She told her parents the truth and asked to come home to remove herself from the situation. Her parents helped her, and she moved back in with them, and they didn't notice anything wrong, and they were grateful that they felt they had stepped in before things got bad. Eventually, she started doing well again, and she got a job as a waitress in a Japanese restaurant that was near her parents' house. It was there that she met and fell in love with a man named Josh. He worked for the Coast Guard. After only 3 months of dating, they got married. However, there was more to their love story than met the eye. Josh also struggled with drug addiction, and it was reported that the pair decided to get married only after Josh was offered a job in Seattle so they could move away. During their time in Seattle, Taylor and Josh enabled each other's habits and got into a lot of harder drugs together. They'd only lived in Seattle for a short time when Taylor called and told her parents that she was pregnant with twins. Taylor's parents moved her back to Florida so they could take care of her during the pregnancy. Once Taylor knew she was pregnant, she stopped doing everything cold turkey. In March 2014, she gave birth to her 2 beautiful twin girls. Taylor adored her baby girl's best version of herself for them. She planned on going to cosmetology school and starting her career. Unfortunately, though, she had to deliver them through C-section, and her doctor prescribed her Percocet for her recovery. After the birth of her twins, Taylor moved back in with her parents while her new husband stayed in Seattle. During that time, Taylor's mom Leslie noticed that Taylor was going through her pain meds faster than she should have, and she kept calling the doctor for refills, and things only kept going downhill from there, with her getting sober for several months, but unfortunately something would click and she would relapse. Eventually, her addiction started spiraling out of control, and the once bubbly, full of life young woman became the shell of herself. Her parents tried to help her get clean many times, but at 22 years old, Taylor was an adult who was free to do whatever she wanted, and they would soon realize they were fighting a losing battle. It was Taylor that needed to want. Get sober. 2016 had started super promising. Taylor had been clean for months, and it seemed like things were starting to get normal for the family. However, by August everything had changed and she had started using heroin. Taylor's parents had to take custody of the twins and had to make the difficult decision to place an ultimatum on Taylor. Get clean or stay away from your girls. The twins were now 2, and they were doing what they thought was best for the toddlers, as well as Taylor's younger sisters. Taylor and her husband were living in their car, both unable to keep steady jobs. Taylor'd start resorting to sex work to support her habit. It was seized by the FBI in 2018 after investigators found it was a place where sex traffickers frequently placed ads. In total, he spent nearly $200,000 on drugs. He had an extensive criminal record that included aggravated assault, battery, false imprisonment, carrying a gun at an airport, as well as multiple misdemeanors including battery, drug paraphernalia charges, and 3 DUIs. In addition, he was connected to the overdose of a teenage girl in Manatee County. Butler took advantage of Taylor's addiction. When Taylor's husband went into treatment in October of 2016, she was left with a completely homeless. Butler convinced her to move into his home in Palm Harbor. It was reported that Butler was obsessed with Taylor, and he used her addiction to control her. He eventually confined her to his home and cut her off from all her friends and family. The last time Taylor's parents heard from her was in September of 2016, 3 months before her untimely death, where she wished her mother a happy birthday. 3 days before Christmas, on December 22, 2016, Taylor's parents' worst nightmare came true when they were informed of the death of their beloved daughter. At 11:30 a.m., Leslie was at work as a paramedic when she heard the devastating news. Simultaneously, Bill received the news at home in person. The first thought that crossed their mind was that their daughter must have overdosed, but they were shocked to find that police were treating her death as a homicide. When Taylor's body was found, it appeared to be severely bruised, as if she had been beaten, and there were cuts and scrapes within her mouth, as if she'd been biting and struggling to breathe. There were also foreign DNA samples found under her fingernails and on her neck, as if she had scratched and fought against her attacker. Taylor's body was discovered 25 miles from where Butler lived. Also, all her friends and family said that she'd been living with him for months, so naturally, law enforcement paid him a visit. The detective who interviewed Butler at his Palm Harbor home stated that he had observed several scratches on Butler's forehead, nose, and forearms. He also had a fresh bruise on one of his shoulders. When detectives asked Butler for his DNA, he panicked and asked for a lawyer, so they had to obtain a warrant for the swab for his mouth. The results came back as a match. The DNA recovered from Taylor's body belonged to none other than Robert Butler. She had scratched him before she died. However, Butler was never charged or even brought into custody for further questioning. In addition, law enforcement didn't even obtain a search warrant for Butler's home, giving him an opportunity to destroy all the evidence that may have connected him to Taylor. They justified this by saying that the DNA evidence couldn't be used as proof of murder since Taylor and Butler lived together. And even though there were obvious signs of trauma found in Taylor's body, one of St. Petersburg's detectives tried to push the narrative that she'd only died of an overdose. Leslie had fought to see her daughter, but she wasn't allowed to until the body was released to a funeral home. Her family had been told there had been no physical signs of trauma, so they had opted to go with an open casket funeral. However, when Taylor's body arrived at the funeral home, they were shocked to discover that Taylor was covered in bruises and obvious injuries. Her mother described her body as looking beaten head to toe. She even went ahead and released autopsy photos of Taylor, discredit the SPPD's statements that Taylor had no obvious signs of trauma. But nearly 2 months after the discovery of the body, Taylor's autopsy results finally came out, revealing that her cause of death had been asphyxiation and ruling that the manner of death was, indeed, homicide. However, they couldn't determine exactly if she had been choked or smothered, but she had severe petechia on her eyes, neck, and chest. The medical examiner even stated that it was the worst case of petechia he had ever seen in his career. Her autopsy also revealed that she had many health issues related to her drug abuse. She had hepatitis, kidney damage, and bacterial growth on her heart valves, all side effects of chronic drug abuse. Yet her toxicology scan showed that the drugs in her system were estimated to be a week old. Taylor hadn't died from a drug overdose, which the medical examiner concluded it wouldn't have been medically possible. Taylor's mom, Leslie, worked as a first responder, and she stated that through the office grapevine, there was a detective overheard calling Taylor a junkie whore only hours after the discovery of her body before any toxicology results came back in. Taylor had a clean criminal record, so this officer had made several assumptions before even investigating the case. This led the McAllister family to believe that detectives working on Taylor's murder case weren't interested in solving her murder, and they certainly weren't the type of detectives they wanted on her case. Leslie filed a complaint and was successful in getting the detective removed from Taylor's case, but he still works in the department. The McAllister family feels that there had been a strong belief within the SPPD that Taylor's death would have been ruled an accidental overdose. Because of that, there hadn't been much of an initial investigation. Why had Taylor been found nearly naked in an alley 25 miles from where she was apparently living? She didn't have a car. How did she get there? Who had strangled her? Why did she have skin under her fingernails? And that DNA that had matched Butler? Why hadn't they searched property where they knew she was living at the time of her murder? All of these questions were left unanswered, and the SPPD only had excuses. Once Taylor's death was ruled a homicide, the McAllister family felt that the SPPD went into cover-their-ass mode, attempting to string together a murder investigation months later. According to St. Petersburg Police Major Shannon Halstead, they didn't know when or how Taylor died, and they initially didn't have enough evidence to get a search warrant for Robert Butler's house. So instead they put surveillance on the house and the people cleaning it, hoping to find new leads. They found that there were two men in particular who were frequent visitors to Butler's home. 35-year-old Deontay Baker and 25-year-old Curran Archer, also Baker's several girlfriends, were the ones in charge of cleaning the house. Detectives started looking into the two men and the girlfriends and discovered they were all involved in some shady stuff. They tried triangulating the location of their cell phones, only to find that each of them carried 5 to 6 phones. By then, the case file kept getting bigger and bigger, and soon Butler's finances also came into question when they found he was writing very large checks to them. In the spring of 2017, the FBI was called into the case to investigate several drug and money laundering ties that later grew into a full separate case from Taylor's murder. Months went by and nothing seemed to be progressing regarding Taylor's case. Only the drug bust. Her parents were growing frustrated. They believed that their daughter was never given a fair investigation due to corruption, money, and connections in the system. It would take almost a full year to the day when Taylor's body was found for the police to go back to question Robert Butler, as well as the other two suspects, Deontay Baker, and after they heard the suspect's statements, a story finally started to emerge about the events that took place the night of December 21, 2016, and led to Taylor's body being found the following morning. Deontay said that he was out partying with Curran Archer and another man named Desmond Washington when they received a call from a distraught Robert Butler telling them they needed to come to the house as soon as possible to take Taylor to the hospital. He stated that when they got there, they found Taylor in Butler's bed. She was groaning in pain and she was barely conscious. She was wearing only a t-shirt and had urinated on the bed. According to Butler, Taylor had been ill for a few days, but he thought it was just because she was going through withdrawal. However, her condition had gotten far worse that day. He said that he panicked when he saw that she was in a great deal of pain and called Deontay and the others to come take her to the hospital. Deontay said that after finding Taylor partially unconscious, he told Butler that they needed to call 911. But Butler refused because there were illegal drugs and firearms in the home. Being left with no other option, the men wrapped Taylor up in the bedsheet and loaded her into the back seat of Butler's truck when they drove around supposedly looking for a hospital. However, when the police tried to track the route they had taken in order to come up with a timeline, they found that they had passed multiple facilities that they could have provided Taylor with the help she needed. Diant later said that they were worried about getting into trouble if they dropped her off at the hospital, because she was a half-naked white woman and there were 3 black men. So instead, they wasted pivotal time just driving around aimlessly before they noticed that Taylor wasn't breathing anymore. They panicked and called Butler to inform him that Taylor had died in the truck. He told them they couldn't bring her body back to the house and they should just take care of it. The men spent time conspiring on how to get rid of the body. Baker admitted that at first they thought about burying her, but realized they were running out of time. So they just pulled over and dumped the body in an alley in a residential area in such a panic that they actually ran her over. Deontay claimed it was an accident. After they ditched the body, the men claimed that they returned to Butler's house to take it upon themselves to get rid of any evidence that would tie them to Taylor. Deontay called his girlfriends to come clean the house up, and they went to the store to get supplies to clean the truck with. Then they burned their clothes and destroyed the surveillance tapes at the home. That would have shown them carrying Taylor's body out of the house. Butler also boxed up all of Taylor's belongings and burned them, including the sheets and mattress that she had slept on. Ironically, the process of destroying all the evidence actually took place after the police interviewed Butler at his house on December 22nd. So if they had actually attempted to obtain a search warrant, they would have found dozens of incriminating pieces of evidence. And he hadn't seen her in 8 days before she was murdered. He disputed that Taylor had lived in his house, despite multiple statements from friends of Taylor. Also, it's worth mentioning that in the autopsy report, the medical examiner stated finding white dog hair on Taylor's body as well as tape residue on her mouth and wrists, as if she'd been bound and gagged. Interestingly, Butler had a white dog, and the detective who visited him the day Taylor's body was found stated in his report that he had observed a roll of thick painter's tape on a table. When a search warrant was executed, law enforcement did find a couple of personal items belonging to Taylor in the home, which included her guitar and a monogrammed Bible. The items were returned to her parents. Items never found, and likely never would, are her purse and cell phone. Robert Butler, Deontay Baker, and Curran Archer were only convicted of failure to report a death, which is a misdemeanor in the state of Florida. Butler was given a year but only served 8 months. Baker was also given a year, while Archer was given 6 months and served only 4 for his cooperation. Desmond Washington was never charged, even though he was rumored to have been the one driving the truck that ran over Taylor's body. Additionally, none of the men were ever charged with tampering with evidence, a third-degree felony in Florida, and is punishable up to 5 years in prison. Butler and Baker were also charged with money laundering in that separate case. In addition to that, Butler's list of charges included possession of marijuana and felony possession of ammunition. According to court records, Butler and Baker pleaded guilty to federal money laundering charges. Butler was sentenced to 40 months in prison and ordered to forfeit $140,000. Butler's sentence was later reduced to 27 months. He was released in 2021. After Butler pleaded guilty in court to the money laundering charges, Taylor's parents gave the kind of impact statement Usher reserved for murder cases. They asked the judge to give him the maximum sentence and take him into custody the same day to ensure he missed Christmas with his family like their daughter did in 2016 and forever will. Leslie recalled how she had to wrap gifts for her other children and 2 granddaughters, while at the same time make arrangements for Taylor's funeral. She said that no parent should ever have to see their child in a casket. The St. Petersburg Police Department labeled Taylor's murder as a cold case, and despite the mountain of evidence, they say they still don't know where or when or how Taylor died, who was responsible, and if there was an intent to kill in the first place. To charge somebody with murder, I've got to have evidence that the person committed the murder. Chief Assistant State's Attorney Bruce Barlett said. He added, "There's a lot of suspicions, a lot of finger-pointing, and I've got to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury down the road." To this day, Taylor's parents are still fighting and doing everything they can to bring truth of what happened to their daughter tonight, and they say they will not rest until justice is served. They have filed several complaints about the SPPD's investigation, but were told that all complaints are handled internally, and they were basically told to stop bothering. Bill McAllister, Taylor's father, said, "She deserves justice for what was done to her. We deserve it. Her girls deserve it. Our family. Someone has to be held accountable one way or another." On April 13, 2005, a passerby stumbled upon a gruesome discovery in an otherwise beautiful and scenic location. At the southern edge of Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, near Kahuku Ranch, lay the body of 44-year-old Armand B. Johnson. He was discovered wearing a tank top, shorts, socks, and slippers, and was about 100 yards off the Malmahoa Highway. Investigators determined that he had been killed by a single gunshot to the back of, and that he likely died in the same spot his body was found. There was no evidence to suggest that his body had been moved, nor any effort to conceal the body. In the 17 years since his murder, Armand's killer has never been found, and the motive for the crimes has not been determined. His vehicle, which was described as an old beater, was never found. Still, Armand's friends do have some opinions about it. They called his death an execution. Some of them knew that he used drugs recreationally and wondered if that might have had something to do with his murder. Still, they don't feel that drugs alone would explain what had happened to him, especially considering he was known and loved by so many on the island. Everybody loved him, retired police Sergeant Samson Wana said in a statement to the media. He could meet you today and you would end up liking him. Armand had relocated to the Big Island from Seattle, Washington in 1984, where he worked as a massage therapist and hosted a reggae music show on a local radio station. He also worked as an aide to autistic children. His friends recalled his loud, boisterous voice that could be heard across a room and his easily likable personality. He was last seen 2 days before his body was discovered. He had been seen leaving work and told a coworker he was headed home, but he never made it there. His friends described him as a harmless man that was very trusting. In 2015, 10 years after the murder, all leads eventually went cold. The FBI announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Ramon Johnson's killer, in hope that the passage of time and a monetary reward would embolden a witness to come forward. 7 years later, neither an arrest or conviction has occurred. The Honolulu FBI is still looking for tips that would solve this mystery and bring Armand's killer to justice. The FBI is still looking for tips that will solve this mystery and bring Armand's killer to justice. FBI Special Agent in Charge Paul D. Delacourt said, "A decade has passed since the murder of Armand Johnson. We are hoping that the passage of time may embolden a witness to come forward and tell us the truth about how and why this tragic act and violence occurred." On May 19, 1996, 24-year-old Julie Williams and 26-year-old Laura Lolly Winans were a young couple with a passion for the outdoors, embarking on their latest hike together in the Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. Julie and Lolly were both experienced hikers and skilled outdoor guides, having been on dozens of similar hikes. They had even led victims of sexual assaults on hiking and camping trips, and had been as a therapeutic experience. About 2 weeks after they left for their hike, family and friends had not heard from them and realized they had not returned from their hiking trip on the date they had planned to. The family reported Julie and Lolly missing to park authorities, who began their search on Bridle Trail, a lesser-used trail in the Shenandoah National Park, where the women had told family they would be hiking. Then on June 1st, loved ones received the worst news imaginable. When Julie and Lolly's bodies were found by park rangers at their campsite, wrapped in sleeping bags. According to media reports from the time, they had been tied up and their throats had been cut. Lolly's golden retriever Taj, who had been hiking with them, was located wandering the trail. Hundreds of tips came into the FBI in the aftermath of the murders, and they soon landed on a suspect. However, it wasn't until 2002 when Attorney General announced in a press conference that 34-year-old Daryl David Rice, who had already been in jail for another assault in the same park, had been indicted for Julie and Lolly's murders. Ashcroft labeled their deaths as a hate crime since Julie and Lolly were a same-sex couple, and Rice apparently despised LGBTQ+ people. Unfortunately, the DNA testing proved inconclusive, and the evidence linking Rice to the crimes was purely circumstantial. Phone records had shown he had called a California support group for LGBTQ+ people, which Julie had written about in her diaries. The connections sparked the idea that the two women had been stalked and targeted by Rice. Without any forensic evidence placing Rice at the crime scene, the Department of Justice ended up dismissing the case, and he never went to trial for the murders. More than a quarter-century later, Julie and Lolly's killers have not been brought to justice, and their murders remain unsolved. Their case has been covered in countless podcasts, articles, and even in a successful book. Author Catherine Miles covered the Shenandoah National Park cold cases in her book titled Trailed: One Woman's Quest to Solve the Shenandoah Murders. She retraced the young woman's steps and took a deep dive into the evidence and the initial investigation. She believes another man, Richard Mark Ivanovitz, who was a serial killer. Ivanovitz killed himself in 2002, right before he was arrested in another crime. About 5 years ago, the FBI renewed its public outreach in search of tips and leads to help solve the case. Because the park is visited by people from all over, those who were nearby at the time of the murders could be from anywhere in the country or world. Been asked to call the FBI. Located in the Rocky Mountains National Park just outside Allen Spark, Colorado, Camp St. Malo was an all-boys Catholic summer camp established in the 1930s. It later became co-ed in the 1970s before being converted to a treat space in the 1980s. Eventually, the scenic chapel and grounds became a popular wedding venue, with sweeping views of the Rocky Mountains, but this beautiful place a dark history associated with it. On August 15, 1958, at Camp St. Malo, a 10-year-old camper named Bobby Viramontes disappeared. This was especially troubling to the staff and his parents because Bobby was born almost completely deaf. According to statements from the priests running the camp, Bobby had been fishing and had failed to follow a counselor and other boys back to the main lodge for dinner. A search party went out that night, and within days, hundreds of people aided by bloodhounds and aircrafts were in the woods looking for the boy. Bobby was not found as quickly as had been hoped. It was assumed that Bobby must have wandered off. Because he couldn't hear anyone calling or looking for him, he continued wandering in the wrong direction and got lost. In the days and weeks that followed, hope that Bobby was still alive seemed less and less possible. When they did find him, it would only be his bones, as Bobby's remains were not located for over a year. His remains were discovered on the east face of Mount Meeker, which was some distance from the camp. The initial coroner's report classified Bobby's death as an accident and determined he had likely died from exhaustion and exposure. This is what his family believed for 60 years. Both of his parents would die believing their only son's death was nothing more than a tragic accident. It was only decades and decades later that this original assumption would come into question. Not because of any new forensic evidence, but because of new information that little by little began to come out about the camp in the years that followed. It was uncovered that 3 of the seminarians at the camp had been accused of sexually assaulting, with 2 of them, Harold Robert White and Neil Hewitt, were described as serial child abusers. White molested at least 70 children in his 2 decades as a priest, and Hewitt was accused of molesting at least 9. Hewitt was the last person to see Bobby alive, and also the person who later found his remains a year after his disappearance. He would insist that he did not harm Bobby, and White died in 2006, long before the investigation was opened. A third priest, Jerry Repula, also deceased, had only one known incident of sexual assault, but was frequently moved around different parishes, leading investigators to wonder if he had other victims and was being protected by the church. Though none of these men were known murderers, the presence of all of them at the camp when Bobby went missing necessitated a criminal investigation be opened to look into it further. So in 2020, the National Park Service opened an investigation into Bobby's death over 60 years after his body was found. While new information regarding the investigation has not yet been released, and it is made much more difficult by the fact that many of those involved have since died, the police continue to seek out new leads that will help them identify Bobby's killer. They are asking anyone who is willing to come forward, who may have information, anyone who attended the camp with Bobby, to call the National Park Service. Casey Lee Johnson, who was 27 years old, was known as a kind person according to her partner, Beulah Berdinsky. They were in a relationship and connected because they both were transgender. Casey worked at a Domino's Pizza in Wilmington, North Carolina, and was well-liked by her co-workers. When she wasn't working, Casey enjoyed relaxing and watching anime. However, in January 2023, Casey disappeared suddenly and no one knows what happened to her. Months later, the disturbing truth would finally surface. January 13th, 2023 started as a typical day for Casey and Bella. The two went to work, came home, and readied themselves for a night of anime. At some point that evening, Casey announced that she needed to leave their home in the 1900 block of Trad Court. Casey assured Bella that she'd be gone for an hour, but she never returned. When an hour had passed, Bella started calling Casey, but there was never any answer. Worried, Bella took to the streets of Wilmington to look for her partner. They even began searching the woods near their home, hoping to find any sign of Casey. Casey's social media was scrutinized, but there was never any activity. Bella eventually reported her partner missing to the Wilmington Police Department, and the search for Casey began. Casey's family was also notified of her disappearance. The LGBTQ+ community of Wilmington banded together and held vigils for Casey's safe return. On January 18, 2023, investigators in Georgia were called to the discovery of a body on the banks of the Savannah River near Sugar Refinery. The body showed signs of brutality, and investigators were desperate to uncover the victim's identity. According to reports, it took until April 2023 for the remains to be positively identified as missing 27-year-old Casey Lee Johnson. Months before Casey's remains were discovered, the Wilmington Police Department named a suspect in her disappearance, 26-year-old William Haven Hicks. Investigators believe that William and Casey met on a social media, possibly a dating app, and met on January 13th. Williams was arrested in South Carolina and was being extradited to North Carolina. Casey was held hostage by William and taken to another location before being beaten to death with a hammer. William also stole her purse, ID, and $100 in cash. The Wilmington Police Department noted that William transported her from one place to another, held her hostage for ransom in involuntary servitude, caused serious bodily harm, and terrorized her. William Haven Hicks is currently in custody and is facing charges of first-degree murder, robbery with a dangerous weapon, and kidnapping. The case is due to be presented to a grand jury in the coming weeks. Casey's sister, Amber, has created a GoFundMe to help with funeral expenses for Casey. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On October 21, 2020, 48-year-old Trent Paskal recorded a disturbing video that had been made for his daughter and stepson. In the video's final moments, Trent can be seen walking into the bathroom and getting into the shower. However, once the camera was off, Trent jumped out in front of his wife, 30-year-old Savannah Paskal, as she was walking into the master bedroom. He shot her several times, with 2 fatal shots being made to her abdomen. Samantha's children were still at school when the entire event unfolded, and Samantha's mother, who was also in the house, managed to escape without injury. Following the shooting, Trent fled their home in La Marquis, Texas in his gray Chevrolet pickup truck. Samantha's mother ran into the home and called 911. When she arrived in the master bedroom, she found her daughter in a pool of blood. According to reports, a neighbor overheard Trent on the phone with Savannah's aunt as he was fleeing the scene. During the call, Trent confessed to having murdered Savannah. The Harris County Sheriff's Office was dispatched to the scene, and additional officers were sent to track Trent down. Tips and leads were called in minutes after the shooting, and police confronted Trent at a Walmart store on West Road on the I-45 North in Houston, and even threatened to shoot responding officers. In response, Trent was shot several times in the leg, upper body, and arms in order to subdue him. Trent was arrested and taken to the nearest hospital for treatment. Doctors determined that his injuries were not life-threatening, and after spending weeks in the hospital, he was released into custody at the Harris County Sheriff's Office in late 2020. Trent Paskal was extradited to the Galveston County where the murder occurred to face the courts. Disturbingly, Trent was released on a $450,000 bond with an additional $100,000 bail from the Harris County incident. Law enforcement was supposed to keep a close eye on Trent, but somehow he slipped through the cracks. He failed to show up to a court hearing in December 2020, which failed to raise any alarm bells. In February 2021, officers learned that Trent had picked up a traffic violation, but again, nothing was done. It wasn't until April 2021, when he failed to show up to court again, that authorities realized something was wrong. Trent had been fitted with an ankle monitor that should have kept tabs on him, but Trent was one step ahead of the authorities. Trent had somehow managed to remove the ankle bracelet and went on the run. He visited Chevrolet dealership during this trip and asked to test drive a Chevy Tahoe. Instead of returning the car, Trent held the salesman at knife point and stole the vehicle. Trent's movements between April 2021 and December 2021 are unknown, and a nationwide manhunt was underway. The U.S. Marshals covered Texas with Trent's wanted photos, hoping that someone had seen him around, but he was long gone. For months, investigators felt that Trent was slipping out of their hands. Then, in December 2021, they received the call they'd been waiting for. A witness called the U.S. Marshals to tell them that they'd seen Trent Paskal living in a van at the holiday travel park in Ocala, Florida. On December 31, 2021, local authorities cautiously approached the van Trent lived in. They gently knocked on the door, identifying themselves and asking Trent to come out. Moments later, officers heard one gunshot ring out, accompanied by a loud thud. When they made it inside the van, they found the body of Trent Paskal. Trent Paskal will never face justice for what he did, and Savannah's family is now left to pick up the pieces. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. The evening of February 27, 2011 felt like any other for 31-year-old Ted Lampley of Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Todd, his girlfriend, and another male friend were relaxing at home and watching TV after a long day of work. At around 10 p.m., Todd's girlfriend stepped out of the room to make a phone call, and seconds later Todd was shot through the living room window. The entire house descended into panic, with the residents running and ducking for cover. When the dust had settled slightly, they heard the sound of someone making a getaway in a car. Once Todd's girlfriend and the other residents determined it to be safe, they ran to Todd's side, but it was too late. The attacker had fired 3 shots at Todd, killing him almost instantly. Thankfully, no one else at the scene was injured and the police were called to the scene. Emergency services confirmed that Todd was deceased, which upgraded the case to a homicide. Investigators immediately began combing through Todd's personal life, looking for anyone with the vendetta against him. At the crime scene, investigators found 3 spent shell casings, a black phone, and bizarrely enough, a sweet potato. Investigators were puzzled at the sweet potato's appearance at the crime scene, but it was processed as evidence nonetheless. Investigators continued to dive into the case, but little clues materialized. No one came forward, and the news shocked everyone. Days after Todd's murder, the gun used in the crime was found in a pond near Ted's home. Whilst the gun matched the casings found at the scene, investigators found it difficult to track the owner. For weeks, the case went cold until forensic analysis took a closer look at the sweet potato found at the scene. Bizarrely, the sweet potato held a DNA profile and was discovered to have been used as a silencer. The DNA was sequenced and run through databases. Amazingly, it came up with a match: DeVoris Hampton. At the time of the murder, Hampton was on tag, or wearing an ankle bracelet, and investigators were able to utilize the GPS data to place Hampton at the crime scene. Investigators now had the mammoth task of retrieving a DNA sample from Hampton. Investigators carefully surveilled Hampton and were able to retrieve an item that he'd thrown away. The DNA sample was taken and investigators confirmed that DeVoris Hampton was Todd Lampley's killer. DeVoris Hampton was no stranger to local law enforcement, and in 2018 he had appeared before the courts charged with sexual assault of a child and another shooting that did not end in fatalities. Despite the solid DNA evidence against him, the Barnstable County courts and authorities had taken over 12 years to bring Hampton to justice. In early 2023, he was arrested for the murder of Todd Lampley, and the case against him is currently ongoing. The latest hearing was scheduled for April 5, 2023. Although the outcome of this hearing is currently unknown, investigators would later discover that it wasn't the first time that a sweet potato had been used in commission of a crime. The hit TV show The Wire also used a sweet potato as a silencer, although it was unknown whether this inspired Hampton. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On June 5, 1984, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Mary Ann Bagenstos, who was 25 years old, disappeared without a trace. She left behind her son, her house, and her family, all wondering what had happened to her. Mary Ann had recently separated from her husband, Jerry Bagenstos. They had been in a long custody battle over their only child, and the last court date was to settle child support payments, with Mary Ann being granted primary custody. After the separation, Mary Ann stayed in the family home while Jerry moved back in with his parents. To help with expenses, Mary and also took in a boarder. On the morning of her disappearance, the only person to see her that morning was Jerry, her estranged husband. He would later tell the detectives that he'd gone over to the house to take Marianne to a car dealership to trade in her vehicle. However, he said that when he arrived, she wasn't ready to leave yet, so he took his son to a nearby park, where they played for a while. When they returned to the house, Jerry claimed that Marianne left a note on the counter stating that the car wouldn't start and she'd popped over to the corner store and would be right back. He claimed he waited for hours, but she never returned. It had been Marianne's mother 2 days later who'd report her missing. Meanwhile, Jerry had moved back into the family home and kicked out the boarder who'd been staying there. Marianne's mother never believed Jerry's story. Marianne had been in a car accident a few years before her disappearance, and it had left her with a permanent limp, which she treated with a lift in her shoe. But walking was so uncomfortable for her, and her mother doubts she would ever have popped over anywhere on foot. When detectives first interviewed Jerry at the property, they noted an area of the garage that had freshly dug dirt, with cardboard over top in an attempt to remove the dirt to conceal it. When probed, Jerry gave conflicting statements about why he had dug a hole in his garage. The dug area was about 6 feet by 3 feet. Days later, they came back with a search warrant to excavate the hole. But it had again looked different than when the officer had first seen it. They dug 5 feet down, but there was no sign of anything. The search warrant was also exercised within the home, and the note that Jerry had claimed had gotten thrown away was found in the living room. The note, however, didn't say what Jerry had originally stated. The crumpled piece of paper stated, quote, "Had to run a quick errand to be right back. No mention of the car not starting or the corner store." When detectives canvassed the neighborhood, no one could recall seeing Mary and that day. But when detectives tried to confirm Jerry's story, they discovered that he'd called into work that morning. And when he returned the following day, his co-workers noted he had bandages on his arm. Jerry had given conflicting statements about what he'd been doing that day, and no one was able to confirm his whereabouts for the day his wife had gone missing. Jerry never seemed overly concerned about where Marianne had gone. He'd always told people that she had run away to start a new life, and would tell people often that he got postcards and calls from her. But Marianne's family have stated that they've never heard or seen Marianne since the day she disappeared. Also noting, none of her belongings were packed, and her bank account was never touched after she disappeared. Plus, the biggest flaw in Jerry's argument was that Marianne loved her son and would never, ever leave him behind. Without ever finding a body, detectives didn't have enough evidence to arrest Jerry Bagenstos. So he was allowed to move on, live his life, get remarried, and concrete over his garage. In 2018, Marianne's cold case would be reopened, with detectives going through all the original evidence in the case. The smoking gun would eventually be the note, according to Jerry, that had been written by Marianne. Another search warrant was issued for Jerry's home on September 2022. He had never moved from the home his first wife had disappeared from. Law enforcement would collect multiple items from the home, and some of those were handwriting samples from Jerry. The samples were examined and ultimately determined to be a match to that note. Jerry had written the note, not Mary, and also searched was the backyard of the home as well as the garage area. Detectives now believe that Jerry Bagenstos murdered his wife and originally hid her body in the garage. But when detectives had poked around and asked about the freshly dug dirt, he had dug her body back up and relocated her to somewhere else. However, detectives weren't able to find her remains on the property. On December 15, 2022, Jerry Bagenstos was arrested. Now 67 years old, he was charged with 1 count of criminal homicide for the murder of Marianne. Bagenstos is being held in custody while he awaits trial. He has so far pleaded not guilty. A trial date has not been set yet, but the family of Marianne look forward to seeing Jerry Bagenstos in court and hopefully receiving justice for Marianne even after 4 decades. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was the summer of 1971 when 24-year-old Rita Curran moved into a shared home in Burlington, Vermont. Rita was a school teacher, but that summer she was going to be working on her graduate degree and working as a housekeeper at a nearby motel. On July 19th, Rita returned home after a rehearsal with her a cappella singing group around 10 p.m. At the time when Rita went to bed, her roommates had all been home, but they had all left together to go get drinks at a nearby bar, leaving Rita alone. Hours later, the roommates returned home and made a horrible discovery. Bloody handprints were seen on the kitchen door, and then they found Rita's body in their room. They checked her body for a pulse, but immediately knew it was too late. She was cold to the touch. Rita had been viciously attacked. She was covered in defensive injuries, indicating that she had fought for her life, but was ultimately overpowered. An autopsy determined she'd been strangled to death. The killer had also sexually assaulted her. The crime scene was bloody and noted as particularly violent. Rita was covered in bruises. Her clothing, a robe and nightgown had been torn in half. Several key pieces of evidence were found at the scene, which included a cigarette butt, a hair found in Rita's hand, and blood evidence that had likely come from the killer. Initially, detectives presumed it might have been a robbery gone wrong. They hypothesized that someone had been casing the house, saw the three roommates leave, and took that opportunity to rob the home, but discovered Rita was still there. But that was quickly ruled out when they discovered Rita's purse still had cash in it, as well as her car keys and her car were found undisturbed. Next, the detectives went about to establish how the killer had gotten into the apartment. There had been no signs of forced entry or anything to indicate which door the killer had come in. The blood evidence on the back door indicated which door the killer had gone out of. They interviewed the roommates and asked about their door locking habits, and they revealed they only had one key that they all shared. When they had left Rita to go to the bar that night, they had left both the front and back door unlocked. The roommates were all cleared as suspects, as well as their boyfriends. Neighbors were also interviewed, which included a newly married couple that rented the apartment 2 floors above the girls. According to them, they didn't hear anything, and they both were each other's alibi, so they were ruled out as well. The investigation had gone on for months, with hundreds of hours dedicated to solving Rita's murder, but ultimately there wasn't enough evidence to get a solid suspect. Unfortunately, during that time, there had been a string of violent attacks on women. None appeared connected to Rita's case. In 1984, following the arrest of well-known serial killer Ted Bundy, Burlington PD established a theory that Rita may have been one of his early victims. They thought there might have been a connection because the motel Rita worked at was close to where Bundy had been born. Bundy was asked several times if he'd killed Rita Curran, and he denied it until his execution in 1989. Later, his DNA was tested against the DNA found at the crime scene, and Bundy was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. Throughout the years, the case was reopened multiple times. Rita's parents passed, never knowing what happened to their daughter, though her siblings would continue to search for justice. In 2014, evidence in the case was retested. They got a solid DNA profile from the cigarette butt found at the crime scene. It was entered into Cody's, but never led to an identification. In 2021, 50 years had passed since Rita's murder. It grew to be the oldest case in Burlington PD history. It was then that the evidence was, again, re-examined with new forensic techniques, and they got more DNA evidence from the housecoat, nightgown, and linoleum in the bedroom, which ultimately was tied back to the same DNA found on the cigarette. After 5 decades, many of the original suspects were long gone, but detectives reached out to one of the neighbors one more time, the wife of the couple who lived 2 floors above Frida. But this time, her story had changed since 1971. When re-interviewed, she said that her husband at the time, William DeRouse, had instructed her to say that he'd been with her all night. She said at the time she hadn't been concerned. Her husband had said his criminal history would make him an automatic suspect, and she felt that made sense and lied to the police. In actuality, her lie had given her sleepless nights because he hadn't been with her. She revealed that evening they had their first big fight since their marriage, and he had, quote, gone for a walk to let off steam and come back sometime after midnight, giving her husband about an hour and a half of time completely unaccounted for. She revealed that after Rita's death, her marriage with William had quickly spiraled downwards. They would eventually divorce in the 2-part ways. As far as she knew, it had been William's plan to move to Thailand to become a Buddhist monk. Detectives began to piece together William Jarrah's life after he moved from Vermont. They found that he'd gotten remarried in San Francisco in 1974, and that marriage was also quickly absolved when his second wife learned of his violent tendencies. When asked about her marriage, she told detectives she witnessed him stabbing a friend in the abdomen completely out of the blue, and she had quickly left him when they were having dinner one night and he started to strangle her suddenly without any provocation, pack her bags, and flee the marriage. William DeRuis died in 1983 of a drug overdose alone in a motel in San Francisco. DNA evidence confirmed that DeRuis had murdered Rita Curran. During a press conference, C.C. Moore, the head geologist at Parabon Nanolab, said, "Even though he's dead and there won't be justice, it is really a positive outcome. Rita's siblings are grateful to have answers as to who killed their sister. They thanked Burlington PD for their years of hard work to close the investigation." What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It had been around Halloween in 2001 when 19-year-old Amanda Gonzalez called her mother, Gloria Bates, while deployed at a military base in Germany. During that call, Amanda revealed that she was 4 months pregnant. It had been a surprise, but welcomed, and Amanda and her mother talked at length. After the call, Gloria booked plane tickets for her daughter to come home for Christmas. Amanda was on her first deployment, and she was enjoying Germany, but her first year in the military was proving a little bit of a challenge. The work itself was fine. She was a private and worked as a cook on the base. Amanda had always wanted to help people. She'd always been a bright student in school and had dreams of becoming a physiotherapist for children, and it had shocked her family when she came home and enlisted in the military. She had planned to serve her time and use her GI Bill to cover her schooling to be a physiotherapist. The military also gave her the opportunity to travel the world, and when the chance came to go to Europe came up, Amanda signed up. She did disclose to her mom that she was experiencing bullying from other military personnel, but she believed it wasn't anything she couldn't handle. Amanda had always been independent and was known to hold her own. In the military, her nickname had been Firecracker. However, Amanda never made it back to Texas for Christmas. On November 5th, Amanda failed to report to work. She was found in the third-floor barracks. Her cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation, and experts determined her time of death was likely 2 days before she'd been found. Now, many details of Amanda's murder investigation are not public since the investigation was being handled by both the FBI and the military. We don't know what evidence was collected or how many suspects were developed. For the next 2 decades, Gloria Bates advocated for her daughter. She wrote to members of Congress and various TV shows like Dr. Phil in America's Most Wanted. Anything to bring media attention, making sure Amanda's murder wasn't swept under the rug. When Vanessa Guilin was murdered in Fort Hood by a fellow soldier, it brought up waves of emotion for Gloria, who couldn't help but notice similarities to Amanda's murder. Then, after 21 years, Gloria received a call from the FBI. They'd made an arrest. Shannon L. Wilkerson, now 42, was arrested in Florida for the murder of Private Amanda Gonzalez. At the time of the murder, Wilkerson was a member of the armed forces, but soon after was discharged from the military. Wilkerson was charged under the military exoterritorial. He faces a sentence of life in prison and has so far pleaded not guilty. I'm not sure if we'll hear more about this case when it goes to trial, but if you want me to keep an eye on this case, let me know in the comments below. On July 29, 2000, 5-year-old Iriana DeJesus went missing in Hunting Park, Philadelphia. She was last seen playing outside her house. When her mother called her inside, she couldn't find her. Her mother reported her missing, and the police and the community began searching for her. There weren't many clues in the case. Witnesses said they saw Iriana with a Hispanic man, who they think was a traveler who had just arrived in town. He had introduced himself as Carlos. He had been working off the books for a local man doing handiwork. He was believed to have stayed in the apartment where the girl was found. Unfortunately, that is where the leads ended until 2004, when a man named Alexis Flores was arrested for forgery. As with many felonies, a DNA sample was taken and entered into the database when he was convicted and incarcerated. That DNA sample would eventually match the DNA found at the scene of Iriana's murder. Unfortunately, Before that DNA had confirmed a match, Alexis Flores, an illegal immigrant, was immediately deported to his home country of Honduras during his release from prison in 2005. In 2007, the FBI and Philadelphia authorities announced that Alexis Flores was the prime suspect in Iriana's murder. In March 2007, an arrest warrant was issued for Flores. On June 2, 2007, Alexis Flores was added to the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives and is currently still on that list. He is a 487th person to be added to the list. There is also an active Interpol red notice for Flores. Flores' last known location was Honduras, but the FBI believes that he may have moved back to the US in 2005. He'd be 39 years old today. He is described as a Hispanic male, 5 feet 4 inches, slim build with scars on his forehead and right cheek. Known aliases are Mario Flores, Mario Roberto Flores, Mario F. Roberto, Alex Contreras, Alexis Contreras. The FBI has a $100,000 reward for any information that leads to the arrest. If you have any information concerning this person, please contact your local FBI office or the nearest American embassy or consulate. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was in August 1980 when the body of a man was found in his truck in Eagle Mountain, California. The body was hard to identify as the truck had been blown up with explosives. The man would be later identified through dental records as Kim LaValle. Law enforcement would discover that 2 men were involved in the murder: Frank Soto Jr., who would testify against the second man, Glenn Stewart Godwin. Godwin and his roommate Frank Soto planned to rob a known dealer and pilot, Kim LaValle. He was known to traffic marijuana from Mexico to the United States by plane. Godwin used to know Kim, and it was known that the two didn't like each other. The two got Kim over to their apartment in Palm Springs, California, where Godwin is alleged to have beaten and then stabbed Kim at least 26 times. They then drove him in his truck, put home explosives on his body, and blew up the truck, hoping to hide his identity. Both men were charged with first-degree murder. However, Soto was the only one in the room. Godwin was charged, but because of the felony murder rule, which is a law in most states that allows anyone accused of committing a violent felony to be charged with murder if that felony results in the death of someone. Soto also testified against Godwin. Godwin was convicted and sentenced to 26 years to life in March 1981. This was Godwin's first conviction, and Soto was also convicted and is currently serving his life sentence. In 1987, Godwin attempted to escape from Dual Vocational Institute in California. After that attempt, he was moved to Folsom State Prison, a maximum security prison. Only 5 months after being moved to Folsom, Godwin, with the help of his then-wife, who he married while incarcerated, and another inmate, managed to smuggle in supplies, including a hacksaw. He managed to cut a hole in his bars, climbed into a manhole, and crawled 1,000 feet to the American River. The bars at the opening of the river had also been sawed. Investigators believe that this is where an accomplice left a raft or a boat that he used to float down the river following arrows that had been marked on rocks. The authorities started to look for his wife and asked the public for help. In 1990, she was arrested after her neighbor had seen the episode of America's Most Wanted about her now ex-husband. His wife Shelley Godwin had remarried and was living a quiet life in Texas. Not much was released about her arrest or whether she was charged or let go. There were articles in 1990 that showed that her current husband would stand beside her. Godwin fled to Mexico. In Mexico, he got into some trouble for drug dealing. He wasn't very good at it, because he was arrested in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico for drug trafficking and sentenced to 7 years in prison. He was serving his sentence at Jalisco State Penitentiary. U.S. authorities were trying to get him extradited back to California. In April 1991, he reportedly killed a fellow inmate in Mexico, delaying his extradition. He was due to be released to U.S. custody in late 1991, but in September, he escaped from the Mexico prison. There's little information on exactly how he escaped prison. Glenn Stewart Godwin was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives in 1991. He was the 447th person added to the list and was removed in May 2016. He is still at large and is considered extremely dangerous. The FBI currently has a $20,000 reward for any information that leads to his capture. He is wanted for escaping prison and to finish his murder sentence. Godwin is described as 6 feet tall, Caucasian, with black salt and pepper hair, a medium build and green eyes. Godwin is fluent in Spanish and is believed to be traveling through Mexico or Central America. Godwin remains one of the only successful prisoners to escape from Folsom Prison. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On November 29, 2004, 24-year-old Robert Keith Palomares, an armored car guard, was leaving an AMC movie theater in Phoenix, Arizona with about $56,000 in deposits, when a man wearing a dark hoodie or jacket stepped out from behind the ticket booth. The man shot 6 times at Robert. 5 of these shots were headshots. Robert's partner was in the truck, as is the protocol when picking up deposits. Robert didn't even have enough time to draw his weapon. The suspect then stole the money bag and rode off on a black and red mountain bike. Robert was pronounced dead at the scene and he was shot with a .45 caliber handgun. Reporters initially said a witness described the man as being 25 to 30-year-old Hispanic man. The bike was discovered by a police helicopter and sniffed out by a police dog abandoned in a nearby alley. Forensics were able to get fingerprints from the bike, and in early December they announced a suspect, Jason Derek Brown. On December 4, 2004, an arrest warrant for first-degree murder and armed robbery was issued for Brown. 2 days later, a federal warrant was issued for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. Jason Brown had ridden the bike to a BMW car waiting in the alley. The bike was then abandoned. At some point he got to Las Vegas, where he exchanged the BMW for a black Cadillac. Jason Derek Brown is reported to have owned a business called Toys Unlimited in Salt Lake City, Utah. Brown had bought a Glock semi-automatic handgun a few weeks before the shooting, which matched the caliber of the gun used at the shooting. He also took a concealed handgun course, which he did pass. At the course, he was fingerprinted, and those were sent to federal databases. In 2005, his brother, David John II, was arrested for obstruction of justice. It is believed that Brown had mailed his brother clothing, gold, equipment, and that he had been involved in cleaning his brother's BMW after the shooting. David John Brown was convicted in 2007 and had to serve 3 years on probation. Jason Derek Brown is described as a Caucasian male, 5 feet 10 inches, with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a surfer dude look. He was known to love being the center of attention and enjoyed showing off expensive cars, boats, and other accessories. The FBI reported that he has a master's degree in international business, speaks fluent French, and did a Mormon mission in France for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Jason Brown faced some financial problems in Salt Lake City, and he put himself into considerable debt. That is believed to be the motive for the heist. On December 7, 2007, Brown was the 489th person to be added to the FBI's top 10 most wanted list, with a $100,000 reward. Over the years, the FBI has received thousands of tips of sightings of Brown. Brown is believed to have a resemblance to the actor Sean Penn. One of his body doubles had even been arrested after a tip believed him to be Jason Brown. There have been reports that he has been seen all over the States as well as Canada. There has been one confirmed sighting in 2008. An acquaintance who had been on a Mormon mission to France had spotted him at a traffic light near the Hoggle Zoo in Salt Lake City. He was described as having longer hair than past wanted posters, and they believe that Brown must have been in the area to visit friends or family. Since the 2008 sighting, no other confirmed sightings of Brown have been confirmed. In March 2013, the FBI announced an increase of the reward to $200,000 in the hopes of finding Brown. But in September 2022, Jason Brown was removed from the top 10 most wanted without being captured. That doesn't mean the FBI has stopped looking, just that the list exposures can now get more recent criminal activity. He is still considered wanted and dangerous with ties in California, Arizona, and Utah. He may have traveled to France or Mexico. He is believed to still be in possession of a Glock 9mm. Please get in touch with the FBI if you have any information on Jason Brown. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On March 2nd, 1976 in Tyrrell County, North Carolina, 5 bodies were found in shallow graves that had been set on fire, 2 women and 3 boys. There was not much evidence and the North Carolina authorities were stumped. On March 8th, the Montgomery County Police in Maryland went to the home of William Bradford Bishop Jr. after neighbors reported not seeing the family for a few days, which was unusual. The family's Volkswagen was still in the driveway, but their Chevrolet station wagon was not. When police arrived, they found a trail of blood from the driveway to the front door. Inside the house was a gruesome scene and blood was everywhere. They found a bloody scene in all the bedrooms. The family had a golden retriever that was not found in the home. Shortly after, the burned victims were identified through dental records. They were identified as the Bishop family. Annette Bishop, 37. Brad, 14. Brent, 10. Joffrey, 5. As well as William's mother, Lobelia. However, there was no sign of William Bishop anywhere. It was like he had just vanished. Police initially thought that he might have been killed as well, but they hadn't found the body with the rest of the family, nor did they find any blood evidence. On March 18, 1976, authorities found Bishop's maroon Chevrolet station wagon at a remote campsite in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee. They found an axe and a shotgun. The back of the station was full of blood. Some reports said that the spare tire well was filled with a pool of blood. The blood was tested by blood type as this was 1976. Bishop's blood type was not found in the car, only that of his children, wife, and mother, who had worked for the State Department overseas. He speaks English, French, Italian, Spanish, and Serbo-Croatian. He held a diplomatic passport. Bishop's last known and confirmed sighting was March 2, 1976, when he used his credit card in Jacksonville, North Carolina, about 100 miles south of Tyrrell County, where his family's bodies were found. There, he bought $15.50 worth of sporting goods. Police interviewed family, friends, and neighbors and hundreds of other people. They could not find any reason as to why this had happened. They believed Bishop had done the crime, but could not find any reason why he did it. He was successful and they couldn't find anyone that knew of marital problems or mental health issues, and now Bishop had weeks of a head start. About 6 months after the murder and disappearance, William Bradford Jr. was officially charged with the murders. The FBI was now hunting for him for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. The following is what authorities believe to have happened. On March 1st, Bishop left work complaining of having the flu. He then went and bought a sledgehammer and a gas can, filled the car and the gas can, then went and bought a shovel and a pitchfork. He then drove home around 7 or 8 p.m., killed his family, loaded them in the car, and brought the dog with him. He then drove around 300 miles to Tyrrell County to dig a shallow grave and set his family on fire. He then went and bought shoes at a sporting goods store. Some reported they saw the dog while others did not. He then drove another 400 miles and dumped the car. This is the working theory. The dog was never found. He could have been let loose or still with Bishop. It's not known. By the time the family was identified and Bishop believed missing, he could have traveled anywhere. He had training and expertise with the State Department. In the months following, the police would discover that Bishop had been seeing a psychiatrist. Actually, he'd been seeing more than one over the years. None of his friends or family knew about it, and they discovered that he had insomnia. Still didn't answer why he snapped, or if it was really him. There have been reported sightings worldwide, including Italy, Belgium, England, Finland, Netherlands, Germany, Greece, Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland. Bishop had been in the military, he'd worked counterintelligence, he'd worked overseas for the military and the State Department. He had all kinds of skills to just disappear. On April 10, 2014, Bishop was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted list 38 years after his crimes. He was the 504th person added and stayed on the list until 2018. In 2014, they also did age progression to age 67 and released photos of a bust. Also is on an Interpol red notice. In 2021, The FBI confirmed that a woman who had used a home DNA test for 23andMe had worked to figure out that her biological father was the daughter of William Bradford Bishop. After the woman had come forward, the FBI used DNA found in a cigarette but that had been left in Bishop's car, and they confirmed that she was his daughter. The woman had been adopted in 1976. She was 18 at the time of the murders. The FBI believes that this is the first break in the case in decades. The FBI had looked extensively into Bishop's past until the day he'd gone missing. There was no information about an affair or that he'd gotten a woman pregnant before his wife. This shows a side of Bishop that they knew nothing about. Some authorities now believe William Bradford Bishop has died from the elements after abandoning his car. Some believe he fled to Europe and has lived his life. Some believe he must have died of old age by now, and Bishop would be 86 years old today. His FBI wanted posters describe him as, quote, Bishop was and may still be an avid outdoorsman, camper, and hiker. He had extensive camping experience in Africa. He also enjoyed canoeing, fishing, swimming, jogging, tennis, skiing, and riding motorcycles. Bishop enjoyed working out several times a week. He also is a licensed amateur pilot who learned how to fly in Botswana, Africa. Bishop has an American Studies degree from Yale University and a master's degree in Italian from Midbury College in Vermont. He has also read extensively and may have kept a diary or journal. A longtime insomniac, Bishop purported to have been under psychiatric care in the past and used medication for depression. He drank scotch and wine and enjoyed eating peanuts and spicy food. Bishop was described as intense, self-absorbed, prone to violent outbursts, and preferred a neat and orderly environment. The FBI is still looking for any information on Bishop, and they still receive tips almost daily. What do you think happened to Bishop? Is he still alive out there somewhere? What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On June 16, 1974, two men were looking for driftwood near burnt bridges on A1A near Singer Island, Palm Beach, Florida. While walking through the swampy mangrove, they spotted something in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they discovered human bones scattered around, likely due to animals. The two men contacted law enforcement, and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office began investigating. As mentioned, most of the bones were spread out across the swamp. Investigators found that some of the bones had been bound with wire, and there was even evidence to suggest that the person had been tied up to a nearby tree prior to their death. The medical examiner completed an autopsy, but failed to uncover the exact cause of death. In their report, the medical examiner and forensic anthropologist determined that the remains belonged to a white female between the ages of 14 and 25, around 4 feet 11 inches to 5 feet 2 inches and 83 to 120 pounds with strawberry blonde hair. Few conclusions could be drawn from the bones as only partial remains were recovered. At the scene, investigators discovered a black knitted sweater that was littered with what they believed to be bullet holes. Medical examiner determined that this was a homicide, and that the girl had likely endured a cruel death. The postmortem index determined that the time of death could have been anything from a few weeks to 8 months, giving investigators even less to work with. Missing persons cases in the area were cross-referenced, but none matched these remains. In the absence of a name, she was dubbed the Palm Beach Jane Doe, might hold the key to her identity. One article noted that the Jane Doe's teeth had 3 filled cavities and 3 more in need of dental work. Despite this unique dental pattern, investigators again failed to find any matches. Years would pass without a word, and the Palm Beach Jane Doe case went cold. Whenever investigators had free time, they would glance over the case file, hoping to find that golden lead. Many decades later, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office reached out to Othram Incorporated and asked for their assistance in this case. Incredibly, Othram was able to extract and develop a DNA profile from the partial remains recovered in 1974. Othram Labs put out a press release and stated that their genealogists had found possible family members within months. From there, the Palm Beach County Police Department stepped in and spoke to these family members. Those who cooperated gave DNA samples. Weeks later, the results were in. Othram's genealogists had been correct. In June 2022, Othram and the Palm Beach County Police Department went public and announced the remains discovered in 1974 belonged to 15-year-old Suzanne Gilippol. Suzanne, or Susan as she was also called, was born on February 12, 1957, and lived with her family at a trailer park in Fort Lauderdale. By 1972, Susan had dropped out of school and began living with her friends at Wilton Manor's apartment part-time. In December 1972, Susan dropped off the map and was never seen or heard from again. Her family discovered that she'd left all of her personal items at her friend's apartment. In late December 1972, her parents reported her missing. 2 years later, Susan's remains would be discovered in the remote mangrove, and she remained unidentified for almost 50 years. By the time Othram had successfully identified her, her mother was in her late 90s and feared that she would never find out what happened to her daughter. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office believes that Susan was a victim of the infamous serial killer Gerard Schaefer, who had worked as a Wilton Manor's police officer in late 1972 and later became a sheriff's deputy. Schaefer is known to have killed at least 2 girls in the area, but investigators believe that he is responsible for many more because he was in the possession of numerous personal items detectives believe were trophies from victims. He was convicted of murdering 2 girls by taking them out to the mangroves and tying them to trees. He died in prison in 1995. No physical evidence links Schaefer to Susan's murder. Detectives are investigating all angles. If anyone knew Susan in 1972, they're being asked to contact the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Detective William Springer. They're looking for friends who might be familiar with Susan's personal effects to look through the items found in Schaefer's possession and hope someone can tie some of these items back to Susan. Ideally, they would like to speak to Julie Hunt and Michelle Williamson, all from the Broward County, Florida in 1972. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In 1984, sisters Lily and Willene Kennedy lived in a small blue and white house in the Heights area of Houston, Texas. Willene was an interior decorator who focused on stained glass decorations. She also sold old-fashioned clothes and jewelry. Lily used to work with data but was out of a job. After a rough divorce, she moved in with her sister on East 12th Street, wanting to keep her new address secret from her ex-husband. On March 5, 1984, just a few days after Lily moved into the home, the girl's 63-year-old father Jack was waiting for them to pick him up to drive him to a doctor's appointment at 8 a.m. When neither of them had arrived at his house by 8:30, he became worried and decided to walk over to their home. When Jack arrived at the small house, the door was slightly ajar. He made a terrible discovery. The bodies of his daughters were on the floor of the living room, lying head to foot in a row. Lily had been shot once in the head. Willene, however, had been raped and stabbed 4 times in the neck, which led the police to believe that Willene had been the killer's intended target. The murders did not seem like a typical random act of violence. There were no signs of forced entry, and nothing aside from Lily's wallet had been stolen from the house. Willene's wallet, which contained several $100s, along with her valuable jewelry inventory, had all been left behind. The house had been ransacked as though the killer had been looking for something. Police found unknown shoe prints at the scene, but no fingerprints that could lead them to a suspect. A neighbor reported to the police that she had been awoken at 6 a.m. by 2 loud noises that may have been gunshots. Shortly after 6 a.m., another man who lived in the area was getting ready to leave for work when he saw a man walking down the street carrying a bundle made out of a quilt. He confronted the man, thinking that he might be a burglar. The man claimed that he had just gotten into a fight with his girlfriend and he had just gotten kicked out of the house. He had hastily shoved his belongings into the quilt on the way out. The neighbor accepted the story and the man walked off. The neighbor met with a sketch artist and helped develop a composite image of the man he had seen. Given the fact that Lily's divorce had just been finalized the Friday before she died, and she was afraid of her ex-husband, he seemed like a viable suspect. However, at the time of the murders, he had been in the hospital recovering from back surgery. Willene also had been threatened by an on-again off-again boyfriend, but he passed a polygraph and was not identified by the neighbor, who had seen the man near the crime scene in a lineup. He was eventually cleared as a suspect. The case eventually went cold. In 2009, the Houston Police Department Homicide Division's Cold Case Unit re-examined the evidence from the case, hoping that modern technology would provide a lead. From Mylane's rape kit, they were able to develop a DNA profile. Unfortunately, there was no match to the profile in Cody's, so police were still unable to identify the killer. In 2014, Houston Police Sergeant Paul Modard received a phone call from a defense attorney who told him that he had a client with information about the murder. The informant was in prison in Indiana at the time and refused to give his information over the phone, so Modard traveled to Indiana to meet with him. According to the informant, shortly after Willene and Lily's murders, a friend had shown up at his home in an agitated state, going on about two sisters and how hard it was to kill someone. He pulled a bundle made up in a quilt, like the one the witness had seen a man carrying near the scene of the crime, out of his car. The man then smashed a gun with a hammer in the informant's yard and started a fire, in which he threw a woman's wallet, a knife, and other items. The informant went with the man as he buried the remnants from the fire and the quilt in a drainage ditch. The man who had come to the informant's home that day was named Edmund Beauregard Deegan, and still lived in the Houston area. Outside of the times he had spent in state prison, it was largely unclear how he spent the 30 years since the murders, as he mainly worked odd jobs in construction that did not leave an employment record. Pictures of him from 1984 closely resemble the sketch of the strange man seen near the crime scene the morning of the murders. Deegan met with Sergeant Modard and admitted to knowing Willene Kennedy. He had a wholesale used clothing business in the early 80s and had crossed paths with her in connection with her own clothing business. He said that he had last seen her a week before her death. He denied ever having any sort of sexual relationship with her. He voluntarily provided a DNA sample, which turned out to be a match to the profile extracted from Wylene's rape kit. On January 14, 2015, more than 30 years after the Kennedy sisters were killed, Deegan was arrested and charged with capital murder. The prosecutors were concerned about going to trial, however, even with the DNA evidence. They did not have physical evidence tying Deegan to Lily's murder, and feared that trying him for both murders together would create reasonable doubt. They decided to offer him a plea deal, in which she would only have to plead guilty to Wylene's murder. On February 20, 2017, Deegan pled guilty to Wylene's murder and received a sentence of 15 years. While this seems like a short sentence for such a serious crime, the actual time Deegan will spend in prison will in fact be even shorter. Under a Texas mandatory release law that applies to anyone convicted of murders that occurred between 1977 and 1987, Deegan will automatically be released from prison in 2024 instead of 2030. Since he had remained in custody since his arrest in 2015, he was eligible for parole just 5 months after his sentencing. Lily and Wylene's niece, Jackie Elliott, launched a media campaign urging members of the community to write to the parole board, discouraging Deegan's release. He was not granted parole and remains incarcerated. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Timothy Coggins was a fun-loving and outgoing 23-year-old in 1983. He was known to be a good dancer, and he was very close with his 5 siblings. He could strike up a conversation with almost anyone he met. He was last seen alive on the night of October 7th, when he went out dancing at the People's Choice Club in Griffin, Georgia. On October 9th, hunters discovered Timothy's disfigured body discarded near some power lines in the nearby town of Sunnyside. Timothy had been stabbed 30 times and dragged down the rural dirt road behind a vehicle. His injuries were so extensive that police could not identify him based on his appearance, and his family had to give him a closed casket funeral. The overkill involved in his murder led to fears that Timothy's death was meant to send a message. Tim had recently begun dating a white woman and had reportedly been socializing with another white woman at the People's Choice Club the night he was last seen. These were still dangerous things for a black man like Tim to do in that area of suburban Georgia at the time, something his ride to the club that night had warned him about. There were a few leads discovered. Tim had reportedly been last seen with white men in a gold compact car, and a potential suspect was identified. However, Tim's case was not a high priority to Sheriff James Freeman, and resources were quickly diverted to more trivial crimes like vandalism and stolen mailboxes. Clint Phillips, who was the lead investigator on the case in 1983, described these attitudes and actions in court under oath in 2018. Tim's case had gone cold almost immediately, and Phillips had to close it after just a few months. Over half of the evidence collected at the scene would eventually disappear. It would be 34 years and 4 days before any arrest was made in Tim's case. On October 13, 2017, 5 people were arrested in connection to the case. Bill Moore Sr., 58, and Frankie Gebhardt, 59, were charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and concealing a death. Gregory Huffman, 47, was charged with obstruction and violation of oath of office. Lamar Bunn, 32, and Sandra Bunn, 58, were both charged with obstruction. Moore and Gebhardt were brothers-in-law, and Sandra Bunn was Gebhardt's sister. Lamar Bunn was Sandra's son and Gebhardt's nephew. Moore and Gebhardt were the only 2 individuals charged with crimes directly tied to Tim's death. The other 3 individuals were accused of crimes committed long after the murder, carried out to help cover it up. Lamar Bunn was a part-time police officer who previously worked for the Lamar County Sheriff's Office and who, according to his arrest warrant, instructed Gebhardt on how to prevent having his DNA collected, and met with other members of law enforcement in an attempt to prevent the collection of evidence in the case. Sandy Bunn was alleged to have instructed her brother on how to obstruct and prevent the collection of evidence. Gregory Huffman was a Spalding County Sheriff's Office detention officer, accused of revealing the name of a confidential informant being used against Gebhardt. Following their arrests, Lamar Bunn was placed on unpaid administrative leave pending an investigation, and Huffman was fired. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation had reopened the case based on reports that Gebhardt, who was the one potential suspect identified in 1983, was bragging about the murder in prison. He was boasting to other inmates about how he and his brother-in-law had protected the white race from black people by killing a black man, although he exclusively used a racial slur that will not be repeated here to describe him. Gebhardt has numerous white supremacist symbols tattooed on his body and was an outspoken that limited the rights of African Americans that the local government was trying to have taken off the books in the early 1980s. The white woman Tim had been socializing with on the night of October 7, 1983, turned out to be Gebhardt's girlfriend. The report of Gebhardt's statements in prison prompted GBI agents to re-interview witnesses, many of whom said that they had been threatened into silence by Gebhardt in 1983. The renewed interest in the case in turn spurred even more eyewitnesses to come forward, and over 60 people were eventually interviewed by authorities. Gebhardt had apparently been very proud of his crime, and his involvement in the murder was apparently common knowledge, although fear of Gebhardt and his threats of violence kept the community quiet. One of the witnesses had been just 10 years old when he heard Gebhardt describe the gruesome crime in detail. Physical evidence, including a chain, a knife, and a shoe, was found thrown inside a well on Gebhardt's property. On June 26, 2018, a Spalding County jury found Frankie Gebhardt guilty of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, and concealing the death of another. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. Bill Moore was scheduled to go to trial later in 2018 on the exact same charges, but after Gebhardt's conviction, he agreed to a plea deal. The Coggins family was consulted about the deal and agreed to its terms. On August 16th, Moore pled guilty to volunteering manslaughter and concealing the death of another. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison plus 10 years of probation and will be eligible for parole. Judge Fletcher Sams placed an additional condition on the plea deal, barring Moore from ever returning to Spalding County or any of its surrounding counties should he ever be released from prison. Told CNN that she was close enough to Moore in the courtroom to speak to him at his sentencing. I told him that what he did to our family 35 years ago tore our family apart, she said. Our grandmother went to her grave not knowing what happened to her son. I said, we forgive you. I hope that whoever you pray to, you ask for forgiveness and are forgiven. Marcia Carter moved from Canton, Ohio to California with her husband and 3 sons in 1979. Within a few years, however, she and her husband divorced. By 1983, 25-year-old Marcia was living in the city of Richmond and had a 4th child, a son she did not share with her ex-husband. The single mother managed to work as a purchasing agent for a manufacturing company to support her children, attend college, and sing in a rock band. Marcia's oldest sons, Dante, 11, Travis, 9, and Antoine, 7, saw their mother for the last time on the night of Tuesday, December 6th, before they went to bed. When they woke up the following morning, their mother was not in her bedroom, but a large pool of blood was. The frightened boys ran to get help from a neighbor, who came back to search the apartment. The boys' baby brother, Andre, who was just days away from his 1st birthday, had been hidden under the bed, unharmed. 10 days later, Marcia's 1975 Mercury Monarch was found in the parking lot of a hotel in West Sacramento. Her body was inside of the car's trunk. She had been stabbed to death. Marcia's case went cold, but was reopened in 2008. Blood evidence found on a piece of Marcia's clothing left behind in her bedroom was sent to the Contra Costa County Crime Lab. But there was a severe backlog of evidence so the samples from Marcia's case were not tested until 2016. When they were finally tested, they revealed a blood DNA profile belonging to the man Marcia's sons had always believed killed their mother. In September 2016, Sherelle L. Smothers was arrested and charged with Marcia's murder. Smothers and Marcia had previously dated. According to Marcia's sons, he did not take the end of their relationship well, and leading up to the murder, he had been waging a campaign of harassment against the family. He would smash windows at their apartment and make threatening phone calls. He would show up at the apartment, and Marcia would have to tell him to leave them alone and slam the door in his face. Marcia warned her sons to run if Smothers ever got close to them. When he was arrested, Smothers was confined to a wheelchair. He had been driving in a Corvette in 1988 when he was rear-ended by a drunk driver. He was hit with enough force to flip his car, and was left partially paralyzed. He filed a lawsuit against General Motors after the accident and was awarded $6.1 million. He used some of this money to post his $1 million bail and remained out of custody while awaiting his trial. In addition to the blood evidence found in Marcia's bedroom, Contra Costa County prosecutors also had a witness who ultimately testified at trial that Smothers had tried to hire him to kill Marcia for $500 in 1983. He had recorded some of these conversations. Smothers had shown the witness a map of Sacramento and pointed at locations where Marcia's body could be dumped. One of those locations was the hotel where Marcia's body was eventually located. By the time this man came forward, he was suffering from stage 4 lung cancer. He apologized to Marcia's sons for failing to come forward sooner. At the end of Smothers' trial, it took the jury only 3 hours of deliberation to reach a verdict. The reading of the verdict was delayed when Smothers failed to appear in court to hear it. A bench warrant was issued and he was arrested and brought to court so that the verdict could be read. He was found guilty. After Marcia's death, her 3 oldest sons had gone to live in Oakland with their father. When he had difficulty supporting them financially, they were sent back to Ohio to live with family members. They spoke at Smothers' sentencing about the impact there had on their lives. We definitely wanted to say our piece to the court, how this affected us, the negative residual effects that have happened, Travis Carter told the court. We're all doing much better now. We've become very successful individuals and businessmen. But it wasn't without a lot of pain, a lot of tears, poverty growing up, a lot of things that you don't want your kids to go through. Marcia's sons grew up sharing her love of music. They say it helped them cope with her loss. And Dante grew up to be a rapper. During his statement at Smothers' sentencing, Travis Carter also attributed their ability to handle Marcia's death to their faith. We believe that we'll see her again, he said. That's the positive part we take of our faith. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Wednesdays were always busy at the Spectator offices. This weekly newspaper in Joliet, Illinois had to finish its newest edition by Wednesday night to be ready for printing on Thursday morning. On Wednesday, September 25, 1957, Molly Zilko arrived at work at 7 a.m. and ended up working for almost 17 hours, just a bit longer than her usual workday. Molly's role at the paper was a bit hard to pin down. She started as the secretary-treasurer, focusing on the business side of the newspaper, but over 21 years, she took on more and more tasks involved in producing the paper. She frequently wrote articles for the paper and spent a lot of time investigating stories. Nothing made it into the Spectator without Molly approving of it, and she demanded perfection in the proofs she was presented with. After a long day spent talking on her private phone line and examining and approving page proofs for the new issue of the paper, Molly finally left the office at 11:27 p.m. Molly had finished almost all of that week's issue of the paper before she left the office. All she had left to complete was the front page, which she planned to handle first thing in the morning when she arrived back at the office at 6 a.m. Instead, Molly herself would end up being the new issue's front page headline. At 5:15 a.m. the following morning, 2 printers arrived at the Spectator office and called Molly to wake her up, as they usually did on Thursdays. She did not answer the phone. When she did not arrive at the office by 6, as she normally did to get the paper ready to print, they drove to her home on Buell Avenue, just a 3-minute drive away. When they arrived, Molly's black 1955 Chrysler was parked in front of the apartment. Her car keys were under the seat, where she typically left them. One of the shoes Molly had been wearing the night before was on the trunk of the car, and the other was found in the grass nearby. The printers called other staff members and 2 of Molly's siblings. The group got a locksmith to come out and let them into Molly's apartment on the 2nd floor. There was no sign of Molly inside. It did not appear that her bed had been slept in the night before, and the jewelry she had been wearing the previous day was not found inside the apartment. The police were called. The investigation quickly turned up a few clues. Neighbors reported hearing muffled screams, as well as the sound of a car speeding down the street sometime around midnight. They all had attributed the noises to rambunctious teenagers. The shoe had been on the trunk of the car because a man walking down the street at 12:15 a.m. had seen it on the ground and picked it up and placed it there so that its owner would find it. Based on the times of these 2 accounts, whatever happened to Molly had happened very quickly. Molly had previously told friends and family members that if anyone ever came after her, she would take off her shoes and try to run, leaving the shoes behind as a sign that something had happened to her. While it seems unlikely that Molly would have had time to take off her shoes while trying to flee and attack her, Molly did habitually drive without her shoes on. If she had been attacked as soon as she got out of her car, she would not have had her shoes on and could have thrown them on the ground to leave as a clue. Molly's disappearance became a major news story, in part because her co-workers at the newspaper made it so. Reporters from across the Midwest traveled to Joliet to cover the case as well. The air and ground search for Molly spanned 5 counties. Local motorcycle riders and hot rod drivers searched the back roads of Joliet. Waterways were also searched. Despite the media coverage and the thorough searches, Molly Zilko remained missing. 1910 in Joliet. Both of her parents were Slovenian immigrants, and when her father Frank became a United States citizen a year before her birth, he had altered the spelling of the family's surname to make it seem less foreign to native-born Americans, as many immigrants did at the time. Molly's first name was Americanized as well. Her legal name, as it appears on her birth certificate, was Amalia. She would, as an adult, sign her name to official documents like her will and passport, as it appeared on her birth certificate, but she publicly used the more common name Amelia. However, her full first name rarely mattered, as most people called Amelia by her preferred nickname, Molly. At the age of 17, Molly had gotten a job as a secretary at the law practice of William McCabe. McCabe would be a fixture in Molly's professional career, and she would remain fiercely loyal to him. The 42-year-old was a lawyer by the time he hired Molly, but he had started out his career as a reporter in 1903 and had worked for several newspapers. McCabe was also heavily involved in politics. He had served 6 terms as an Illinois state representative and then as the mayor of Lockport, Illinois for 2 years. In 1932, he was elected Will County State's attorney and made Molly his office manager. In June of 1936, McCabe decided to get back into the newspaper business after he lost his bid for re-election as state's attorney. He bought The Spectator, a weekly newspaper in Juliet. That December, he made a deal with Molly. He offered her the position of secretary-treasurer of The Spectator, a position which would pay her $20 a week. Her main responsibility would be to ensure the paper's finances were built on a solid foundation. If she achieved this goal, she would be given 33 shares of Spectator stock. Molly received these shares at the beginning of 1945. On April 7, 1948, William McCabe, who was again running for public office, was beaten with baseball bats and left for dead along a rural road by 4 attackers. He was not found for several hours. While he survived the attack, he was plagued by pain and health problems for the remainder of his life. This left him unable to be as active in the day-to-day operations of The Spectator. With McCabe out of the office much more frequently due to his injuries, Molly took on more and more of the responsibilities of the newspaper. While Molly had been a major part of The Spectator, it was at this point that she became the main driving force behind it. Molly received 15 more shares of stock in the paper in December of 1951. In 1953, she and William McCabe established a trust agreement. They each held 48 shares of stock in The Spectator and gave 3 additional shares to state's attorney Frank Masters to hold in trust. In the event that either Molly or William passed away, Masters was to sign the 3 shares over to the surviving member of the agreement, which would give them controlling interest in the paper. Given William McCabe's advanced age and poor health, he was expected to pass away long before Molly, making the trust agreement essentially his way of making Molly Zilko his heir apparent as far as The Spectator was concerned. The attack on McCabe resulted in Molly being much more involved at the paper, and it also resulted in Molly getting involved in investigations that made a lot of dangerous people unhappy. Molly believed that her longtime employer and business partner had been attacked by members of a local crime syndicate. Joliet was plagued at the time by political corruption and organized crime. Just before McCabe was attacked, The Spectator had run several articles about the illegal gambling operations the syndicate operated in the area. Molly believed that McCabe had been targeted because of the attention he had brought to the illicit operation and not for political motives. Molly would use The Spectator to voice her opposition to corruption and organized crime right up until her disappearance. She publicly denounced the minor punishment Juliet's mayor received for failing to pay taxes on kickbacks he had received. She figured out how to record phone calls and had several contractors fixing bids on city projects on tape. She banned the wife of suspected gang leader Francis, the Thin Man Curry, from the paper's society pages and would copy down license plate numbers from cars parked outside the Curry home while they were having parties. She reported heavily on local illegal gambling activities and the failure of police to shut them down. Gambling and its ties to organized crime dominated much of Molly's work at The Spectator just prior to her disappearance. Francis Curry's organization controlled the distribution and operation of pinball machines in Joliet. A Supreme Court ruling had also just declared that pinball machines were to be considered gambling devices. Molly therefore wrote editorials supporting city council candidates who wanted to ban the machines in Joliet, as well as the legislation itself. The city council voted to ban pinball machines in August of 1957, with the ordinance going into effect the following January. That same month, Molly focused in on an illegal gambling establishment operating out of an area warehouse, sending reporters and a photographer to investigate it. The attention resulted in the establishment having to close down. It reopened 2 weeks after Molly went missing. In short, there was not a shortage of dangerous people who would have been happy to see Molly Zilko disappear. While Molly publicly showed no fear in her writing, refusing to back down in her coverage of corruption and crime, she did often fear for her safety. She frequently suspected that she was being followed and once called one of her brothers because she thought someone was waiting to attack her in the parking lot outside of the Spectator offices. He drove over and sat in his car in the parking lot with a shotgun to watch her as she walked to her car, in case she had been right. Molly's office window had also previously been shot at. However, a mob-related abduction or politically driven crime is not the only possible scenario in Molly's case. It has been considered that Molly may have voluntarily disappeared and left her shoes outside her apartment to make it appear as though she had been abducted. Molly normally had the press room foreman follow her on the short drive home when she left work late at night. On the night she went missing, she did not ask him to, which further added to the speculation that she had left on her own accord. Given the concern she had about her safety, it would not have been unreasonable for her to leave town and start a new life, as her own personal version of the witness protection program. After Molly's disappearance began receiving publicity, numerous possible sightings of her were reported around the country. By the summer of 1958, FBI offices in a dozen cities across the country had followed up on alleged sightings of Molly. None of these sightings were ever substantiated. Molly was also allegedly spotted overseas, but her passport had expired in 1953, and she had never applied for a new one. It was also suggested after Molly disappeared that she had less than honorable reasons for wanting to leave Juliet. Molly did own several luxury items, like mink coats and expensive jewelry, that seemed too expensive for someone with Molly's salary to purchase. When she went missing, she was wearing a diamond ring and a bracelet that was worth $5,000. She also owned a 17.5-carat diamond ring that had reportedly been exhibited at the 1933 World's Fair and was valued at more than $30,000. This led to rumors that Molly had been embezzling money from the Spectator and had run off to live on the stolen money she had hidden in a secret bank account. However, when William McCabe's daughters, who did not like Molly or the amount of influence she had of the Spectator, took over operations at the paper in Molly's absence, their first order of business was to order an audit of the paper's finances, which showed no missing funds or discrepancies. At least some of Molly's expensive jewelry had reasonable explanations. The diamond ring Molly had been wearing the night she disappeared is rumored to be the engagement ring she had been given as a young woman. Her fiancé had been killed in an accident and Molly never married anyone else. Molly had also only paid $5,000 for the 17.5-carat ring because she had purchased it from an estate. Molly also only paid $55 a month in rent for her second-floor apartment. She barely furnished it since she spent so much time at work. This would leave a larger portion of her salary available for discretionary spending. While all of the money she had to spend on expensive items isn't necessarily accounted for, there is no evidence of gross financial misconduct on her part. With local authorities having no luck in finding Molly, her friends and family began putting pressure on the FBI to get involved. One of Molly's brothers organized a petition which received more than 5,000 signatures, imploring the FBI to take up the case. William McCabe wrote J. Edgar Hoover personally, arguing that the FBI's involvement was necessary because of the corruption going on in Joliet and Molly's advocacy against it. Publicly, the FBI refused to take on the case, claiming that there was no actual proof that Molly had been abducted or that any other federal law had been broken, which would have been necessary for them to have authority to investigate the case. Covertly, however, the FBI did in fact show an interest in Molly's case. They pulled tax returns for Molly and her associates, checked for secret accounts in dozens of banks, and followed up on and discredited several reported sightings of Molly. By January of 1958, with no more leads and no evidence that any federal statutes had been violated, the agent in charge of the FBI's office in Chicago wrote to J. Edgar Hoover, asking for permission to end the Bureau's investigation. Hoover insisted that the case remain open and would deny all further requests to shut down the investigation. For more than a year and a half, Hoover was skeptical of the authorities in Joliet, of the local crime syndicate of the Zelko family, and of Molly herself. While Hoover believed there were a lot of leads for the Bureau to investigate, none of them located Molly or proved that a federal crime had been committed. Molly's disappearance also caught the attention of future presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy. In 1958, Kennedy was the chief counsel for the Senate Rackets Committee and came across Molly's case while investigating organized crime's involvement in the coin machine industry. Kennedy came to Illinois to interview James Rinna, a mob enforcer serving time in prison for, among other things, threatening a newspaper editor who had been reporting on criminal ties to pinball machines. During his meeting with Kennedy, Rinne confessed to being involved in Molly Zilko's kidnapping and claimed to know where she had been buried. Kennedy and his investigator went to the farm Rinne had identified as the site of the burial and dug for Molly's remains themselves, but found nothing. Rinne later admitted to fabricating the story in hopes that Kennedy could get his sentence reduced. In 1978, reporters Lonnie Kane and John Whiteside published a series of articles re-examining Molly's case. In the course of their investigation, they uncovered two new major witnesses in the case. One of them was a bartender, who may in fact have been the last person to see Molly before she disappeared. According to the bartender, Molly had come into the private club where he worked and had a drink on the night she vanished. She left him a 50-cent tip and asked for $4 and change. She then made at least 2 long-distance phone calls from a phone booth and left. The phone records from that day had long been destroyed by the time Kane and Whiteside heard about this account, so there was no way for them to confirm it or investigate the people Molly had called. The bartender's story does fill in a gap on the timeline of Molly's final night. Her apartment was just a 3-minute drive from her office at The Spectator. Molly left the office at 11:27, and Molly's neighbors heard screams around midnight. If those screams came from Molly as she was being abducted, and she was abducted as she got out of her car to go into her apartment, then there was almost a half hour of time that would be unaccounted for, during which she could have stopped at the club for a drink. The second witness was a woman who insisted that she remain anonymous, and was given the pseudonym Sarah in Kane and Whiteside's coverage of her account. In September of 1957, Sarah lived on Stryker Avenue in Joliet, across the street from a construction site where a storm sewer pipe was being put in. At 1:30 a.m. on September 26th, an hour and a half after Molly Zilko's suspected abduction, she awoke to the sound of a car and got up to see if it was her husband arriving home. Sarah claimed to have seen 4 men get out of a dark car with Michigan license plates. They took something long and wrapped in a blanket out of the trunk of the car. Sarah then saw a woman's limp leg fall out of the blanket. The men buried the woman in the ditch that had been dug for the pipe before driving off. At least one of these men worked at the construction site, and Sarah saw him bulldozing over the area the following morning. This man was one of many who worked at the site who would come over to Sarah's house to ask for water. When this man came to ask for water that day, he asked Sarah if she had slept well the night before, and she feared that he had seen her witness the burial from her window. Sarah agreed to be hypnotized under the supervision of a doctor. The doctor believed that she was being truthful, and that she had experienced a traumatic event the night Molly Zilko went missing. Kane and Whiteside were also able to confirm that there had been a storm sewer pipe construction project on Stryker Avenue in September 1957. The Will County State's attorney did not find Sarah's statements convincing. Sarah had waited 21 years to come forward and was not an ideal witness. Since Kane and Whiteside cannot reveal her identity, they cannot provide exact details as to why, but they have described her as having personal problems and strange beliefs. An exhumation of the area would have been very difficult and expensive, and as such was never carried out, since it would have been done solely based on Sarah's account. John Whiteside passed away from cancer in 2005 at the age of 61. Lonnie Kane maintains a Facebook page dedicated to Molly's case and is currently working on both a book and an 8-part podcast about her story. Molly's longtime mentor and business partner, William McCabe, died less than a year after she went missing. In 1959, Molly's shares of The Spectator were sold to McCabe's widow Ada for $51,000. The paper's popularity and success began to diminish, and the McCabe family sold it 4 years later. The Spectator went out of business in 1965. Molly Zilko was legally declared dead in 1964. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. The story of a Long Beach John Doe is tragic from start to finish. At around 4:15 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. on June 3, 1978, the body of a teenage boy was found lying down on Division Street, close to the intersection with Corona Street in Long Beach, California. Given his youthful look, those who discovered the body immediately knew he was a teenager. First responders arrive at the scene minutes later, and at first they believed that the boy was yet another victim of a drug overdose. However, when he arrived at the medical examiner's office, his body told another tale. He had been strangled before being callously thrown onto Division Road. The report detailed that he was between 5 feet 7 inches and 5 feet 11 inches. He'd been found wearing a blue t-shirt, blue jeans, brown belt, and blue and white Red Wings running shoes. The word paid had been stamped on his hand, although the ink had faded significantly by the time he was discovered. Investigators believe that the paid stamp had possibly originated from a bar or club in the area. A medical examiner estimated that he was between 5 and 19 years old, although the lower end of the estimate was favored. In the days after his death, nobody came forward to claim him, and investigators took to calling him Long Beach John Doe. It was thought at the time that vicious serial killer Randy Kraft may have been responsible. Kraft operated just a mile from where John Doe was found, but Kraft was quickly ruled out as a suspect. The investigation into John Doe's identity and the identity of his killer continued, but the investigation went nowhere. The Long Beach Police Department never forgot about Long Beach John Doe and vowed to solve the case. And in 2022, Othram, the savior of cold cases and unidentified person gaze, stepped in to help investigators solve this case once and for all. According to Othram, quote, badly degraded and chemically damaged skeletal evidence was sent to Othram Labs in Woodland, Texas. The skeletal evidence had failed prior attempts, but Othram was able to develop a suitable DNA extract for testing. Once a DNA sample had been sequenced, genealogists were able to track down possible relatives of John Doe. In September 2022, the FBI, Othram, and local law enforcement held the press conference everyone had been waiting for. The Long Beach John Doe was finally identified as 15-year-old Kenneth Nevada Williams of La Puente, California. La Puente is just an hour away from Long Beach. Kenneth's family never reported him missing, and he was last seen in La Puente in 1978. His sister Roxanne Jones told ABC News that Kenneth ran away sometime in 1978. He was never reported missing because his family assumed he'd run away to start a new life. She told ABC, quote, he wanted to live in the city and go to clubs and have fun. He wasn't into drugs or anything like that. But you know, bright lights, big city. Fox News reported that Kenneth had last attended the Fairgrove Academy School in October 1977, a year before he ran away. Investigators are now working to find the person who did this to Kenneth so that justice may be served. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On March 20th, 1980, officers with the New York State Police were called out to one of the most horrific scenes of their lives. Residents at the Hudson View apartment complex in Fishkill, New York, had noticed a strange travel trunk close to one of the apartment's dumpsters. Concerned, they contacted law enforcement, who arrived at the scene to find the body of a headless, handless woman inside. Her head and hands had been strategically removed to prevent identification. According to newspaper reports, the body had also been drained of blood, and the scene was noted to be clean. The Dutchess County Medical Examiner's office believed that the remains belonged to a woman in her mid-20s who was around 5 feet 5 inches, 140 pounds with dark brown hair. She had been completely nude in the trunk, and her body may have been cleaned before being placed inside. Unfortunately, the New York State Police would become accustomed to finding the decapitated bodies of women in New York throughout the 1980s. It was a common discovery. Investigators didn't know where to start with this case. Without a head, it would be challenging to create a composite image of the victim. Missing persons reports were cross-referenced, but in most cases nothing stood out and the victim remained unidentified. The media took to calling her the Duchess Jane Doe and pushed for her identity. Be discovered. The case quickly went cold, but it wasn't for lack of trying. The New York State Police and other agencies worked diligently to uncover her identity, but it proved impossible. In 2022, the FBI and the New York State Police partnered with Othram Labs to finally resolve this case. Her case had previously been added to NAMAS, but these leads went nowhere. In May 2022, Arthur isolated possible relatives of Duchess Jane Doe and alerted the New York State Police along with the FBI, who were able to talk to these people and obtain a direct DNA sample. By May 26, 2022, The New York State Police announced that the remains had been identified as 44-year-old Anel Palpadaro Blake of New York City, 2 days before her body was discovered, May 18, 1980, and it is unclear why the two cases weren't connected. According to friends, Anne was last seen leaving the Vidal Sassoon Salon, where she worked on 168th, 5th Avenue in Manhattan, at around 6 p.m. The trunk where Anne's body was discovered was tracked down to a woman named June Leaf, who told investigators that she had last used and seen the trunk in 1960, and after that, she'd lost track of it. Investigators are unaware of any possible connections between June and Anne. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On June 22, 2019, Eugene Joe, age 73, went hiking on the Mount Waterman Trail in the Angeles National Forest, California, with some friends. During the hike, they stopped for lunch. However, as they continued, they noticed Eugene was missing. Unable to find him, the group contacted search and rescue. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office and rescue teams from across California joined efforts to search for Eugene. 75 individuals broke off into 11 teams to scour the San Gabriel Mountains looking for him. After a week of being lost in the wilderness, Eugene was found down a ravine in Devil's Canyon by members of the Altadena Mountain Rescue Team around 11 a.m. on June 29th. He was able to hear members of the search team talking with a group of campers. Despite being in a weakened state, Eugene was able to use what strength he had left to turn himself over and yell for help. He was airlifted out of the area by a Los Angeles Sheriff's Department air rescue helicopter. Eugene was taken to Huntington Memorial Hospital in Pasadena. He had not suffered any major injuries during the time he had been lost in the forest. His hiking boots, however, were in much worse shape. Eugene was weak, however, because he had not eaten anything in 5 days. He had quickly made sure to find a water source soon after getting lost, which probably saved his life. He had spent the week he was lost drinking water from the Devil's Canyon Creek and slept on rocks at night to keep warm. Eugene was discharged from the hospital the same day he arrived there. Eugene was thankful to have been rescued and grateful for all of the effort total strangers had put into finding him. He does not plan to continue hiking in the future. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. 35-year-old Amanda Eller worked as a yoga teacher and a physical therapist. She lived in Haiku, an unincorporated community on the island of Maui, with her boyfriend Benjamin. On the morning of May 8, 2019, Amanda was meditating as Benjamin left for work at 7:30 a.m. She was not home when he returned from work, and she did not come home that night at all. Benjamin reported her missing early the following morning. Amanda's white Toyota RAV4 was found in the parking lot at the McAllister Forest Reserve at 9:50 a.m. on May 9th, the same morning she was reported missing. Her keys had been hidden under the front tire of the vehicle, and her cell phone and wallet were inside of it, along with a pair of flip-flops. Amanda loved nature and was an avid runner, so it would not have been unusual for Amanda to have visited this location on her day off from work. It was initially assumed that Amanda had entered the forest around 8 a.m. on the morning of the 8th, based on eyewitness reports of a woman matching Amanda's description being in the parking lot around that time. This timeline came into question 5 days after Amanda went missing, when Amanda's parents, who had flown into Hawaii to help look for their daughter, received a phone call from their pet sitter. A Mother's Day package had just arrived at their home in Maryland from Amanda. Surveillance footage was eventually found of Amanda in a store purchasing the final items for the package at 10 to 11 on May 8th. She was wearing the flip-flops that had been found in her vehicle. She had printed off the label for the package at home and dropped the package off at the post office approximately 10 minutes after she had checked out of the store. The Maui Fire Department spent 3 days diligently searching for Amanda, but their official search was called off after 3 days, as was their procedure. Amanda's family, however, continued searching for her on their own, thanks to the $77,000 they received in donations on GoFundMe and a massive outpouring of support from volunteers. During the course of the search, helicopters and drones searched for Amanda from the air. Divers searched nearby waterways, and volunteers and teams of search dogs searched on the ground. An average of 100 people searched for Amanda each day. On May 24th, 17 days after Amanda entered the forest, a volunteer helicopter pilot was just about to turn back after a search flight because he was going to run out of fuel. He received an instruction over the radio to make a wide right turn, which would take him over an area that had been outside of the official search area, near the Kailua Reservoir, roughly 5 miles north of where Amanda had parked her vehicle. When he did, the volunteers on the flight with him spotted Amanda lying in a creek bed. Amanda was airlifted by the Maui Fire Department to Maui Medical Center, where she was reunited with her family. Amanda had lost 15 pounds and was suffering from severe sunburn, numerous bruises and cuts, and a broken tibia sustained after a 20-foot fall. Amanda was discharged from the hospital on May 26th to finish her recovery at home. According to Amanda, she had planned to spend a few hours in the forest on a 3-mile run, so she decided to hike instead. She stopped to rest and meditate on a downed tree just off the trail at what she thought would have been the halfway point of her hike. When she got up to continue on, she believed she was heading back towards her car. She was not. Eventually, Amanda realized that she was no longer on the hiking trail, but on a boar trail that was taking her further away from the parking lot. She tried to use her intuition to make her way back, but got more and more disoriented instead. Amanda had previously read a book on native Hawaiian plants, which helped her identify what fruits she came across were edible. There had been several days where she had been unable to find any food at all. She had come across a creek about a week into her ordeal, which she traveled along so that she would be near a source of water. Amanda had heard helicopters fly overhead almost 20 times during her time in the forest, but the vegetation was too thick for anyone in the helicopters to see her trying to get their attention. At a press conference on May 28th, Amanda described her time in the forest as spiritual boot camp and spoke of her experience largely in terms of the role her spirituality played in it. Some people interpreted these statements to mean that Amanda had intentionally gone off the trail as some sort of spiritual journey. Amanda filmed a video released on the Facebook page that had been set up to coordinate the search for her to clarify what had happened and give the detailed account of how she had gotten lost. She had simply been too focused on the spiritual lessons she could take away from the time she had been lost, rather than on the factual details of her experience at the press conference. Amanda acknowledged that it had been irresponsible to go into the forest without her cell phone and apologized for potentially putting members of the search parties in danger by getting lost. She also thanked everyone who had been a part of the search effort and expressed gratitude for the outpouring of support she and her family had received from all over the world. Amanda's family has plans to use the remaining money raised through GoFundMe to install wilderness cameras in the Makawao Forest Reserve and other remote recreational areas on Maui to help speed up any further search and rescue operations. Amanda's father, John, is also planning to help develop an app for search and rescue workers through his company, Insight Mobile Data. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Jesse Galganov, age 22, was a citizen of both Canada and the United States. He hailed from Montreal but pursued his higher education in the United States. Jesse graduated from Wesleyan University in May 2017 with aspirations of attending medical school to become a neurosurgeon. Although he had been accepted into the Sidney Kimmel Medical College at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, he decided to take a one-year break before starting. Jesse requested and was granted a deferral to focus on intensive medical education during his travels. In the summer of 2017, he worked 3 jobs to fund an 8-month journey through South America and Asia, spanning from September 24, 2017 to May 15, 2018. Jesse planned to tour South America in the fall and then kick off his time in Asia with a friend's wedding in India in early January. He had a plane ticket back to Montreal booked for May 15, 2018 so that he could spend time with his family before he moved to Philadelphia to start medical school that July. Jesse's mother, Elisa Clayman, drove him to the airport on September 24th. Jesse took a flight to Toronto, where he connected for a flight to Lima, Peru. For the first few days of his trip, Jesse was in constant contact with his family and friends and was active on social media. On September 28th, Jesse sent his mother a text message, saying that he would be out of contact for a few days. He was going to be on the Santa Cruz trek, a popular backpacking route through the Cordillera Blanca Mountains that typically took hikers 4 days and 3 nights to complete. Elisa expected to hear from Jesse on October 2nd, but no messages came. She initially assumed that he had needed extra time to complete the trek. After a few more days with no word from Jesse, however, she became worried. Jesse was normally very conscientious about keeping his mother appraised of his whereabouts and soothing her concerns about his safety while he was traveling. When Jesse had hiked the Adirondack Trail with some of his friends, he had hiked up alone to a higher altitude to try to get cell service so that he could text his mother and let her know that he was okay. Since Jesse was an adult, Elisa still tried not to panic. On October 7th, she saw a charge on her credit card from the family Apple account. Jesse had spent $1.99 on an app used to track expenses. This purchase reassured Elisa, who assumed that it meant that Jesse was somewhere with a Wi-Fi signal and he was just too busy to talk to her. When another week went by with no contact from Jesse, however, Elisa could no longer sit by and wait to hear from him. On October 14th, she called Apple and asked if it would be possible to trace where the charge on the 7th had been made. After several calls and transfers, she learned that Jesse had purchased the app not on October 7th, but on September 28th, before he left for the mountains. The charge to the credit card had been delayed due to a technical issue. Elisa then called the Canadian embassy to report Jesse missing. She had to file a missing persons report with her local police in Canada before his case could be brought to Interpol, and she also had to report his disappearance to the FBI because of his dual citizenship. On October 17th, Elisa was in Peru. Elisa was able to make this trip, due in part to a $100,000 donation made by prominent Montreal businessman Mitch Garber and his wife Anne-Marie Boucher to the effort. The couple made the donation because their son was a good friend of Jesse's from school. This donation would be the first of many made by people all over Canada and the United States to a fund created to aid in the search for Jesse. The fund is managed through the Missing Children's Network. When she arrived in Peru, Elisa was initially unable to learn much more about Jesse's movements than she had already known. On September 28th, Jesse took an overnight bus from Lima to the city of Juarez, 400 kilometers north of Lima. He had previously booked a place to stay in a hostel there, but ended up staying in a different hostel. For several weeks, this was the last place anyone knew Jesse to have been, because of a Snapchat he had sent to a friend from the hostel. Elisa tried to use Jesse's devices to further track his movements. She attempted to get information from Apple because Jesse used an iPhone, Amazon because Jesse had been downloading books to a Kindle, and T-Mobile because they were Jesse's cell phone service provider. None of them would comply with the request because of privacy concerns. Elisa had to wait for the authorities in Peru to issue subpoenas compelling them to release the information they had. 3 weeks after Jesse went missing, Apple and Amazon both released information they had on Jesse's accounts. T-Mobile claimed that they were having difficulty gathering the information because Jesse had been roaming internationally. Little progress seems to have ever been made in finally getting Jesse's cell records, despite Elisa's ongoing efforts. A judge has also executed an order on other carriers to see if Jesse's phone connected to any networks other than T-Mobile around the time he disappeared, but the order does not seem to have been complied with. Jesse's friends back home were able to use the geolocation data embedded in photos he had taken to help determine his movements. Using this information, as well as CCTV footage after a month in Peru, Elisa finally had an idea of Jesse's movements in Juarez. CCTV shows Jesse leaving his hostel at 4:30 a.m. and walking towards an area where people would gather to find communal transportation. It is unknown exactly who gave Jesse a ride, but he was dropped off at the Cacapampa entrance Huascaran National Park. There is no actual record of Jesse entering the park. Subsequent investigation would show that the individuals working at the park that day were not actual employees of the park, and the documents the park provided were both incomplete and forged. No one had actually been asked to sign in at the Cacapampa entrance to the park on the day Jesse entered it. When the park was asked for the records of who entered the park that day, they simply took the sheet from the same day in August and changed the date on it to September. They then presented the document to investigators. Hikers on the Santa Cruz trek can travel in either direction along it, either going west to east or east to west. Jesse opted to travel west to east, starting in Cacapampa. He had already purchased a ticket to take the bus in Vaqueira at the other end of the trek. While Jesse's intentions for his hike were clear, it would be several months before anyone would be able to confirm that Jesse had ever actually made it onto the trail. Elisa had hired a US-based private security firm the same day she had reported Jesse missing, and they sent a subcontractor from Mexico City to help her search for Jesse when she first arrived in Peru. According to Elisa, the authorities in Peru did not have the resources to perform the search, which left the task up to her and the private firm. She has also claimed that the Peruvian authorities are highly corrupt, a fact which has compromised her own efforts to find Jesse. The early effort to find Jesse mainly consisted of physical searches in the mountains. Elisa hired teams to search the trails and nearby bodies of water. She was eventually able to get helicopters to search the area for 4 days. Elisa also hired local guides to perform glacier searches and bring in search dogs. After a month with no sign of Jesse, however, Elisa had to change her approach. In November, Elisa hired a new firm, Magnus International Search and Rescue, out of Israel, for the next stage of the search for her son. Magnus has performed additional physical searches along the trail. They have searched waterways using a remote-operated vehicle, flown drones over the trail looking for disturbances in the soil, and spent hundreds of man-hours in the mountains and along the trail, finding nothing despite all of these efforts. However, the firm has made great strides on the intelligence side of the investigation using technology. Magnus scanned photographs uploaded to social media sites such as Facebook and Instagram to identify photos that had been taken on the trail at the same time Jesse had been there. They then reached out to and interviewed all of the individuals who had posted these pictures. In January 2018, they found 2 witnesses who could place Jesse on the trail. 2 Frenchmen who were on the trek, camped next to Jesse on the night of September 30th. They said that at that time, Jesse was dehydrated and disoriented, suffering from headaches and diarrhea. They believed that Jesse was suffering from altitude sickness, a condition that can occur in individuals who ascend to altitudes as low as 2,500 meters, depending on the environments their bodies are acclimated to. Most people who suffer from altitude sickness only experience a mild form of it, but the severe form of altitude sickness, which typically occurs at higher altitudes, and in people who are ascending quickly, can result in coma and death due to pulmonary and cerebral edema. According to the French witnesses, Jesse told them that he was feeling better when he woke up on the following morning, October 1st. He looked much better as well, and he seemed to have all of the equipment he would need to complete the trek, so the witnesses were not necessarily concerned when Jesse decided to continue on his hike. They did not stay with him on the trek, because they were traveling it in the opposite direction. Other hikers eventually tracked down by Magnus International remembered seeing Jesse later in the day on October 1st because he looked so ill and was walking so slowly. As far as Magnus has been able to determine, Jesse was last seen at 3:30 p.m. on October 1st by a group of Czech backpackers. Jesse was sitting on the side of the trail approximately 1 kilometer down from Punta Union, struggling to stand up. It had taken him 8 hours to cover a distance his mother, who was not experienced with either hiking or high altitudes, but was taking medication to combat altitude sickness and working with a guide, covered in 2 hours when she came to hike the trail during her search for Jesse. Jesse asked the group about where he could get water. This is the last known interaction Jesse had with anyone. No sign of him or any of his belongings has ever been found. The Santa Cruz trek starts out at 3,400 meters and is 4,700 meters at its highest point. The highest point on the trek is at Punta Union, near where Jesse was last seen. Jesse had not spent an extended period of time in Juarez, which is at approximately 3,000 meters, before beginning the trek, which would have helped his body acclimate to being at a higher altitude. Lima, where he had spent the previous few days, sits at only 154 meters. Working with a guide would have helped prevent Jesse from wandering off the trail, but also may have put less physical stress on his body. Many of the local guides also drive mules up the mountain to carry hikers' backpacks. Carrying his own heavy backpack while his body was struggling to adapt to the altitude would have placed additional stress on Jesse's body and potentially made his altitude sickness worse. The fact that Jesse's condition appeared to be at its worst near the highest point of the trail seems to support the French witnesses' concerns that he was battling altitude sickness. The Santa Cruz trek is classified as a moderate trail, a distinction that Jesse's mother has been highly critical of. Elisa argues that this classification does not convey the difficulty of the terrain or the impact altitude has on the effort involved in hiking the trail. The trail is also not well marked, and Elisa has said that she would not have successfully navigated it had she not had a guide with her. Jesse was an experienced hiker, but not necessarily prepared for what hiking this particular trail would entail. Jesse's parents divorced when he and his sister were very young. While his mother has been largely the public face of the search for Jesse and the main contact for Magnus International, Jesse's father, Todd Galganov, has also worked extensively to find his son himself. Todd spent 9.5 months in Peru looking for Jesse before returning home in October of 2018. While Elisa believed Jesse had been abducted early on in the investigation into his disappearance, she now believes it is most likely that Jesse succumbed to complications from altitude sickness based on the account given by the French hikers who camped with him. Todd, on the other hand, still fears that Jesse may have been abducted to be used for forced labor. The initial reward for information that led to Jesse was $10,000 and was eventually raised to $30,000. Todd Galganov raised the amount being offered to $500,000. All of these amounts are in US dollars. According to Todd, if his son is being used for labor, it is most likely by a group of people engaged in illegal activities. And such people would only respond to giant sums of money because of how valuable Jesse would be as a free worker. He also says that he is not looking to prosecute anyone who may have abducted his son and will essentially pay the amount as ransom if it brings back Jesse. The search for Jesse has cost over $2 million to date. Elisa Clayman liquidated her financial assets and heavily mortgaged her home to cover some of these costs. But most of this money has come from contributions to Jesse's fund managed by the Missing Children's Network. Some of these contributions have been private donations and some have been the result of fundraising efforts organized by Jesse's family. In March of 2019, Elisa Clayman organized a bazaar in Montreal, where she and volunteers sold donated items and hosted raffles. The event raised over $12,000 for the search fund. Elisa Clayman is also working to prevent other families from going through what her family has experienced. She is currently filing a civil lawsuit against Huascaran National Park for negligence and forgery, and hopes to make the park safer for future hikers who wish to complete the trek. She also has plans to help develop tracking devices that could be used to locate children who go missing. While Elisa Clayman believes Jesse has passed away and her fight is to locate his body and bring him home, and Todd Galganov still believes there's a chance Jesse is alive and needs to be rescued, they both continue to fight for answers about what happened to their son. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Today's story takes place in Truckee, a small mountain town in California, USA. Truckee sits in the northern part of California, not far from South Lake Tahoe, about an hour away, and just 20 minutes from Tahoe City. It's known for its history, culture, and charm, especially for things like ice harvesting, mountaineering, and its railroad. This railroad town was a big part of 16-year-old Kylie Rodney's life. Kylie was born in 2006 to Daniel Rodney, a local businessperson, and his wife Lindsay Rodney Neiman. With beautiful blonde hair and hazel eyes, this girl grew up in Northern California's beautiful mountain town, Truckee. She was an A student and completed her high school education at the Forest Charter School. Kylie was a multi-talented person who took an interest in the media, entrepreneurship, and music. Due to her love of music, she was studying music at Sierra College. She even enjoyed spending time with her friends and family and actively posted travel pictures with friends on social media. She had a passion for practicing Gothic culture and had some piercings and a tattoo on her body, and had a lean body weighing just about 118 pounds. She was a person who loved everyone and everyone loved her back. Her 18-year-old boyfriend, Jagger Westfall, described her as his entire world. On August 5, 2022, when Kylie's mother talked to her daughter about Friday's plan, Kylie agreed to go to a classic car show in Reno with her. However, later that day, Kylie changed her mind and texted her mother that she would be attending a party in Tahoe National Park. That was an end-of-summer party that took place near the Prosser family campground. Before attending the party, Kylie visited a local business store in Truckee. That was a place Kylie often went with her 18-year-old boyfriend to spend some quality time. That day, however, Kylie went there alone. Westphal texted her about his day and told her to stay safe at the party as she headed towards the campground. It was almost 8 p.m. when Kylie entered the party, driving her 2013 silver Honda CR-V. About 200 to 300 young people had gathered at the party. Kylie was having fun with her friends, consuming some alcohol and just being a teenager. Around 10:30 p.m., she texted back to her boyfriend saying, "Oh, I'm sorry that you're going through that." It was the last time she had texted her boyfriend. Kylie's mother got a text from her teen daughter saying that she was still at the party but was planning to leave within 45 minutes and would be heading home. When her mother told her to be safe and that she loved her, Kylie replied with a text saying, "Okay, Mom, I love you too." But unfortunately, she never reached home. When Kylie's mother woke up the next morning on August 6, 2022, and Kylie was still not at home, she panicked. She checked for Kylie's cell phone location, and the last location was near the campground. So she called Kylie's best friend, who then told her that Kylie had left the party early and they were supposed to meet at Starbucks at 9 a.m. on the morning of the 6th to go camping. Her friends went to the campground to look for her, but they neither found Kylie nor her car. Kylie's friends and mother waited at the Starbucks for her to show up for their scheduled camping trip, but Kylie never showed. Helplessly, Kylie's mother called the police to file a missing person report. That evening, the Placer County Sheriff's Office officially released a missing person statement and shared a Facebook post on their official page about missing Kylie Rodney, who was last seen at the Prosser family campground at Truckee. The next day, a police tip line was set up for Kylie Rodney to share any information about the missing teen. Kylie's mother also asked Kylie to come home if she was able to see the video and urged other people with information to come forward. In the heartbreaking Facebook video, Lindsay said, "We just want her home. We are so scared and we miss her so much." At that point in the investigation, police were treating Kylie's disappearance as a possible abduction because her car was missing too. It was discovered that the last time Kylie's cell phone pinged was near the campground and then it went off. The last call she was known to make was to her family, but then from the location police could not find any sign of what went wrong. The Placer County Sheriff's Office coordinated with Truckee Police, California Highway Patrol, Nevada County Sheriff's Office, and even with the FBI as they all tirelessly searched for Kylie. Helicopters were flown over the I-80 corridor between the Donner Summit and the Nevada state line and searched around the Prosser Lake area but could not find anything. On August 9, 2022, police released a surveillance video from a local business Kylie went to before attending the party, where she was seen wearing a black spaghetti strap bodysuit, green Dickies pants, a black grommet belt, and black Vans shoes. The next day, police also released the picture of Kylie's car, a 2013 silver Honda CR-V with California license plate 8YUR127, specifically mentioning the small ram's head sticker below the rear wiper blade. A picture of a black sweatshirt that Kylie allegedly borrowed from someone on August 5th was also released. The most bizarre thing was the Lana Del Rey lyrics written on the sweatshirt, "You don't want to be forgotten, you just want to disappear." Later, they released another picture of a white sweatshirt which was similar to the one Kylie was allegedly wearing at the party with Odd Future written on it. A community meeting was held on August 9th to spread awareness about the teen's disappearance. Officials told the public to be attentive to minute details as something like a footprint could be crucial. They also collected a handful of evidence from the campground but did not disclose any information about that. Even after using all of their resources, interviewing people, and spending 20,000 hours of manpower, no clues turned up, as authorities were still unable to find either Kylie or her car. Based on the testimony of some friends of Kylie's who said she was too drunk to drive that night, many people believe that Kylie and her car were submerged somewhere under the water around the area of her last location. Indeed, the area was surrounded by different bodies of water, and throughout the years there were discoveries of people with their cars in there. Despite all the search efforts from the authorities, there was no sign of the missing teen in the following weeks. It was at this difficult time when Adventures with Purpose decided to help the family after getting requests from multiple people and even detectives. These diving angels are known to find missing vehicles from the water with their amazing expertise and equipment, bringing answers to families. They specialize in using sonar to find vehicles that have been underwater for a long time. They shared that they were heading to California to help in search of Kylie Rodney, dropping all of their other cases. This is a formal announcement that we will be coming to work the Kylie Rodney case upon request. Meanwhile, the authorities kept their search ongoing. Dirt bikes, Land Rovers, helicopters, boats. Every resource was being used to find the missing Kylie. They even did a sex offender sweep in the Truckee and North Tahoe areas, but to no avail. The case had gotten national coverage at that point, and everywhere people were praying for Kylie to come back home safely. Sadly, with each day passing, the chances of finding Kylie Rodney alive were getting smaller. On the morning of August 21st, 2022, with 2 sonar boats and their diving equipment, the Adventures with Purpose team reached the Prosser Creek Reservoir, an area where police had searched before. Beginning their search at 10:40 a.m., Doug Bishop and Nick Wren, 2 diving angels of the 6-member team, took 2 boats into the water. With 1 boat each, Doug and Nick went in opposite directions to speed up the search process. Approximately at 11:15 a.m., Nick detected an object which looked like a vehicle submerged in water. Once he was sure that it was a vehicle, Nick put on his diving suit and went to conduct the formal assessment of the vehicle. It was upside down and 14 feet deep in the water. The vehicle was marked as Kylie's as soon as the license plate matched, and human remains were also present inside the vehicle. The AWP team had done a commendable job of finding Kylie after 2 long weeks, and that too within just 35 minutes of searching. The authorities and Kylie's family were informed immediately. It was devastating to witness the tragic outcome of this 16-year-old girl who had so much to live for. On August 25th, an autopsy was conducted on the remains found in the vehicle, and it was officially announced that the remains were indeed Kylie's. But the cause of death was recorded as unknown. Placer County Sheriff stated that this investigation is still open. The Rodney Neiman family thanked everyone who supported them in this difficult time. In an issued statement, they said, "While we accept this sadness cast under death's shadow, the rising sun shines light upon us, reminding us not to mourn our loss, but to celebrate Kylie's spirit and the gift that we all received in knowing her. Kylie will surely remain with us, even though we will not get her back." Kylie Rodney's case is still active and many details are yet to be revealed. But we are happy that Kylie's remains were finally found after 2 long weeks. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. In August 1992, a rainstorm hit the quiet community of Orange County, Florida. John Stagner, aged 53, had just returned from work late at night while his wife went to bed. As morning arrived, Stagner's wife went to wake him up, only to find him cold and lifeless in bed, with injuries to his face and head. The mystery of what happened that night in the Stagner household lingered. Was it a botched robbery or a deliberate attack? Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, where we uncover lesser-known cases nationwide. So let's walk on the edge of mystery without further ado. Orange County is Florida's top-tier tourist destination. It attracts more than 75 million tourists each year from around the globe. The University of Central Florida, the second largest university in the nation, is also located here. Only 2 miles away from Orlando and near Highway I-5, Orange County is home to our childhood dream of Disneyland. But today's story unfolded at this place as the victim was a resident of the suburban area in 1992. 53-year-old John Stagner was living in the Orange County area with his wife and mother-in-law. In 1992, he was working as a maintenance worker in a maintenance facility in the Orange County area. The residence where he was living was on property owned by the county's maintenance department. Stagner was a very hardworking man and did various odd-end jobs, even at odd hours. His co-workers and local residents described him as a friendly and kind man. He was very dedicated to his work and always took care of the community through his work. He was an avid sportsman. According to his wife, He possessed a great passion for fishing and hunting. A lot of friends remembered meeting Stagner for the first time on a fishing trip. On his day off, he often went fishing and hunting with some co-workers. It was a small, tight-knit community just off of Forsyth Road, where everybody knew the residents, and everyone had only good words to say about Stagner. So clearly he was the kind of person who would go beyond his ability to help someone in need. It was a stormy night in the Orange County area on August 10th, 1992. Dolly, Stagner's wife, watched him get called out to clear a roadblock. A tree had fallen in a nearby area due to the rainstorm, and he had to take care of it before the next morning. Although it was still raining outside, Dolly did not think much of it. She was familiar with the scenario as her husband often had odd hours of work due to his maintenance job. Stagner came back pretty soon after wrapping up the job. He did not immediately go to sleep. He was watching TV when she went to bed. They both had separate bedrooms because while Dolly loved the AC, her husband was fond of natural cool air coming through an open window. She did not check the locks before going to sleep as Stagner was the one who usually did it. He was pretty good at keeping the house secure and always locked the doors. When Dolly woke up the next morning, it was still dark. It was almost 5:30 a.m. when she went to wake her husband up in the other bedroom. He was still in his bed. His skin was ice cold when she touched it and he was not moving at all. Upon closer inspection, she realized that her husband had trauma to his head and face. Dolly immediately called 911 to seek help for her husband. Deputies from the Orange County Sheriff's Office reached their minutes after the crime was reported. Unfortunately, Stagner was pronounced dead at the scene. The community was shocked and distraught upon hearing the news. After all, how often does a middle-aged man get killed silently in his own bed and no one has a clue? Especially when John Stagner had no known enemies. Back then, Orange County was considered a pretty safe area, so no wonder this senseless murder shook the small community to the core. When the forensic investigators and crime scene photographers arrived at the scene, there was not much evidence to begin with. The crime scene was, however, gruesome. Somebody getting bludgeoned to death in their sleep? What could be more brutal than this? Forensic teams, however, had done a phenomenal job of collecting all the evidence. Nobody knew those shreds of evidence would remain in the preservation and would only come into play after 30 years of the murder. The initial investigation began with interviews. The police interrogated his wife, mother-in-law, co-workers, and almost everybody he had a connection to. And deputies pretty much asked around everybody if someone had any problems with Stagner after they showed up for work. As it turned out, there was one person who had issues with the late John Stagner, Ronald Cates. Ronald Cates was one of Stagner's closest friends. At the time, he was living in Orange County with his 2 daughters and his wife Kathy. Ronald, or Ronnie as people usually called him, was a little younger than Stagner. Around 1992, he was in his middle 30s and had no work. He used to work with Stagner once, but he got out of work a long time ago. His wife Kathy was the sole bread earner in the family, and she worked 2 jobs to financially support the family while Ronald sat idly at home doing nothing. He had a major drug addiction and often borrowed money or pawned items to pay for the drugs. Stagner and his wife even helped the Cates family to find a place and pay for food when they were homeless at one point. Stagner took the Cates family under his wing, and Ronald even considered him a father figure. He would occasionally let Ronald borrow money and even lend him his maintenance tools. Problems started when Ronald would neither return the money nor the tools he had borrowed. He would pawn the tools and use that money to buy drugs. At first, Stagner brushed it off. But when this became a frequent thing, he had no choice but to confront Ronald. When detectives found out these details, they went to his house for interrogation, but they instead met with his 13-year-old daughter, telling them her father was not home. She was visibly shaken and detectives could tell there was something wrong, but they had no search warrant, so they ended up leaving the place but kept it under watch. They just left for a couple of minutes to make a phone call when one of the trucks from the driveway was driven away. So they again approached the house, and this time the daughter said something else. Ronald apparently prompted his daughter to lie about his whereabouts and quickly left the house once the police left. Pretty quickly, Ronald Cate became a suspect in the murder of John Stagner. More details came in later when some co-workers testified to seeing Ronald at the local store on that Monday morning. According to them, he was acting very strangely. The detective also recorded the testimony of his family, and they also said that around that time, his behavior was very strange. Even during the initial investigation, Ronald was a person of interest in this case. He had the motive and he had the opportunity, but nobody knew whether he committed the crime or not. His DNA and fingerprints were found later on from the house, but as he was a frequent visitor there, it was problematic to convict him based on that. Definitely raised suspicion. So in the beginning, the investigation zeroed in on him. They kept him under watch for days, but could not gather enough evidence to arrest him. As the years passed, the hope of this case ever being solved slowly faded away. Ronald Cates remained the person of interest, but got the opportunity to live his life normally. Though the detectives tried their best, no probable cause could be found to make the conviction possible. However, something happened in 1995 that added a notable element to the story. Allegedly, in 1995, Ronald Cates had a suicidal episode. When he was hospitalized for a mental breakdown during evaluation, he confessed to the killing of John Stagner. As thought-provoking as it sounds, he also blabbed a lot about killing some historical figures. It was legally not possible to convict someone based on the confession they made during a mental breakdown. Once again, the detectives could not go forward with this lead for understandable reasons. So for 30 long years, the solution remained elusive to the detectives. In 2020, one of Ronald Cates' daughters contacted the investigators to provide more information regarding the murder. In March 2022, Detective Kevin Wilson took over the case and talked to Kathy and her daughter numerous times. These extensive interviews with the Cates family shed light on many inconsistencies between Ronald's and his family's timeline of events. And the case had finally come to an end in an unexpected manner. So finally, on August 10, 2022, exactly 30 years after the murder, Orange County Sheriff John Mina and the OXO Cold Case team provide an update about the case. At a press conference, Detective John W. Mina said that Ronald Cates was in jail on charges of first-degree murder. He was arrested in North Carolina and admitted to the hospital for a mental evaluation. There he told a nurse that he killed Stagner in 1992. The Salisbury Police Department responded to the hospital after the nurse reported this incident and obtained a Ronald confession through a 10 to 12-minute body cam video. However, he is yet to reveal any motive for the murder. Detective Kevin Wilson said that Stagner was very close to the family. He added that the family really cared about this case, even if they were the suspect's family, because Mr. Stagner was very good to the Cates family. Ronald Cates was recently extradited to Florida, and he made his first court appearance on August 17, 2022. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Pennsylvania, one of the most populous states in the U.S., was among the original 13 British colonies. It's officially known as the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, highlighting its sense of community. Situated in the northeastern Mid-Atlantic region, this place is celebrated for its diversity, religious acceptance, and natural beauty. Our story begins here. Anna Jean Kane was born in 1962 in Reading, Pennsylvania. She grew up in a troubled household with two beloved sisters, Deborah J. Carter Jane and Jean Marie Camacho. Despite her mother Sylvia Fern Kane's efforts to provide a good life, Anna faced challenges growing up. From an early age, Anna faced physical and sexual abuse at her home by her father. Sexual assaults, beatings, and low family income turned into the factors that led Anna to have a drug addiction. It was not known under what circumstances Anna conceived her children, but in 1988, when Anna came to Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, she had 3 young children, 1 daughter and 2 sons. Tamika, the eldest, was 9 years old in 1988 when Anna moved from Readings. Anna took up a job as a sex worker. She worked in the Reading area for several years. Considering the lifestyle that Anna pursued, by no means was she an ideal citizen, but she also had some criminal charges against her. She was arrested numerous times for performing sexual services and petty theft, dating back to 1982. But she really loved her children and wanted to do better for them. Due to her profession, Anna and her children had to often move to different places. Anna Kane was struggling to make money after moving to Birdsboro in Berks County. Pennsylvania in 1988. On October 22, 1988, after a happy meal, Anna Kane's eldest daughter Tamika begged her mom not to go out. She had no idea about any upcoming events, just a bad feeling, and wanted her mother to stay close. Despite her daughter's pleadings, Anna decided to go out. Anna was helpless and she had no money but a family to feed. She assured her daughter that she would be back soon after running to a store, but instead headed for Reading to look for a customer. When Tamika called her mother that night, Anna said she was heading home. It was the last time Tamika would ever hear her mother's voice. At approximately 1 a.m. on October 23, 1988, someone saw Anna between Franklin Street and South 6th Street in Reading, the heart of the city's red light district. Unbeknownst to Anna's poor children, their mother would never come home. On October 23rd, no one would have expected the tragic incident that happened to Anna. A man who lived in Perry was walking alone when he noticed something bizarre on the side of the road in a wooded area along the 1 Talani Trail near Route 662. After looking more closely, he realized that it was a human body. The body seemed beaten and strangled with baling twine, and the face was severely bruised. It was a gruesome discovery. The local man panicked and called the authorities. When police reached the scene, they identified the body as Anna Jean Kane. Not much evidence was present at the scene, but DNA was collected from Anna's clothes. After Anna was taken to the coroner's office for inspection, the detectives began to look for clues. After the autopsy, the cause of death was determined as asphyxiation due to strangulation. The report also said that Anna had been dead for more than 12 hours before her body was found. Back in those days, DNA technology was not as advanced as it is today. When the DNA collected from Anna's clothes was tested, it lined up for an undetermined male profile, and no match was found. Pointing out suspects was not easy in this case, as Anna's profession exposed her to dangerous people all the time. In an interview with WFMZ News, State Police Trooper William McClure told reporter Karen Mallett that the life Anna led made her subjected to all kinds of people. Anna's family was heartbroken and desperately wanted answers. However, there were no clues as to what went down that fateful night. Investigators found themselves in a tough spot when there were absolutely no suspects in their sight to begin with. Any person who met her that night could have been the murderer, whether that person knew her or not. The motive for this murder was also not clear. It was not even sexually motivated, as a closer inspection of the body revealed that she had not been sexually assaulted. However, they suspected that a struggle might have occurred between Anna and her assailant, resulting in her face being bruised. Investigators believe that Anna was murdered elsewhere and not in the spot where her body was discovered. The ground was wet, yet her clothes were dry. It seemed like there was a rainstorm that night in the surrounding area. So the detective suspected whoever murdered her had knowledge of the area and was likely a resident. But as leads dried up, the investigation went cold. Although Anna Kane's case did not get much media attention, the Reading Eagle, a local newspaper, published a front-page story seeking information about Anna Jean Kane soon after the murder. Oddly enough, just 15 months later, in February 1990, the newspaper received an anonymous letter from a concerned citizen. Detectives collected DNA from the saliva that was used to seal the letter that was sent to the newspaper. When it was tested, it matched the DNA found on Anna's clothes, which confirmed the suspicion of the murderer sending the letter. However, nothing came out of it, and the case soon went cold. Decades went by, but no development was made in the case. Anna's 3 young children were left motherless. The eldest, Tamika, was taken in and raised by her aunt, while her 2 brothers moved in with their father. Tamika was upset about Anna Kane's image being shown in the media. She expressed that even though her mother Anna had a dark past involving drugs and sex work, she was trying to turn her life around. Tamika remembers her mother being a fun-loving person. She was a firecracker, very outgoing, not afraid of anything, very honest, blunt and caring, she said. One of her favorite memories of her mother was taking long walks with her and seeing her suddenly dance to random music playing in stores as they passed. In an interview, Tamika said she was portrayed as this slain prostitute, like she deserved what happened to her. It was hurtful. She was more than that. She was a victim. She was a mother. She was loved. No one deserves what happened to her, she added further. Tamika waited for answers regarding her mother's murderer while remembering her every day since she was 9 years old. But it never came along until recently. Over the years, DNA technology has advanced massively. After working on the cold case of Anna Kane's murder for years, the Pennsylvania State Police Department sent the DNA collected from the newspaper letter and Anna Kane's clothes to Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia for DNA profiling. With the help of genetic genealogy, detectives finally found a match. The man responsible for Anna Kane's murder was identified as Scott Grimm. Detectives later stated that they collected DNA from a distant relative of the murderer, but did not reveal how they obtained it. But they couldn't find any connection between Anna and Grimm yet. However, Pennsylvania State Police Trooper Daniel Womer said at a press conference, "That doesn't mean there wasn't some connection that we haven't found yet." Detectives said that Scott Grimm had never been identified before because he never had a criminal charge on him, so his DNA was not in the criminal database in the early 90s. However, in 2002, he had a past arrest for harassing a former business partner, but his DNA was never recorded. Sadly, Scott Grimm died at 58 years of age in 2018 from natural causes. Until his death, he remained a resident of Southeast Pennsylvania. Many details about Scott Grimm's life are yet to be revealed. Officials said they will review other cold cases to see if he was involved with any of them. After waiting for decades, Anna Kane's family could finally get some closure, although the news was hard for them as the murderer would never face justice. Tamika Reeses, now 43, said, "I didn't think I'd see this day, but I had hope. My emotions are all over the place, happy, sad, and angry." However, she expressed regret, saying that her grandmother Sylvia couldn't see this day as she died in 2018 waiting for justice. Unfortunately, the questions Anna Kane's family had for years will remain unanswered. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Our story unfolds in New South Wales, specifically in the Upper Hunter Valley, known for coal mining and cattle farming, in the town of Aberdeen. Once an industrial hub, Aberdeen faced decline as technology progressed, leaving few opportunities behind. Central to the tale is the Aberdeen Meatworks, affectionately called the Abattoir, which had been the town's mainstay for over a century. Jack Ruffin served as its manager, married to Barbara, and together they had 4 sons. Their family faced a significant scandal when Barbara left Jack for another worker at the abattoir, Ken Knight. Barbara and Ken Knight went on to start their own family, causing quite a stir in the close-knit community. Catherine Knight was born on October 24, 1955 in Tinterfield, Australia, to the scandalous affair between Barbara Ruffin and Ken Knight. The whole town shunned both Barbara and Ken as it was a very conservative town. Just then, alcohol took hold of Ken Knight. Catherine's childhood got worse from there as her father was a raging alcoholic. Deprived of his senses, he would sexually assault Barbara multiple times a day. Catherine was treated similarly, as Catherine was sexually assaulted by various members of her own family until the age of 11. In school, Catherine was a bully who terrorized smaller children. Bullying others remained the primary objective of Knight, and she completely neglected her education. She quit her education when she was 15 and found herself a job at a clothing factory. But this job didn't satisfy her, so she landed her dream job, which was slaughtering the animals at the abattoir. She loved her job so much that she hung her set of butcher knives over her bed. She was seen bursting the arteries of animals just to see them bleed. Her thirst for murder was probably satisfied at the abattoir. When Catherine wasn't at work, she was hanging out with Dave Kellett, alias Short Kellett. Catherine was almost 1.5 feet taller than he was. Dave Kellett was also a raging alcoholic, just like Catherine's father. Kellett was almost always unstable due to alcohol, and one night, while he was intoxicated, he proposed to Catherine Knight. Catherine accepted the proposal. The following days, Catherine and Kellett got married and violence erupted on their wedding night. Catherine and Kellett had their intimate moments 3 times that night. Kellett got exhausted and fell asleep. He woke up and found himself being strangled by Catherine for not having intimacy for the 4th time. Kellett somehow managed to fight her off. Despite the horrors of their wedding night, Their marriage lasted for 10 years. But the marriage wasn't perfect either, since Kellett got himself a new girlfriend when Catherine was 6 months pregnant. Frantic about Kellett's affair, Catherine stabbed him with a beer bottle. Kellett got so mad that he ran off with his new girlfriend, leaving Catherine alone with the baby. Catherine's madness grew daily, and suddenly one day she was on the main street of Aberdeen, swinging the pram violently and screaming like a mad woman. The locals called the police, and she was admitted to St. Elmo Psychiatric Hospital in Tamworth. She was treated with antidepressants for a couple of weeks, and then released. After she got back home, she found that there was no sign of Kellett. She took her 12-week-old daughter Melissa and placed her on the railway track while she was being watched over by Lorna, who was the corner shop owner. The baby was saved by Lorna before the train came by. After that, Catherine was taken to the same psychiatric hospital by the police where she checked herself out in one day. But the rage hadn't subsided in her, so she threatened the neighbors to take her over to Kellett's mother's house. She even wanted to murder Kellett's mother to bring him back. But the neighbors somehow managed to alert the police, and 2 officers took down a violent knife-swinging Catherine Knight. Catherine was again taken to a mental health institution. Kellett got the news about the incident, and he returned and brought Catherine from the mental institution. They lived happily for a while, but Catherine's mood started to change. And one night, Kellett was back home late from the pub. Just as he entered the house, Catherine hit the back of his head with a skillet, fracturing his skull. David was in the hospital for a week. After he got back, Catherine pleaded with him to not leave her, and they got back together. Later, when Kellett started driving trucks, Catherine got very insecure about his absence and left Kellett and his house for good, going back to Aberdeen. After getting back to Aberdeen, she met Dave Saunders, who worked at the local mine. Soon, they fell in love, and Saunders moved in to live with Catherine and her daughters, along with his dingo puppy. On a certain day, Saunders was back home late and Catherine was ironing clothes. As soon as she saw Saunders, she swung the iron across his face, smashing it. She even tried to cram the iron into his head, but she wasn't successful. Saunders nearly escaped death, and was baffled to see this evil sight of Catherine. As days passed, the fight frequency increased, and one day she got so mad at Saunders that she picked up his dingo puppy and slit its throat, and Saunders stood there watching the puppy die an agonizing death. After this incident, Saunders tried to run away, but Catherine would not let go of him. Years passed, and that was when Saunders ran off to Newcastle and never returned. Catherine was furious, but soon she moved on to her next partner, John Chillingworth. The pattern was repeated. They both had a son in 1991, and the abuse was usual in this relationship too. Then Catherine was found cheating with another man named John Price, and they both lived together pretty well, but the same pattern of abuse continued. Catherine wanted to marry Price, but he denied it as he was in the relationship just for physical intimacy. Soon, Catherine found a will written by John Price, dedicating all of his property to his ex-wife and kids. Catherine demanded $10,000 to leave Price alone, but he denied it. So she got mad and made a video of all the first aid kits Price had stolen from work and sent it to Price's manager. The manager then fired Price. Just when everyone thought that was the end of the relationship, John Price took Catherine back, and Catherine started to feel that she owned Price's place. One night, there was a big fight and Catherine stabbed Price. Price went to the police for help in removing Catherine from his house. But the police declined because they didn't take him that seriously. Price warned his mates to call the police if he didn't show up for work. The next day, after the big fight, Price was never seen at work and his truck was still in his backyard. The culmination of their relationship was coming to a close as Price walked into his house for the night. In March 2000, Scott Matthews, a police officer, was working at Muswell Brook that day. He requesting the police to check on him, as Price didn't show up for work the next day. Price was always the first one to arrive at work, and Price's warning signs made his friends more uneasy about the situation. Officer Scott Matthews and Officer Graham Furlong arrived at Price's house, while Graham spotted some blood on the doorknob. They tried looking through the small opening in the door, but they just saw that the hall was dark and something like a curtain was hanging. So the police went around the house and broke in through the back door. As they both entered, their vision was blocked by something that looked like a curtain. Scott moved that curtain with his left hand, which was cold, and suddenly his left arm was covered in blood. It took a while for Graham to understand that what he mistook as a curtain was human skin. They both drew their guns and proceeded into the hallway. There they could see a human torso without a head. Graham asked Scott to not look at the scene as it was too terrifying to be real. The officers could see blood all around the house. Then they followed a trail of blood that led to the kitchen. There was a pot on the stove, and as Graham slowly removed the lid, he could see the chopped head of John Price looking straight into his eyes. Terrified, the officer put the lid back on. The officers also saw meat and veggies on a plate on the kitchen counter. They were still battling with the idea that the murderer could still be around. Suddenly, they hear someone snoring. The officers moved upstairs, clearing room after room. They reached the bedroom where there was a woman who was lying unconscious with sleeping pills beside her. The police carried her out into the backyard while she was still unresponsive. That unresponsive woman was Catherine Knight. She was carried to the hospital in an ambulance. While the police officers called for the forensic team, Peter Musio from the forensic team entered the house through the back door. A strange smell of cooked stew struck him. Peter didn't realize what the stew was made of. He soon uncovered all of the graphic details of that place. Peter analyzed the crime, and his analysis showed that Price was attacked upstairs, and stains of blood got heavier and heavier as Price reached the foyer. His blood stains also got low, as if Price was on his knees crawling. He was stabbed 37 times without any regret. The forensic team collected all evidence of fingerprints on the knives. Peter got to the kitchen where he saw the same gruesome scene. He also said that Price's gluteus maximus muscle was cut into 5 steaks and cooked. Labels had been put over the plates indicating for whom they were made. 2 of the names belonged to Price's relatives. As the forensic team was collecting samples, they found a stone, a knife, and the cooked piece of meat in the backyard. Catherine was taken for a police interview after she came to her senses. The police officer interviewed Catherine Knight. Firstly, Catherine denied any remembrance of what had happened that night. She gave nothing away, but as the interview went on, she agreed to murdering Price. She also played the victim card, stating that the act she carried out was to avoid domestic abuse by Price. She was finally presented in court. Catherine first pleaded not guilty and denied any association with the gruesome murder. Later, as the hearing went on, she pleaded guilty. The judge then called in a psychiatrist to analyze her sanity. Both the professional psychiatrist gave the verdict that Catherine was indeed stable. Before the sentence was given, Catherine was shown photographs of the murder, but she hadn't even looked at one piece of evidence. Finally, the judge gave her a life sentence without parole until her death, as the judge became concerned with the safety of other people. This was the most gruesome murder carried out by any woman in the history of Australia, and this nightmare still haunts the residents and families of Aberdeen. Price's family was still in shock about the whole incident. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Sacramento, the capital of California, blends culture and commerce perfectly. Situated where the Sacramento River meets the American River, it boasts a decent population and is renowned as a farm-to-fork capital. The lush greenery offers relief from California's heat, making it one of the country's desirable places to live. However, for Nancy Banalick, it wasn't the safest haven. On the fateful night of October 25, 1970, darkness descended upon the Banalick family, turning their world upside down. Nancy Marie Banalick, born on June 13, 1942, in Nevada, California, was living with her cat in an apartment complex on Arden Way, Bell Street in Sacramento around 1970, at the age of 28, and it was a beautiful second-story apartment. She was working as a court reporter in the Sacramento District Court. Now we do not have much information about Nancy's family, but she did have a sister, Linda, who loved, adored, and pampered Nancy all the time. The fall of October 1970 was the happiest time for Nancy. She was happily engaged to her fiancé, Ferris and Salami. Salami, being the chief public defender in the Sacramento District Court, The same courthouse where Nancy worked was well settled in his life. Set to marry just after a month on November 28, 1970, this happy couple was spending a lot of time together during this time. One fateful October night, Nancy Benelli and Farah Salami went out for dinner. After spending the evening together, they returned to Nancy's apartment and chatted for some time. Once Nancy fell asleep, Salami decided to go to his own home. The clock showed 11:30 p.m. when Salami left the Bell Street apartment. He left the sliding glass door open just a bit so that Nancy's cat could go in and out overnight. It was Nancy's habit, which he simply just followed that night. Never in his mind had the thought occur that was the last time he would see his fiancée. But indeed, it was the last time that anybody ever saw Nancy Marie Benelli alive. Coworkers grew worried when Nancy did not show up for work on the morning of October 26, 1970. It was unlike her to not show up without any notice beforehand. Nancy's coworker and friend, Yoella Moncrief, called her son Jack to go to her apartment and check on her. He knocked on the door repeatedly, but no one answered. That was when panic started, and Jack rushed to the building manager for help. Initially, the manager was hesitant, but after narrating the situation, Jack was able to convince the manager to open the door of Nancy's apartment. With a passkey, the manager opened the door and they both went inside to witness the gruesome scene that they would not forget for the rest of their lives. Inside the bedroom of Nancy Benelli's second-story Bell Street apartment, a horrific crime scene was waiting for Jack and the apartment manager as they entered. Nancy was lying dead in her bed and a pool of her blood brutally stabbed to death, including many defensive wounds on her arms. She was assaulted so horrifically that her head was nearly decapitated. Authorities were alerted immediately and they arrived a few minutes later. Blood was everywhere at the crime scene, but no fingerprints were found inside the apartment, which indicated that the murderer had probably worn tape on his fingers to avoid fingerprints, as gloves were not as easily available in the 1970s. A blood trail was discovered by the authorities to run from the second-story balcony down to the sidewalk below. It didn't end there. It followed the sidewalk to two other apartment buildings and ended in the parking lot. Investigators at the time believed that the murderer escaped the parking lot in a vehicle. The blood trail indicated that the murderer probably sustained knife wounds. Nancy's body was taken to the medical examiner's office for closer. They had concluded that Nancy had more than 30 stab wounds all over her body. Investigators believe that Nancy was murdered between midnight of the 25th of October and the early hours of October 26, 1970. No suspects were ever identified, even after interviewing over 500 people within a month of the murder. Despite the blood evidence, there were not many leads to go on. Nancy had no known enemies, and no one knew who could have done such brutality to her. The motive was unclear, but crime scene reconstruction pointed out how the suspect got entry into her apartment. Investigators believe that the suspect was an agile person who climbed up the second-story balcony and entered Nancy's room through the slightly open door while she was sleeping. Also, a lot of defensive wounds were found on Nancy's arms and hands, proving that she gave a hell of a fight before going down. Perhaps that was how the killer was injured during the assault, which caused him to leave the blood trail behind. In the 1970s, as technology was not as advanced as it is today, they could only determine someone's blood group from the blood left at the crime scene. But with no reliable evidence and no leads to go on, the case went cold. Of course, there were a few actions taken throughout the years, but families and friends had to wait for decades before the murder was finally solved. During the investigation, detectives found a shocking piece of news that earlier in the same year when Nancy was murdered, another woman named Judith Hikari was also killed in the same area. Detectives found many similarities between them. Both women were around the same age, lived just a mile away from each other, and were soon to be married. For many years, detectives believed there was a connection between the two murders. It was speculated that both women were the victims of the infamous Zodiac killer, but there was never any physical evidence to prove it. Sadly, till now, Judith Hikari's murder remains unsolved. In 2004, a DNA profile was developed from the blood collected from the crime scene and was uploaded to the state and national CODIS databases, but it yielded no matches with any offender's profile. Nobody could stop the case from turning cold. All the while, the family was mourning the loss of Nancy. 15 years later, in November of 2019, detectives from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Cold Case Team and investigators from the District Attorney's Office launched a forensic genetic genealogy investigation, using the same technology that was employed to identify the notorious Golden State Killer. The DNA profile was uploaded on the open-source genealogy website to find people who could, which the detectives eventually did. It took 3 more years for a result to come out. And finally, on July 21, 2022, the murderer of 28-year-old Nancy Marie Benelli was identified as Richard John Davis. All the while, time was passing. These past 50 years, science was evolving. Sacramento County District Attorney and Marie Schubert stated in the media, referring to the decades-old case. Richard John Davis was born on March 22, 1943. At the time of committing the crime, he was 27 years old and while living in the same apartment complex as Nancy. While Nancy lived in apartment number 17, Davis lived in number 23. They were on opposite ends of a pool. Nancy's apartment could be seen across the pool from Davis's apartment. In a press conference referring to the motive of the murder, retired detective Mickey Lynch said that Richard Davis intended to do what he did that day. He broke into Nancy's apartment on the night of the murder by climbing the balcony. He put masking tape over every one of his fingers to conceal fingerprints, so premeditation was there. Though no one could say for sure, detectives took a guess that Richard might have had a crush on his neighbor Nancy and killed her after learning about her marriage. Schubert was informed that out of the 500 people interviewed by the sheriff's office in the first month following the murder, Davis and his roommate were also present. However, they both provided strong alibis for each other. Davis had no prior convictions except for a driving under the influence charge. That was probably the reason why there was no DNA match in the Cody's database at the initial stages of the investigation. Nancy's family had lost hope that this case would ever be solved, as did Mr. Salami, Nancy's then-fiancé. Indeed, after 52 long years, the oldest cold case in Sacramento County was finally solved in 2022. Ferris Salami could never see this long-awaited day as he died of leukemia at the age of 84 on February 2, 2014. Nancy was never forgotten, Schubert said to reporters. As I told Linda and Tom, she was always at the top of the list. At the sheriff's office, in our office, in the crime lab, and so many other folks. As Nancy's sister Linda Cox and her husband Tom Cox listened to her speech while being seated beside her at the press conference. The perpetrator, Richard Davis, however, would elude justice as he died on November 2, 1997, at the age of 54, due to illness as a result of alcoholism. He would have been charged with premeditated murder. About the serial killer evading justice, Mickey Lynch regretted stating, "Sadly, there won't be any form of legal justice. But Linda and Tom, I hope this brings you, Nancy, and your family some peace." In a signed statement, Linda Cox stated that she remembers her sister. "After almost 52 years of missing my sister, we owe Mickey Lynch so much gratitude. How many times have my husband Tom and I said Nancy would have loved our ranch, all our animals and land with wide open spaces. We have missed sharing our children and grandchildren so much more." Unfortunately, Nancy's family never got to see the man who took their dear one's life behind bars. Although he evaded mortal punishment, we can only hope that he had to answer for his crimes to a higher power. But in the end, Nancy's family made amends with the closure they got. Do you think if not for forensic DNA technology would this crime have ever been solved? Let us know in the comment section what your insight is into this tragic case. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. 48-year-old Jerry Dragu was having a difficult 1994. The high school superintendent from Taft, California had lost his 18-year-old son Matthew in a car accident that May. Jerry had a lifelong love of the outdoors and decided to take a trip to Yosemite National Park at the beginning of August to help him cope with his loss. On Monday, August 1st, Jerry camped in his car near the Levitt Lake trailhead just north of the park. He had plans to spend 2 days hiking alone, before meeting up with one of his cousins at Bigelow Lake. When Jerry's wife Leslie called his cousin on August 6th, she learned that Jerry had never shown up for the planned meeting. The search for Jerry began the next day, with searchers working on the ground and helicopters searching from the air. The standard 3 days of searching passed, but the search team did not scale back their efforts, even though that was the protocol at the time. Instead, they tried a different approach. Dog trainers Mike Bigelow and Terry Buttrem, along with Mike's 2-year-old Australian Shepherd Ranger, boarded a helicopter. The trio was dropped off at Dorothy Lake near Forsyth Peak. They began heading higher up the mountain when rangers suddenly began running back down. He soon ran back to Mike and Terry and sat down in front of them, which was a signal that he had found someone. Mike and Terry followed Ranger to a large boulder. They found Jerry. On August 4th, Jerry had been unable to find his cousin at their prearranged meeting place. Jerry then decided to go up on a ridge by himself to build a small memorial for Matthew, who had shared his love of the outdoors. Jerry had tripped and fallen 25 feet head first, which resulted in a large gash on his forehead, 6 broken ribs, a punctured lung, and a broken ankle. Jerry rationed his trail mix and drank lake water for the following several days. He only had a light rain jacket to keep him warm. It is believed that he would have passed away within hours, heading up and found, and transported to a hospital. As a result of Jerry's rescue, California's Office of Emergency Services expanded their intensive search period from 3 to 7 days. At least 3 people were located and rescued during this extended time window in the first following its institution. Jerry suffered a severe heart attack in 2002 and received a heart transplant on Christmas Eve of that year, his lead surgeon donning a Santa hat. He passed away on April 3, 2015, at the age of 69. His rescue in 1994 gave him 20 extra years with his wife and daughter, and eventually his son-in-law and 2 grandchildren. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. 58-year-old Kevin Lynch of Woodbridge, New Jersey traveled to Waynesville, North Carolina to attend a family reunion with his wife, Alina, in July 2019. The reunion was being held at the Swag Resort, which borders the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Kevin went missing from the resort on July 27th. He was last seen around 3:20 in the afternoon, walking along the border of the resort property, near the Cataloochee Divide Trail, before disappearing from sight. Kevin's disappearance was an emergency from the start because he suffered from dementia. Both Hayward County Emergency Management and the National Park Service aggressively began searching for Kevin, hoping that he had not made it very far into the heavily wooded area. Unfortunately, their early efforts were not successful, and the search effort had to continue to grow over the following few days. More than 200 people from 32 different agencies participated in the physical search for Kevin, and more than 60 agencies contributed to the effort in one way or another. Search teams of 10 individuals each covered overgrown and steep terrain as part of a grid search that covered a 5-mile radius out from where Kevin had last been seen. They also posted flyers and interviewed any hikers they came across in hopes that they had seen Kevin. Law enforcement went door to door informing the residents of homes along the border of the national park of Kevin's disappearance and asking them to keep a lookout for him. Helicopters, drones, and search dogs were all utilized in the search. The search effort went from sunup to sundown every day. It would not be until July 31st that the search team found their first clues. That afternoon, the hat and sunglasses Kevin had been wearing were discovered approximately 1,600 feet southeast of the Cataloochee Divide Trail. Nearby, they found footprints and mud that had been created by a recent rain shower that went towards the Ferguson cabin, a historic cabin that the National Park Service maintains. Kevin was not found in the cabin, but these clues helped focus the search effort. At 4:25 that afternoon, Kevin was found in the woods when he responded to a group of searchers calling out his name. He was described as being alert and responsive when he was found. He was less than a mile from where he had last been seen, in an area that had previously been searched. Kevin suffered no serious injuries during the time he was lost, but was transported to Haywood Regional Medical Center to be treated for dehydration. Kevin's lack of injuries outside of scrapes and bruises was surprising given the fact that he had no supplies with him when he went into the woods, and he had been dressed in just a t-shirt and shorts. He was released from the hospital on August 2nd. Given Kevin's dementia, It was not possible to get a complete account of his time while he was missing. His family is happy enough knowing that he is now safe. They issued a press release, thanking everyone who participated in the extensive search effort. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Grace Emmy Rose Millane was born in Essex, England, in 1996. She was the youngest of 3 siblings, with 2 older brothers named Michael and Declan. Grace was friendly, energetic, and loved being with her family. She also had a passion for anything creative and artistic. After going to the University of Lincoln and getting a degree in advertising and marketing, she was ready for a big adventure. She saved money for a year-long trip around the world after graduation. Before leaving, Grace did something kind by cutting her long hair and giving it to children with cancer. In October 2018, she said goodbye to her family and began her journey. The adventurous and outgoing graduate traveled to Peru before spending 6 weeks in South America. She met up with other travelers along the way and was keen to share her journey with everyone back home. On November 19th, 21-year-old Grace arrived in New Zealand alone, and 11 days later, she reached Auckland. She checked into a hostel called the Base Backpackers on Queen Street, sharing a room with some other travelers. Saturday evening, December 1st, 2018, Grace left the hostel just before 6 p.m. and headed out into the city center. Dressed in a knee-length black dress, white shoes, and carrying a small handbag, she had made plans to meet someone she had matched with on Tinder. Initially, Grace didn't seem too sure on meeting up, but after some more talking, her and her date eventually made a plan to get some drinks. Grace met her date at a place called Sky City, an entertainment complex with bars, restaurants, and a casino. Grace had been sending messages to her friend Amina back home, saying, "Lives in a hotel." By all accounts, the evening appeared to be going well. About an hour later, they visited a place called the Blue Stone Room. At one point, Grace got up from the table and the mystery man for some reason picked up her handbag and started searching it. But just after 9:30 p.m., they both left the bar arm in arm and headed down the street. The next day was Sunday, December 2nd, and it was Grace's 22nd birthday. Her family and friends at home were sending messages and reaching out to her over social media, but Grace unusually wasn't responding to anyone, and her 2 phones were going straight to voicemail. Her brother Declan said she had been bombarding them with details and pictures of her trip so far, and no response from her on her birthday was immediately alarming. Grace was a home bird, and this was a red flag. Her parents contacted the Auckland police and reported her as missing on December 5th. Police reached out to the hostel Grace was staying at, and they confirmed that she had not checked back in on the night of December 1st. Initially, the police didn't suspect any foul play. The majority of her belongings were still at her hostel. Maybe she had just stayed with some new friends and forgotten to contact people. Fortunately for detectives, it didn't take long to track down where Grace had been on that Saturday evening, due to the vast amounts of CCTV from around the city. The mystery man she was spotted with that night was quickly identified. The very night Grace was last seen, she had changed her profile picture on Facebook. A comment was posted underneath the picture saying, "Beautiful, very radiant." The person that commented was also the Tinder date seen drinking with Grace. This man was Jesse Kempson, who was currently residing at the City Life Hotel in Auckland. Jesse had written a post prior to the comment which caught more attention. Extracts of the post stated he was sorry for his mistakes, his arrogance, and his selfishness. But who was Jesse Kempson? 26-year-old Jesse was born in Wellington and had moved several times as a child after his parents split up. He had been partially raised by his grandparents and was virtually estranged from a lot of his family. Jesse was described by everyone who knew him as a pathological liar. He claimed everything, from being the cousin of a famous All Blacks rugby player to telling people he was dying of cancer. He lied to employers, landlords, partners, and his family and friends. Time and again, Jesse's fake world caught up with him, and he was frequently evicted from his flats and lost jobs due to his compulsive lying. A former landlord of Jesse said he had claimed to be a professional softball player who had been signed up by New Zealand's national softball team, the Black Sox. He'd lie and say he was waiting on contract money, But after 8 weeks of excuses, the landlord contacted the Black Sox management, and again, Jesse's lies were exposed. He told his landlord at the City Life Hotel that he was a top manager for Woolworths. In reality, his rent was being paid by state benefits. Jesse's last job was in telephone sales. This also ended in a dismissal due to his lies, and this all happened on the very day he met Grace Millane on December 1st. Jesse was the last known person seen with Grace that night, and police knew he was the man they needed to help fill in the gaps. The same day Grace was reported missing on December 5th, Jesse was asked to come into the station to answer some routine questions. He said nothing out of the ordinary had happened that night. The date had ended nicely with a hug, a kiss on the cheek, and a plan for the following day, before the pair eventually parted ways at around 10 p.m. He said he had tried to message her the next day on Tinder, but noticed that Grace had unmatched him, and that was where his encounters with her abruptly ended. But the officers hadn't yet finished looking through the CCTV from the City Life Hotel, and they were about to start gaining more answers to the remaining questions they had. A sinister and disturbing picture was slowly being put together, and almost 6 terabytes of CCTV data were being analyzed. Despite Jesse saying they parted ways on the street, they were both seen arriving at the City Life Hotel arm in arm. They exited the lift together on Jesse's floor, but Grace was never seen leaving the building. The morning after, on what was Grace's birthday, cameras did pick up Jesse leaving the hotel. They followed him over the coming hours, tracking his every move. He left the hotel in the morning and went shopping to buy a suitcase. He then went to buy some cleaning supplies, and just before noon, he headed over in a taxi to a car rental company and rented a red Toyota Corolla. Several hours later, Jesse met with another woman he had engaged with on Tinder. She later reported that he had some disturbing conversations with her, speaking about burying bodies and his friends that were police officers. His date said he made her feel so uneasy. She declined Jesse's offer to get in his car and made her own way home, never talking to him again. After this, Jesse went out into the city center again, this time to hire a rugged Dr. Carpet cleaning machine, explaining to staff that he had some red wine stains that needed cleaning up. Later on, at 9:30 in the evening, Jesse loaded 2 suitcases onto a hotel trolley and offloaded these into the Toyota he had rented earlier. At around 7 a.m. the next day, he was picked up on camera again, this time buying a shovel, and 2 hours later, he was spotted power washing the car. He then returned the car to the rental company, and it was subsequently rented out by someone else. On the 5th of December, the day Grace was reported missing, Jesse was seen visiting various locations and dumping things in bins. Police arrived at the City Life Hotel looking to talk to him. Just as they reached the front desk, Jesse returned to the hotel himself. The minute he saw the police, he quickly turned around and began walking away, with his head firmly facing the opposite direction. The police clocked him, chased after him, and brought him in for questioning. Despite Jesse denying anything had happened, police still began a thorough search of his hotel room. On December 7th, David, Grace's father, was now in Auckland. He made an emotional plea for help. The investigation was moving quickly, and although police didn't name him, they revealed they had spoken to Jesse and that he was a person of interest. The more time ticked by, the more fearful people became, and the police stated that they had grave concerns for Grace. On December 8th, as more and more evidence was coming to light, Jesse was eventually taken into custody and interviewed again. His story had now drastically changed. Jesse said that when he had awoken the next morning and realized Grace was dead, he went into shock. He panicked and put her body in a suitcase and drove out to bury her. He still denied any guilt, however. The forensic search of Jesse's room added more to the already disturbing story. Despite Jesse's attempts to clean up, Grace's blood covered the floor of the hotel room. Given what Jesse had told them, it didn't take long for police to start searching an area on Scenic Drive near the Waitakere Reservoir. Shortly after 4 p.m. that day, officers found a body around 10 yards from the road. D.I. Scott Beard had been heading the investigation and was working closely with the Millane family. For him and his team that had been hoping to find Grace safe and well and bring good news to the family, it was clear how much of a painful moment this was for everyone involved in the search. The grief was shared throughout the nation. Thousands of people paid tribute to Grace and held vigils. The New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern publicly apologized to Grace's parents and offered hers and her country's full support. Following this, Jesse Kempson was formally charged with the murder of Grace Millane. On December 10th, just 5 days after Grace was reported missing, Jesse appeared in court in Auckland. He was granted an interim name suppression to ensure a fair trial, which is why so much of his interview footage was blurred out for a long time. Following an autopsy, a pathologist confirmed that Grace had been strangled and had bruises on her arms and chest, consistent with being pinned down. Considual force would have been required, and the pressure on her neck must have lasted between 4 and 5 minutes to be enough to kill her. At around 1:30 a.m. on Sunday, as Grace lay dead in his room, Jesse carried out a number of internet searches. Using his phone, he looked up hottest fire, flesh-eating birds, and Waitakere Rangers, the location where he would later try to bury Grace's body. After this, he trawled through a pornography site. He then took several intimate photos of Grace's dead body. Hundreds of people turned out for her funeral at Brentwood Cathedral in Essex. Detective Inspector Scott Beard, who had been looking after the case, flew to England to pay his respects and support the Millane family. 6 days after Grace was laid to rest, Jesse appeared in the High Court and he pled not guilty. His trial began in November later that year. The trial would last just 3 weeks, and for much of it, Jesse remained stony-faced, showing no emotion. He occasionally glanced down at court papers or held his head in his hands. Jesse's defense team argued that although tragic, Grace's death was that had gone horribly wrong. They claimed that Grace had engaged in sexual encounters like this before meeting Jesse, and this time it had been a tragic case of sexual misadventure. They said that Jesse had simply panicked and attempted to hide Grace's body after he realized the sexual encounter had accidentally taken her life. But the prosecution were already armed with a mountain of strong evidence and witnesses. They argued that Jesse did not panic, and this was not simply something that went wrong. It was very clearly deliberate and intentional. They said that he had calmly and callously set about covering his tracks, creating what they called a labyrinth of storytelling and lies as he went. Despite his protests of innocence, on the 22nd of December 2019, after just 5 hours of deliberations, Jesse Kempson was found guilty of the murder of Grace Millane. Jesse was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum non-parole period of 17 years. The case prompted many people to express their anger at how Grace's life had been presented during the trial, and how her death had been explained away by her killer, many feeling it was shameful and grotesque victim blaming, rather than placing the blame on the murderer himself. Jesse's family branded him a pathetic fantasist. His stepbrother said he lied over pointless things all the time, and continued to lie until the point where he's got no out, and then he breaks down, cries, and runs away. After he was found guilty of murdering Grace in the highly publicized trial, Jesse faced a further 2 trials the following year. These were judge-alone trials, and no jury was present. 2 women had gone to the police when they had seen the blurred images of Jesse after he was arrested for Grace's murder. They knew instantly it was him, and they both had horrific stories to tell the officers about Jesse. In the first of these 2 trials in October 2020, an ex-partner spoke of the physical, sexual, emotional, and financial abuse she had suffered while with him, and drained her account of $10,000. Jesse was found guilty of 8 charges and jailed for 7.5 years. In November 2020, he was put on trial again, this time for raping a young British tourist he had met on Tinder 8 months before he had murdered Grace Millane. He forced himself on her and said, "If you don't do this, I will kill you, and I will kill your family, and you know I will." He was then found guilty and given another 3.5 years in jail for this crime. This brought the total to an additional 11 years, which will run concurrently alongside the sentence he received for the murder of Grace. When Justice Jeffrey Venning found him guilty of rape, it prompted an aggressive outburst from Jesse. Tragically, in November 2020, Grace's dad David Millane passed away after a battle with cancer. In December 2020, the name suppression concealing Jesse's identity finally lapsed, when the Supreme Court denied his last-ditch appeal against his sentence in Grace's murder. It is alleged that Jesse is working on appeals in both of the sentences for the 2020 trials as well. To honor Grace's memory, her family and friends raised a record amount of money for the White Ribbon Campaign. The White Ribbon Campaign is a charity looking to end male violence against women by engaging with men and boys to make a stand against violence and challenge behaviors. Grace's family and friends raised over £11,000 in her name. The Love Grace campaign was also set up in Grace's honor. The campaign asks for donations of handbags filled with essential items to help provide support for women seeking refuge from harmful and abusive relationships. I've left links to these and a few more resources in the description box below. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. In 2006, Lori and Charles Valow seemed to have a great life. Lori married Charles Valow, who was a businessman, and they looked happy together. They were raising Tylee Ryan, Lori's daughter from before. But behind the scenes, Lori had some problems in her past that people didn't know about at first. Lori Ryan DeBell, also known as Lori Valow DeBell, was born Lori Noreen Cox on June 26, 1973, in San Bernardino, California. When she was 19, she married her high school boyfriend, Nelson Yanes, but they got divorced soon after. Then, when she was 22, she married William Lagjoya, who was 23, in Travis County, Texas, on October 22, 1995. They had a son named Colby in 1996, before divorcing on February 25, 1998. In 2001, Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr., who legally adopted Colby. The couple's biological daughter, Tylee, was born in 2002. Ryan filed for divorce on August 13, 2004, which was finalized on May 18, 2005. And here's where things started to become weird and sinister. In 2007, Ryan was attacked by Lori's brother, Alex Cox, who claimed Ryan had been abusive to Lori and the children. Cox tasered Ryan and threatened to murder him. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 90 days in jail, which he served in Austin, Texas. But that didn't stop Lori from playing the same trick again of using her brother to get rid of an inconvenient husband. On February 24, 2006, Lori married Leland Anthony Valow, commonly known as Charles Valow, in Las Vegas, Nevada. A lifelong Catholic, became a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, converting to his new wife's faith. Valow had two sons from a previous marriage, Nicholas and Zachary Chase. In 2013, Lori and Charles Valow adopted JJ Valow. He was the grandson of Charles's sister. JJ had autism, and April Raymond, who was Lori's friend, says Lori was patient, an ideal mother for him. Veja Itate Howe met the Valow family when they lived in Arizona. She says Tylee embraced her role as a big sister, and that Tylee even jokingly referred to JJ as her own child. Sometime around 2017, relatives say Lori's relationship with her children changed. Her friends say she had been reading the books of Doomsday author Chad Daybell. Daybell, who wrote several fiction books about preparing for the end of the world, lived outside Rexburg, Idaho.
In 2018, Lori Valow met Chad Daybell.
Lori's friends say there was a connection between the two and they began doing religious podcasts together. Daybell was also married. Together with his wife, Tammy Daybell, he was raising 5 children. But what kind of man was Chad Daybell really? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968 in Provo, Utah. He married Tamara, Tammy Douglas, in Manta, Utah on March 9, 1990. He graduated from Brigham Young University in 1992 with a BA in journalism and worked as a cemetery sexton or gravedigger among other jobs. In 2004, Chad founded Spring Creek Book Company, which he used to self-publish his end times fiction and other religious books. His partner in this venture was a man identified in the media only by the name Douglas, a graphic artist and manager. Chad and Tammy's 5 children were named Garth, Emma, Seth, Leah, and Mark. In 2005, Chad claimed he heard a voice telling him to relocate to Rexburg, Idaho. He and Tammy moved there from Springville, Utah that June. Around 2015, Lori read Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books, reportedly becoming obsessed with them. In 2016, the Valow family moved back to Arizona. In the fall of 2018, Lori and her friend Melanie Gibb preparing a people event where Lori was introduced to Chad for the first time. According to Gibb, by the end of the weekend, Chad told Lori the two had been married in 7 previous lifetimes. The two soon began communicating privately. Several weeks after their initial meeting, Lori's husband left town on a business trip and Lori held an intimate overnight gathering at her home. In attendance were both Gibb and Chad, who was speaking at another conference in Mesa, Arizona. Gibb later recalled Chad lavishing attention on Lori and expounding upon his unusual religious beliefs and the deeper mysteries of God with a small group of the overnight guests. According to Gibb, Chad stated he had lived 31 different lives on various Earth-like planets. He referred to others as light or dark and various gradations in between. Chad believed the dark individuals were from this earth but were followers of Satan. Those who were light were followers of Jesus Christ. Chad Daybell referred to Lori as an eternal being of 21 separate lives, only 5 of which had occurred on this planet, the same 5 he had lived on this planet. Lori was both thrilled and attracted to this belief system and became increasingly fixated on this newfound purpose and on Chad. On December 5, 2018, Chad and Lori appeared together on the Preparing the People podcast Time to Warrior Up. Chad later stayed at the Valow residence in Arizona. By February 2019, according to Charles Valow, Lori was informing him that she no longer cared about him or JJ and claimed that she was the reincarnated wife of LDS founder Joseph Smith, then vanished for 58 days. Lori's friend Melanie Gibb would later say she heard Chad and Lori talking about zombies, people whose souls were replaced by dark spirits. Lori's former friend, April Raymond, told 48 Hours that Lori started referring to her husband, Charles Valow, as a demon. In 2019, Charles Valow became very worried about Lori, and he went to the police with his concerns. He told them Lori believed she was a god preparing for the end of days. Charles also said Lori had threatened to murder him. On January 31, 2019, Charles Valow was seen on police body cam video telling officers his wife had become unhinged. The same month, Charles filed for divorce, stating that his wife had threatened to murder him, taken $35,000 from their joint bank accounts and stolen his truck. He filed for an order of protection against Lori at the advice of his attorney, citing a genuine fear for his life. In July 2019, Charles Valow went to the house where Lori Valow was living with the children in Chandler, Arizona. Charles was supposed to drop their son JJ off at school, but when he went inside the home, Charles was shot dead by Lori's brother, Alex Cox. Cox told police that Lori and Charles got into a fight. Alex claimed he was protecting his sister and shot Charles in self-defense. Lori and Ty Lee, who both say they heard the shooting, told similar stories of self-defense. After Charles's death, his attorney stated he had been primarily concerned for JJ's safety and well-being, as he needed a constant routine due to his special needs. Charles had also been concerned for Ty Lee, but he was unable to include her in the filings as she was not his biological daughter and thus he had no legal standing. He withdrew the petition 1 month later saying he wanted to try to make the marriage work. Unfortunately, it ended up getting him killed instead. Around September 2019, Lori Valow moved closer to Chad Daybell. She relocated her kids to Rexburg, Idaho. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, moved into the same apartment complex. JJ Valow, Tylee Ryan, and their uncle Alex Cox were at Yellowstone National Park on September 8, 2019. Police say this is the last known photo of Tylee before she disappeared. Now we know that Melanie Gibb has said by this point that Lori had referred to Tylee as a zombie. The morning after Tylee Ryan disappeared, investigators say that Alex Cox's cell phone GPS placed him in Chad Daybell's backyard, on the property for about 2 hours. About 14 minutes after Cox's GPS showed him leaving the property, Chad Daybell texted his wife, Tammy Daybell. The text read, "I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. There is a photo of JJ wearing red pajamas taken on September 22, 2019, in what is believed to be the last known photo of the 7-year-old. The police have also confirmed this. Melanie Gibbs says that she and her boyfriend, David Warnick, were staying with Lori in Rexburg that weekend. On the night of September 22, 2019, Warnick says he saw Alex Cox carry JJ into Lori's apartment. Lori reportedly told them that JJ was being a zombie and that Cox had to take him away. On September 23, 2019, the day after JJ was last seen, investigators say Alex Cox's cell phone showed that Cox returned to Chad Daybell's backyard. This time, Cox was only there for 17 minutes. On September 24, 2019, Lori contacted the school to let them know that she was withdrawing on October 9, 2019. Tammy reported on her Facebook profile and to police that she had been shot at, in her driveway, by a masked man with what she believed was a defective paintball marker. The county sheriff's office did not find the perpetrator. 10 days later, Tammy was found dead in her home, purportedly of natural causes. Chad claimed that she had retired the night before with a terrible cough and died in her sleep. Said Tammy died in bed and that he and Chad called 911. The Daybell children declined an autopsy. They say the coroner told them Tammy's death appeared to be from natural causes. They believed that because they said their mom was in ill health prior to her death. It was just so heartbreaking. My father needs someone to be a voice for him, to let people know what's real, what we know. So basically, Lori, Chad, and Alex managed to fool both sets of families into thinking that these simultaneous disappearances and deaths around the same time were all just a huge coincidence. But then the real motive emerged. Roughly 2 weeks later, on November 5, 2019, Lori Valow and Chad Daybell got married on a beach in Hawaii. There they told others that Tylee had died in 2017 or that Lori had no minor children. Kay Woodcock asked the police to check on JJ's welfare. Woodcock said she was concerned and hadn't heard from JJ in months. On November 26, 2019, Rexburg police went to Lori's house looking for JJ. Police say Lori lied to them, claiming that JJ was safe and staying in Arizona with her friend, Melanie Gibb. At first, Gibb wasn't forthcoming about JJ's whereabouts, but later called the police and told them JJ hadn't been with her. While Rexburg police attempted to locate JJ, investigators soon realized that his sister, Tylee Ryan, was also missing and launched a nationwide search for the children. Colby and JJ's grandparents pleaded with the Daybells to return the children, with the latter offering a reward of $20,000, equivalent to $20,941 in 2021. The children are not with Chad and Lori. Lori knows where they are or what has happened to them, but she has completely refused to assist this investigation, choosing instead to leave the state with her new husband. While investigators searched for the missing children, Lori traveled back to Hawaii with her fifth husband in a series, Chad Daybell. Through their lawyer, the Daybell stated that Chad Daybell was a loving husband, and he has the support of his children in this matter. Lori Daybell is a devoted mother, and she resents assertions to the contrary. We look forward to addressing the allegations once they have moved beyond speculation and rumor. In December 2019, Fremont County Sheriff's investigators grew suspicious about Tammy Daybell's death. They exhumed her body to conduct an autopsy. The same month, Lori's brother, Alex Cox, died in Arizona. It was determined he died of natural causes. Cox, who had changed his surname to Pastines, the surname of his wife, died on December 12, 2019. His death was attributed to blood clots and high blood pressure. On January 25, 2020, authorities served Lori Daybell with an order requiring her to produce her children. After failing to comply, Lori was arrested in Hawaii on February 20, 2020. 2 weeks later, she was extradited to Idaho. In an interview with KSL, Annie Cushing, who is Tylee's late father's sister, said Lori had become obsessed with the end of the world and often talked about driving off the edge of a cliff with the children. Even after Lori's arrest, the couple refused to say where the children were. On June 9, 2020, the FBI, Rexburg police, and Fremont County Sheriff's Office descended upon Chad Daybell's home and property. Authorities dug in areas of the backyard where Alex Cox's cell phone had pinged in September 2019. Tragically, they uncovered human remains buried in shallow graves. J.J. Valow had been buried under a tree about 50 yards away. Investigators found Tylee's grave in the Daybell's pet cemetery. Prosecutors believe she was buried in the same location Chad Daybell referenced when he texted Tammy Daybell 9 months earlier, saying he was burying a raccoon. Investigators dug up part of the pet cemetery and found no raccoon. But Daybell's family said that there was a second pet cemetery on the property that was not searched. Chad Daybell was arrested. Authorities later confirmed that they identified the remains as J.J. Valow and Tylee Ryan. A memorial was built along the Daybell's fence to honor the victims in June 2020. In May 2021, Chad Daybell and Lori Valow Daybell were charged with first-degree murder for the deaths of J.J. and Tylee. Daybell was also charged with murdering his first wife, Tammy Daybell. In June 2021, Chad Daybell pleaded not guilty to all of the charges. Also in June 2021, Lori Valow Daybell was charged with conspiring to murder Charles Valow. That same month, a judge ruled Lori incompetent to stand trial while she received mental health treatment. She had not yet entered a plea. Her case was on hold. Prosecutors announced they would seek the death penalty against Chad Daybell. Daybell was jailed, awaiting trial. In September 2021, Chad and Tammy's children, speaking publicly for the first time together, told 48 Hours they believe their father is innocent. Daybell's daughter, Emma Murray, said she believes Chad was framed by Alex Cox and Lori Valow Daybell. On April 11, 2022, Judge Stephen Boyce ruled that Lori Valow Daybell was now mentally competent to stand trial in the Idaho murder case. He did not provide other details about her treatment or mental condition. She was scheduled to be formally arraigned in court next week, and both Lori and Chad Daybell were set to stand trial together early next year. On April 19, 2022, Lori refused to enter a plea to murder and other charges, prompting Judge Stephen Boyce to enter a not guilty plea on her behalf. Lori and Chad were both at the courthouse in the eastern Idaho town of St. Anthony for court proceedings. Lori Daybell for an arraignment that was delayed for months while she underwent treatment at a mental health facility, and Chad Daybell for a hearing over the trial venue. Lori Valow Daybell would qualify for capital punishment if she is convicted at her trial because the slayings were exceptionally depraved and carried out for financial gain according to court documents filed by prosecuting attorneys. From Fremont and Madison counties on May 2, 2022. On May 25, 2021, Chad and Lori were indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the deaths of Tylee and JJ and Tammy. The trial has since been postponed until early 2023 in the hope that Lori is able to be deemed mentally competent by that time. There are a number of odd details and inconsistencies about Lori's story that failed to add up and finally led to her arrest. Despite her insanity plea, the more you find out about her behavior throughout, the more you'll realize that this was a woman who was fully in control of her actions, fully aware that she was committing a series of terrible crimes, and fully capable of constructing a cover-up to get away with it. For example, when in November 2019, police questioned her about the children's whereabouts and welfare, Lori and her new husband, Chad Daybell, claimed that JJ was staying with family friend Melanie Gibb in Arizona, where they had lived before moving to Idaho in early September 2019. But when police reached Gibb by phone, she told police that Joshua was not with her and had not been there for several months. More than a week later, Gibb called the police, saying that both Lori and Chad had asked her to lie to the police about JJ's whereabouts, but she refused. Police efforts to locate JJ led to the discovery that Tylee was also missing. And obviously, complicating the circumstances around the disappearances was a string of suspicious deaths. Not only was Lori's estranged husband, Charles Valow, shot and killed by her brother, Alex Cox, who claimed self-defense, but that same brother just so happened to die of a blood clot later on. How convenient for Lori. That Alex didn't live long enough to explain to a jury why he had this habit of violently attacking his sister's husbands. Another factor contributing to the mystery was Chad and Lori's well-documented obsession with certain apocalyptic beliefs, which Chad had discussed in numerous books and podcasts. Melanie Boudreau, Lori's niece, reportedly shares these beliefs. Add to this that in early October 2019, Brandon Boudreau, the then estranged husband of Lori's niece, Melanie, was shot at in the driveway of his Gilbert, Arizona home from a vehicle still registered to the deceased Charles Valow. Can this possibly be an unrelated coincidence? And then, of course, in October 2019, Chad's wife, Tammy DeBell, was attacked in her driveway by what she believed was someone shooting a defective paintball gun. A few weeks later, on October 19th, she died in her sleep, from what was initially recorded as natural causes. No post-mortem or autopsy was initially performed. It has also been reported that a wedding ring was purchased on Amazon from the deceased Charles's account for $35.99 on October 2nd, 2019, 17 days before the death of Chad's wife, Tammy DeBell. And finally, in a stunning blow to the insanity plea mounted by the defense lawyers, authorities confirmed that they had soon turned their attention to a Rexburg storage locker rented by Lori in October 2019. Inside, they discovered items belonging to or associated with Haley and JJ, such as clothing, bikes, and photographs, all of which had been abandoned when Lori suddenly left Rexburg at the end of November 2019. There was even video footage which shows her and her brother Alex Cox moving items in and out of the locker prior to her departure. All of this to be explained away by the defendant Lori Valow on the grounds of her religious beliefs? Hardly. On March 24, 2020, NBC News reported on documents showing that Chad and Lori became convinced that Tylee and JJ were possessed and had become zombies. But was that really the whole truth and nothing but the truth? That there is also a financial motive here. Because later on, Lori was also charged with grand theft related to Social Security survivor benefits over $1,000 allocated for the care of minors, Tylee Ryan and JJ Valow, that were appropriated after the children were missing and ultimately found deceased. And Chad? He was charged with insurance fraud related to a life insurance policy he had on Tammy DeBell, for which he was the beneficiary and received funds after her death. Unfortunately for themselves, this perfectly matched killer couple forgot that getting rid of their respective spouses and children wouldn't be enough for them to collect some extra cash and live happily ever after. Lori's 2 children and grandparents who loved them, and Chad's wife had children who loved her. Between them, these other family members finally found a way to avenge the death of their loved ones. And Lori and Chad are headed to maximum security prisons and will be separated from each other for the rest of their lives. So much for true love for these truly heinous killers. So, what do you guys think about this insanely twisted and evil pair of killers? This story is still developing, of course, so as new and even creepier details emerge almost weekly, we won't get a full picture of the case until Lori and Chad face a full jury. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On Mother's Day, May 9th, 2021, in St. Johns County, Florida, 13-year-old Tristan Bailey was reported missing by her parents at 10 a.m. They had last seen her around midnight. Tristan was described as a sweet and enthusiastic 7th grader. She was a budding cheerleader, known for being cheerful, spirited, and friendly. Her coach praised her for bringing the team together and motivating them. Tristan attended Patriot Oaks Academy, which has about 1,500 students. Around 2 p.m., the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office officially announced that they were searching for Tristan. Later that day, a Florida missing child alert was issued. This alert is issued when a child is missing and believed to be in life-threatening danger, but with no indication that the child has been abducted. Police were issued via various media outlets, and the community and police began an extensive search to find her. Tragically, after just 16 hours of searching, the body of Tristan Bailey was found by a resident that had been out looking for her that day. She was located on the south end of a retention pond just east to the cul-de-sac of Saddleston Drive. She had been stabbed to death with 114 wounds on her body, 49 of which were defensive. Authorities also later found a book knife, which is a folding knife often used in hunting. This is believed to be the murder weapon, and it was discovered in a pond nearby. The knife was missing the tip, which was found snapped off inside Tristan's head. The community have been an incredible source of ongoing support since the news of Tristan's disappearance and later tragic death broke. The Bailey family said they have felt such encouragement and love from so many. Many people in the community turned over home CCTV footage to the police in a bid to help. And some of this footage had in fact picked Tristan up early that morning. In the early hours of Sunday morning, Tristan was spotted at 1:15 a.m. at the North Amenity Center in Durban Crossing, and half an hour later she was seen again on Saddleston Drive, just over a mile away. On both pieces of footage, she was seen walking with someone. At this point, the case was now moving rapidly, and on May 10th, just before noon, it was announced that the police had made an arrest. 14-year-old Aiden Fucci was also a student of Patriot Oaks Academy, and he had grown up in the same neighborhood as Tristan. The teen was then charged with second-degree murder. According to the arrest report, a neighbor's CCTV camera showed the pair walking together along Saddleston Drive at 1:45 a.m. The drive is surrounded by a wooded area, and as you reach the end of the drive, there is a dead end which leads directly into the wooded area. This location is very close to where Tristan's body was found. The report says one subject was wearing what appeared to be shorts, a light-colored hooded sweatshirt, and white shoes with a black Nike logo. This description matches Aiden Fucci. The second subject, known to be Tristan, was wearing black pants and a black shirt, although it was initially reported that she had been wearing her cheerleading outfit. The arrest report said that the person matching Aiden's description was then seen walking away from the wooded area at around 3:27 a.m., heading back down Saddleston Drive. He was carrying a pair of white shoes, which we now know to be his, in his hand. He later said he took them off because his feet were hurting. When he was spotted walking back down Saddleston Drive, this was almost 2 hours after he had been seen with Tristan on the same road. Following this sighting, police went to Aiden's house to question him on May 9th, just a day before he was arrested. His house is located approximately 0.3 miles from the location Tristan's body was found in. Police put him in the back of the car, and while he was in the back, he posted a disturbing picture to Snapchat. He captioned the photo, "A search warrant for Aiden's house led to the finding of multiple items of evidentiary value. The forensics team worked around the clock examining these items to try and obtain any DNA. This process can sometimes take months, but the teams at the lab tested everything rapidly, and subsequently, Tristan's DNA was found on a pair of shoes and a t-shirt that were both located in Aiden's bedroom." According to an affidavit, the defendant, Aiden, said he had been at a mutual friend's house that night with Tristan before leaving. They had then engaged in an argument at around 1:10 a.m. before he pushed her to the ground where she hit her head. But the details of this alleged argument are unconfirmed, and it remains unclear as to how the pair came to be walking together down the street. On May 11th, Aiden appeared via Zoom in Volusia County Regional Detention Center in front of Circuit Judge Michael Orfinger for a detention hearing. His parents, Kristen and Jason, were present, as was his lawyer, Anwar Snobber. Judge Orfinger ordered his stay in juvenile detention for 21 days, until the state attorney made their decision on whether he would be tried as an adult or not. A week later, Jacksonville attorney Anwar Snobber, who had been retained to represent Aiden, filed a motion to withdraw from counsel. This was granted. Aiden's parents both asked for a judge to declare them indigent. Indigency means someone doesn't have sufficient income to afford a lawyer for defense in a criminal case. Aiden's mother's application was accepted, but his father's was initially denied. After explaining that he was self-employed and since everything had happened he was unable to find work, his request was also granted. This means that the 14-year-old will now be represented by the Public Defender's Office. Hundreds of thousands of people have signed a petition asking the state attorney's office and Governor Ron DeSantis to charge Aiden Fucci as an adult rather than a juvenile, and also to charge him with first-degree murder as opposed to second-degree. On May 18th, a celebration of life was held to honor Tristan Bailey. People attended the memorial at Celebration Church in Jacksonville wearing aqua and white, which were Tristan's favorite colors. It was extremely emotional and moving, and the family and friends of Tristan shared beautiful memories and positive and hopeful thoughts and feelings. Everyone showed such tremendous strength, resilience, and grace, and it was clear to see what a close bond they all had. On May 27th, it was announced that Aiden Fucci would in fact be tried as an adult, and his charge was also upgraded from second-degree murder to first-degree premeditated murder. He was indicted unanimously by a grand jury on first-degree murder charges. Here is what we know about what it means for Aiden to be tried as an adult as opposed to a juvenile. If he was charged as a juvenile, it means he cannot legally be held in jail beyond the age of 21. Adult charges automatically attach to a first-degree murder indictment. So when the grand jury indicted Aiden of first-degree murder charges on May 27th, his case automatically moved out of the juvenile court and into adult felony court. In his first court appearance since it was announced he would be tried as an adult, Judge Howard M. Maltz laid out the charges he is facing. Judge Maltz said, "His first-degree premeditated murder charge is a capital felony that is punishable by life in prison or the death penalty. But because Aiden is under the age of 18, the death penalty is automatically off the table." In 2005, the U.S. Supreme Court found the death penalty unconstitutional for defendants who were under the age of 18 at the time of their crime. If convicted of first-degree murder, Aiden could receive a maximum sentence of life in prison. Florida technically has parole, but courts haven't granted it for some time. The Florida legislature abolished it for most crimes in 1983, and it was phased out for the remaining crimes by 1995. However, Florida law does require a judge to review the life sentence of a juvenile 25 years after their arrest. At the point of the review, the judge can consider a number of factors in deciding whether to change a life sentence or not. These factors can include whether the victim's family objects, or if the defendant still poses a risk to society. Regardless of what happens at that 25-year review, a juvenile convicted of murder in Florida must serve a statutory minimum sentence of 40 years behind bars. The state attorney, R.J. Laritza, indicated that his office will be seeking life in prison, but said Aiden will likely be able to appeal it as part of a wider, ongoing effort to reduce sentences for juveniles in Florida. If he were to receive a life in prison sentence, he will be eligible for a review of his sentence at age 25 because he is currently a minor at this time. All of these outcomes completely depend on whether or not Aiden changes his plea and what happens in the coming weeks and months. Police said there is no evidence at this time to suggest that Aiden suffers from any psychological conditions or issues, and he has no previous criminal history. The motive for this senseless and horrific attack at this point remains unknown. However, authorities allege that Aiden told people in the days before Tristan's murder that he was planning to kill someone within the month. He didn't say who, but he spoke of plans to take someone into the woods and stab them. So far, authorities have refused to disclose whether the murder was sexually motivated, and according to records, so far, there is no indication of sexual assault. What they can confirm, however, is that they found Aiden's DNA on Tristan's body, but what that DNA is, again, is unconfirmed. There are also some people on social media who have published posts suggesting they were part of the crime too, or have said they knew other people may have been involved. These accounts and statements have been investigated by officers and will most likely continue to be investigated. But the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office said the accounts and people they had looked into had nothing to do with the murder. The Sheriff's Office says at this time there are no other suspects in the crime apart from Aiden, but they are investigating the possibility that someone could have been involved as an accessory after the fact. A felony arraignment date was set for June 10th. This is where Aiden would plead guilty or not guilty. But on June 3rd, Aiden Fucci's attorney entered a written plea on Aiden's behalf. This was a plea of not guilty. It has also been reported that since he is now being tried as an adult, he is being held without bond at Duval County Jail in Jacksonville. Although there is space for juveniles there, he is being separated from the adult inmates inside. On June 5th, it was reported that Aiden's mother, Crystal, is now facing a charge of tampering with evidence after she turned herself in to authorities. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In the southern part of Minnesota lies its largest city, Minneapolis. Together with St. Paul to the east, they make up the Twin Cities metropolitan area. About a 6-hour drive from Chicago, Minneapolis is known for its cultural diversity, scenic parkway system, and harsh winters. Despite its reputation for safety, it proved dangerous for our victim, Jean Childs. Jean and Born in 1958 to Eugene and Betty Ekman in Asante, Minnesota, was known affectionately as Jeannie to her loving family. However, Jean's life took a difficult turn when her stepfather was tragically shot by her uncle, who happened to be her stepfather's business partner, in 1971. Nothing was normal after his untimely demise. Jean dropped out of school in 6th grade and ran away from home numerous times. Although she came back each time after just a few days, she moved out of her mother's house when she reached her late teenage years. Soon she developed a drug addiction, and to pay for the drugs she entered into sex work. After moving to Minneapolis from her hometown of Asante, Jean married Alfred Childs. She too fell in love with him. After a hysterectomy, she was not able to conceive children, but she left no stone unturned to be a loving and caring stepmother to Alfred's 3 children from his prior relationships. However, the marriage fell apart after some time, and Jean seemed to return to her previous profession. After the separation from Alfred, she started dating a guy named Arthur Gray. In 1993, they were living in an apartment unit on the 21st floor of Horn Towers on Pillsbury Avenue in Minneapolis, which was leased to Arthur. Allegedly, this was the unit that Jean used for her sex services, and Arthur was her pimp. Everything seemed normal for Arthur and Jean until 1993. On June 13, 1993, a neighbor in their apartment called the police and told them about a water leakage mixed with blood in his residence. The police immediately reached the spot, and upon inspection, they determined that the blood was coming from an adjacent apartment, which was Arthur and Jean's apartment. So as the police entered, a bloody crime scene was waiting for them. Inside the apartment, the floor was full of water mixed with blood. The bedroom window was open and the screen was missing. The shower was unoccupied, yet left running. Investigators soon found Jean's dead body wedged between the bed and the dresser, wearing nothing but socks. She had multiple stab wounds all over her body. Blood was splattered on the walls of the bedroom, living room, and even the bathroom. This indicated that the attack was prolonged and that the attacker perhaps chased Jean all over her apartment before brutally murdering her. There was no shortage of blood evidence. Several items were taken to the lab for DNA testing, including the bedding, a towel, a washcloth, a red t-shirt, and a blood-soaked comforter. And interestingly, while all the other items had only blood on them, the comforter had semen on it along with blood. However, the most appalling evidence for the investigators was a bloody footprint left at the crime scene near the dead body. After the crime scene examination, the body was taken to the medical examiner's office to perform an autopsy. The autopsy revealed Jean had a total of 65 stab wounds across her neck, chest, abdomen, back, hands, arms, and buttocks. It was almost everywhere on her body. The vicious attack did not even stop with this poor woman's death, as many of the one wound was so forcefully imposed that it went right through her heart, exposing her internal organs. Despite having a bucket full of genetic evidence, the investigation wasn't moving anywhere. An unidentified male profile was made from the DNA collected from the crime scene, but when they ran the criminal database, no match was found. Due to her profession, Jean used to let strangers come into her apartment every now and then, which made it impossible for the investigators to line up suspects. No witnesses ever came forward with information. Unfortunately, this case garnered little to no media attention. Without having any solid leads, this case quickly went cold and stayed so until 2015. All the while, Jean's family mourned her loss and hoped that one day justice would be served. Jean's mother Betty always kept in close contact with investigators regarding the case. With a tag of horribly difficult to crack in the DNA evidence sitting in storage, this case remained one of the most brutal cases in Minneapolis. The cruelty was never in question. The question was, who did it? In order to provide answers to the family in 2015, the case was reopened in light of new DNA technology advances. In all these years, DNA technology has changed with unbelievable developments, one of them being DNA genealogy, aka tracking family trees that are generated through public profiles. This is a powerful tool that has proved to be priceless to law enforcement in solving cold cases. Although the case was reopened in 2015, it took 3 more years to discover the truth. Following the DNA trail finally led the investigators to the suspect, a Minneapolis resident named Jerry Westrom. Authorities revealed that they obtained the data from a public profile where either Westrom or a close family member of his submitted the DNA to learn more about the family members. When the police looked into the profile, Jerry Westrom was a businessman from Isanti, Minnesota. He ran a 92-acre organic farm in Cambridge in Isanti County. He was a married man with 3 children. Formerly, he owned a pair of gas stations and a Sears appliance store. Though he was a resident of Isanti from April 1991 to December 1993, he lived in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. At the time of Jean's murder, he was a 27-year-old man residing near her apartment. Although back in 1993, Westrom's DNA was not in the criminal database. He was no stranger to the law in the latter part of his life. In 2004, he was convicted of the misdemeanor of carrying a pistol without a permit in Isanti County and driving while impaired. He was sentenced to 90 days for the former charge and 6 months for the latter charge. In 2011, he was convicted of driving while impaired with a sentence of 1 year, which he did not fully serve. Again, in 2012, he was convicted of driving while impaired. In 2015, he was convicted of a misdemeanor for attempting to hire or engage in sex work in a public place in Stearns County, Minnesota, for which he was sentenced to 20 days in jail. In 2018, detectives had a suspect in their sights thanks to genetic genealogy testing, but they still needed more evidence to officially charge Westrom. In order to obtain a DNA sample from Westrom without his knowledge, detectives began to tail him. They got their chance when Westrom discarded a used napkin after eating a hot dog while he was accompanying his daughter to a hockey match. The DNA was taken from the napkin and sent to the lab for DNA testing. When the results came back, it was a match for Jean Killer's DNA left at the crime scene. So he was arrested in February 2019. On February 14, 2019, Jerry Westrom was charged with second-degree murder and the 1993 stabbing of Jean Childs. The next day, he posted bail of $500,000. Then, on June 25, 2020, he was indicted for first-degree premeditated murder for the same crime. 1 month later, on July 24, 2020, he pleaded not guilty to the charges. Westrom's trial began in August 2022. The defense claimed that they had the wrong man. They also pointed out the other suspect, Jean's other boyfriend, Arthur Gray. Arthur did have a reputation for being abusive, and some of his hair was also found in the victim's hand. However, after so many years have passed, Arthur is now dead. Regardless of that, the prosecution called a friend of Arthur's who testified that they were on an out-of-town motorcycle event during the murder of Jean. The prosecutors also argued that not only was Westrom's DNA matched with the attacker's DNA, but also his footprint was completely matched with the bloody footprint left at the crime scene. This evidence puts Westrom right where the murder occurred as Jean's assailant. It was also argued that the attack was moved from room to room and he had plenty of time to stop, but he did not. That he showed he really intended to murder. Westrom's family supported him throughout the court proceedings and trial. In a document, his wife said the family was forced to liquidate all assets and sell a century-old family farm to pay for his bail and defense. After just 2 hours of deliberation, a jury found Jerry Westrom guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and second-degree intentional murder of Jean and Childs on August 25, 2022. On September 9, 2022, Hennepin County District Judge Juan Oyo sentenced 56-year-old Jerry Westrom to life in prison. He will be required to serve 30 years before the possibility of parole. Family and loved ones talked about how wonderful Jean was and the lasting impact her murder left on their lives. Jean's mother, Betty Ekman, who never lost hope, said in court, "I never thought for 1 second that it would be the last time I would talk to her and say goodbye. I've waited so many years to have this end. This has put my life through so much hell." Jean's niece, Melissa and Bolo, who was just a child in '93, said, "I remember the knot in my stomach. I was crying so hard that I couldn't breathe. And I remember her laying in her casket and we were begging her, 'Please wake up.'" Jean's sister Cindy Kosnich had a statement read into the court record. "My children have grown up never knowing their Aunt Jean. I am so sorry that we never got to say goodbye. Your death has forever changed our lives. Amber Childs has fond memories of her stepmother Jean. She was barely 4 years old when Jean passed away. I do remember she tucked me in when I was a little girl, she said. She was like a mom to me, obviously. She was my mother once upon a time. Alfred Childs, now 84, expressed his thoughts by saying, "It took me to the Twilight Zone. It was really something else. Nothing was right after that. Everything was gone. Only the DNA technology made it possible to apprehend the monster who was behind this heinous act." After 30 years of waiting, Jean's family finally got justice. But this case makes us wonder how many killers are roaming around us with a good citizen's mask. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In the summer of 2022, Stockton, California, experienced a series of tragic events that would later be attributed to a serial killer. The string of shootings began on July 8, 2022, when the Stockton police responded to a shooting incident at 12:31 a.m. in a park located on the 5600 block of Kermit Lane. The victim, who was quickly transported to a hospital, unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. He was identified as 35-year-old Paul Alexander Yaw. In a heartfelt statement to the press, his mother, Greta Bugralt, described Paul as a great man with a big heart, highlighting his roles as a son, father, grandson, nephew, cousin, and brother, deeply loved by many. She expressed her profound sorrow and urgency for justice, hoping that the person responsible would be apprehended to prevent further tragedy. Tragically, over a month later, another shooting took place. On August 11, 2022, at 9:49 p.m., police were called to a Popeyes restaurant parking lot on the 4900 block of West Lane in response to reports of shots fired. This incident marked the continuation of the terrifying pattern that had begun with Paul Yaw's death. The 43-year-old man, later identified as Salvador William DeBute Jr., would be pronounced dead at the scene. His wife, Annalita Lopez, is quoted saying, "To be honest with you, a part of me died with him that day," Lopez said. "It's been hard. It's been really, really hard." On August 30th, they would see the next shooting on the 800 block of East Hammer Lane at 6:41 a.m. Police responded and found a 21-year-old man in his car. He was pronounced dead at the scene. He was identified as Jonathan Rodriguez Hernandez. Jonathan's mother set up a memorial near where he died with a message that said, "I will always love you and remember you. For the love that you always had for us, your parents. You didn't deserve your life to be taken this way. You were always good and a kind child to everyone around you, and they all loved you. I, your mother, am mostly heartbroken and will always miss you with my heart and soul. Your Mammy, as you always called me." On September 21st, at 4:27 a.m., Stockton police responded to shots fired on the 4400 block of Manchester Avenue. They identified a man on the sidewalk. First responders attempted life-saving measures, but he was pronounced dead at the scene and was later identified as 52-year-old Juan Carlos Carranza Cruz. Less than a week later, on September 27th, the police would respond to a shooting at 1:51 a.m. on the 900 block of Porter Avenue. A 54-year-old man was found again on the sidewalk. Life-saving measures were taken, but the man again died at the scene. The man, Lawrence Lopez, was described as a father of 6, and his sister is quoted as saying, "My brother was everything, and I'm never going to hear his laughter." The Stockton Police Department posted on Facebook on September 30th that they believed that all of these shootings were connected to the same person. They had reviewed hours of video surveillance from around the shootings and posted a picture of a suspect. The suspect was wearing all dark colors, and you could not see the person's face. The police also released a map of the shootings. They were all killed late at night or early in the morning, always when it was dark out. The men were always alone, and there were no witnesses. On October 3rd, the Stockton police would announce another connection from 2021. They would connect 2 shootings from 2021. One on April 10th of a Hispanic man identified by his family as Miguel Vasquez. He was 40 years old and was shot in Oakland, California at 4:18 a.m. He was found on the sidewalk and died at the scene. The second shooting would be the only survivor of this killer. Her name is Natasha Latour, and she was shot on April 16th. Natasha was unhoused, living in a tent on the corner of Park and Union Street in Stockton. She has since been interviewed saying that she heard someone outside her tent. She got out to investigate. She saw a figure wearing dark clothing and a black medical-looking mask obscuring his face. The assailant pointed a gun at her and started shooting. Natasha didn't have anywhere to run, so she rushed to attack her. When she did, he got down on one knee with both hands on the gun and continued to shoot. She was shot multiple times, and the person said nothing to her and just walked away. This occurred at 3:20 a.m. She was found by a Good Samaritan who called 911. Natasha said in an interview that she felt after the attack, the police didn't listen to her, and that they thought it was a drug deal gone wrong, and that after getting out of the hospital, it was her that had to go to contact the police about her attack. She was quoted in the interview saying, "5 people died because they didn't listen to me. All the families have asked for privacy and time while they process everything that has happened. All 7 cases have been connected with ballistic evidence." Police have not released any more information on how they know they are connected. In a press release on October 15th, the Stockton Police Department announced that they had arrested a suspect in a series of killings. The SPD said in a statement regarding the arrest, quote, "We can only provide limited information for the integrity of the investigation. Just because an arrest was made does not mean that the investigation stops. We now have to have a successful prosecution for our victims and their families. For the last 2 days, I have met with our victims' families. I can't go into our conversations, but our talks have been very emotional and they want justice." They also stated that it was a combination of community tips and good old-fashioned police work that they were able to zero in on a possible suspect. They said, quote, "We watched his patterns and determined early this morning he was on a mission to kill. He was out hunting. He was stopped by our team in the area of the Village Green Drive and Winslow Avenue around 2 a.m. this morning. When police arrested the suspect, he was wearing all-dark clothing with a mask around his neck, and he was armed with a handgun." The arrested 43-year-old Wesley Brownlee. Brownlee was born in San Francisco, but grew up most of his life in Oakland in an apartment only 6 blocks from the April attacks. In the 90s, he moved with his family to Stockton. His parents were together on and off for years, but they split when Brownlee was in his teens. It is reported that he was accused of sexual assault while he was a teenager along with 2 other boys and denied any involvement, blaming the assault on the other boys. Also, according to records, he has been arrested multiple times for selling illicit substances in Oakland. In October of 1995, the Oakland Tribune reported that his brother, Dale Brownlee, had been shot and killed in the streets of his old neighborhood in Oakland while visiting friends. The report at the time believed it was a drug-related killing. There's no information on if anyone was ever charged for his brother's killing. Mercury News reported that a probation document had stated that Brownlee apparently suffered both innate mental limitation and psychological stress over his brother's 1995 shooting death. Quote, "He seems either unable or unwilling to assume meaningful responsibility for himself. He appears to have difficulty settling into any kind of positive activity." Brownlee never completed high school, having dropped out when he was a junior. He has been convicted several times. None of his convictions were for violent crimes. Brownlee seems to have had a very troubled youth and never managed to get his life on the right path. Police have reported that Brownlee had used a ghost gun in some of the shootings. We covered ghost guns pretty extensively during the Nancy Brophy case, but essentially ghost guns are unregulated firearms that anyone, including minors and prohibited purchasers, can buy and build without a background check. Ghost guns are unserialized and untraceable firearms that can be bought online and assembled at home. A neighbor of Brownlee has reported that he was quiet and kept to himself, and that he had lived with his mother on and off over the past few years. Police reported that they currently can't find a motive for why Brownlee would start killing in his early 40s. They do believe that he would have continued killing if he had not been arrested. Though 5 of the victims were Hispanic and 4 were unhoused, authorities do not believe that race or situation had any motives for the killings, that he was killing opportunistically. They believe that Brownlee was hunting for victims that were alone or easy to come up upon. After his arrest in October, Brownlee was held without bail. On October 18th, Wesley was charged with 3 of the 6 shootings he is believed to have committed. He was charged with the deaths of Hernandez in the August 30th shooting, Cruz in the September 21st shooting, and Lopez shot September 27th. Since October, Brownlee has had multiple arraignments and has had his most recent one postponed till January 2023. He is not put in a plea and is being defended by a public defender. In October, Brownlee's legal team argued for a publicity gag order, saying that recent news reports and press coverage of conferences were hurting their client's chance at a fair trial, that he had been depicted as guilty of serial killings before the trial had even begun. The judge denied the gag order, stating that the press conference was stating facts of what happened and the arrest, as well as quoted saying, "My ruling in no way condones some of the inflammatory statements made by the press, but I would urge parties to keep their issues in mind when speaking to the press going forward. Authorities have said that the investigation has not stopped. They are still looking for more evidence in this case, and that more charges may come for Brownlee in 2023. At this time, Brownlee is being held in custody while he awaits trial. So far, he faces 3 counts of murder, possession of a firearm and ammunition. He faces life in prison if convicted, or the death penalty. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Back in 2019, the FBI said Samuel Little was one of the worst serial killers in U.S. history. He admitted to 93 murders, but many of the victims are still unknown. The FBI confirmed he did at least 50 of these crimes, and they're still checking the others. People were shocked by his crimes and confessions. They wondered how one person could do such terrible things and what led him to that dark path. Samuel Little, whose real name is Samuel McDowell, was born on June 7, 1940 in Reynolds, Georgia. His life started with lots of sadness and problems. His grandma took care of him mostly, and they moved to Lorain, Ohio when he was little. According to Samuel, whose story needs to be taken with a pinch of salt, his mother Bessie May Little was just 16 when she gave birth to him. Samuel told investigators that Bessie was a sex worker who all but abandoned him and left him to be brought up by his grandmother. Not much is known about Samuel's father, Paul McDowell, who was 19 when he was born. As Samuel grew up, the cracks began to show. His grandmother tried to control Samuel, but something inside awakened. During his childhood, Samuel developed a fetish for strangulation and true crime. In interviews with the FBI, Samuel recalled one of the first times he became aroused. He claimed it had happened during kindergarten when he witnessed a teacher touching her neck. After this, the seed was planted in Samuel's mind, and he began to pursue darker things. He claimed that, at first, photographs and his imagination were enough to get him by. But as he got older and his sexual urges became stronger, Samuel craved more. As a result of his bad and unruly behavior, he found himself at a boys' industrial school in Columbus, Ohio. This was a reform school that was supposed to straighten out young boys on the wrong path. Reform school had little effect on Samuel, and after spending a year and a half there, he was released back to the care of his grandmother. By 1956, Samuel found himself at the mercy of the law once more. This time, he had committed a robbery in Omaha, Nebraska, and had broken into a business in Lorain. For his crime, Samuel Little once again found himself in a reformatory. And this time, it was the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield. Many of you may recognize this as the location for the Shawshank Redemption. Unfortunately, the film ranks true to the levels of cruelty inflicted upon prisoners. Samuel's time in prison did little to reform him, as the name of the institution suggested. He only became angrier with the world and sought revenge. When released from prison, Samuel discovered that his criminal record and bad reputation made employment difficult. After bouncing between different institutions and finally being freed, Samuel turned to what he knew best: crime. His whole thing was shoplifting. He would work as shoplifting in a city for 3 or 4 days, then move on. He would take the items to drug areas and sell them. Once he was done, he would go out in the early morning hours looking for women. Then, in January 1971, everything changed for Samuel. His transient lifestyle had taken him across 26 states, and he had picked up arrests and charges in most of them. When he arrived in Miami Beach, he found himself surrounded by beautiful women. Samuel's hatred and rage for his mother boiled over. In January 1971, the body of an unknown woman was discovered in a shallow grave in the Florida Everglades. Investigators were horrified by what they found. She had been beaten and strangled before being tossed into the grave. Her body was at an insignificant level of decay, and they were unable to make an identification at the time. The case was quickly deemed a homicide, but the investigators found themselves at a dead end without a victim's name or the perpetrator's name. This woman would remain nameless until 2017, when she was finally identified as 33-year-old Mary Brosley thanks to the help of dental records. However, it would take a few more years for Samuel Little to be connected to her case, but he also had mentioned her in his confession upon his arrest. State to state, looking for victims. According to reports, Samuel had teamed up with Aurelia Jean Dorsey, an expert shoplifter. During the day, the two would steal whatever they could get their hands on, and at night, Samuel would go out looking for vulnerable women to attack and kill. In his confession, Samuel Little admitted to attacking hundreds of women, many whose names he didn't know. On September 11, 1976, Samuel began to escalate once more. A 911 call was placed to the police in the Sunset Hills, Missouri by a terrified Pamela K. Smith. When the police arrived at the scene, she explained how Samuel Little had tied her up with an electrical cord and then choked her with that electrical cord. She was forced into Samuel's car, where she was beaten and sexually assaulted. Disturbingly, Samuel Little was sentenced to just 3 months for this attack, despite the severity of it. The Star-Advertiser reported that Samuel may have gotten off lightly, but he was not due to Pamela K. Smith being a known drug user. Within society and true crime, there are groups of people who are known as the less dead. These groups include people of color, indigenous people, people who abuse substances, sex workers, and anyone else who may be considered to be living a high-risk lifestyle. The society holds such a disregard for these groups of people. When something happens to them, nobody cares. This disregard is institutionalized and affects how police and other agencies handle their cases. This was all used to Samuel Little's advantage. In October 1982, the remains of a missing 22-year-old Melinda Lepre were found discovered in a cemetery in Goodyear, Mississippi. Like many of Samuel Little's victims, Melinda was a sex worker who had been last seen getting into a brown wood-paneled station wagon. Samuel would often lure sex workers into his car, where he would beat them, strangle them, sexually assault them, and dump their bodies like trash. This time, somebody realized that Melinda was missing, and investigators actively investigated her case when her remains were discovered. All signs pointed back to Samuel Little, but unfortunately, he was never convicted in this crime. The Star-Advertiser reported that much of the evidence and the original case files were washed away during Hurricane Katrina. Just a month before the discovery of Melinda's body, officers in Forest Grove, Florida, around 420 miles from Gaultier, discovered the body of 26-year-old Patricia N. Mount. Patricia had a mental disability, and she too had last been seen getting into a brown, wood-paneled station wagon. Multiple witnesses were able to confirm that Patricia had been at the bar with Samuel Little that night, and fibers had been lifted from Patricia's clothes, proving that Samuel had been in contact with her. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to convict a grand jury to indict Samuel, and he was once again free. There were many opportunities in this case to stop Samuel Little. Dozens of women reported their attacks perpetuated by him, but nobody listened to them. If they did listen, it rarely ever resulted in a conviction or arrest. They were left to bear the physical and psychological scars. Another one of these opportunities came in November 1984, when San Diego Police Department pulled him over and found an unconscious woman in the passenger seat. She had been beaten and strangled, and Samuel desperately tried to talk his way out of the situation. prosecutors across the country were becoming accustomed to the name Samuel Little, or Samuel McDowell as he was sometimes known. Police officers who discovered the strangled woman testified at a trial. And this wasn't the only trial he was being tried for. Just a month earlier, in October 1984, he had been suspected of assaulting and strangling 22-year-old Laura Barrows. Incredibly, Lori, like Pamela, had survived her attack, but justice would not be swift. Other sources report that Samuel was acquitted in one of the two cases, whilst others report that the jury was deadlocked and they were unable to decide his guilt. In terms of the other cases where Samuel was charged with false imprisonment, attempted murder and assault, he was found guilty and sentenced to serve a disgustingly short 2.5 years. By 1987, Samuel Little was once again free to roam the streets, looking for more victims. In his interviews with the FBI, he admitted that following his release, he moved to Los Angeles and killed at least another 10 women there. Samuel's house of cards would slowly start to fall down around him in the mid-2000s. In August 2005, the body of Nancy C. Stevens was found on the side of the road in Tupelo, Mississippi. She bore all the hallmarks of Samuel Little, and investigators were now becoming wise to Little's pathology. In 2007, Samuel was arrested once again, this time for the possession of an illicit substance, and he was ordered to go to rehab. When Samuel failed to appear, the warrant for his arrest was issued, and in 2012, investigators decided to run his DNA through CODIS, the combined DNA index system that is used nationally. Incredibly, Samuel Little's DNA came back as a hit to 3 crime scenes that were cold. Carol Elford, murdered in 1987, Audrey Nelson, murdered in 1989, and Guadalupe Arabaga, murdered in 1989. Investigators feared that Samuel had been involved in many more cases than these and were eager to track him down. According to Oxygen, investigators in LA followed Samuel's Social Security payments, leading him to a homeless shelter in Louisville, Kentucky. The life of crime had not served Samuel well. By the time of his arrest in 2012, he was 72 years old. Investigators felt that they had hit the jackpot in arresting Samuel Little. Unbeknownst to them, their suspect would become the most prolific U.S. serial killer in just a few years. At his trial for the murders of Carol Alford, Audrey Nelson, Guadalupe Arapaca, Samuel maintained his innocence. But he couldn't get away with it this time. DNA and forensic technologies had advanced significantly since the 1980s, and Samuel's DNA was found all over the bodies and the crime scenes. It took the jury a matter of days to find Samuel Little guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life without parole. Samuel's case made headlines across LA and California, but in 5 years Samuel Little would become known once again. Behind the scenes, investigators desperately tried to track Samuel's movements throughout his entire life. Sources indicate that they created a 24-page document that detailed a timeline of Samuel's movements from the day he was born to the day he was arrested. He had been arrested over 50 times in 24 states for crimes ranging from petty theft and burglary all the way up to attempted murder and false imprisonment. Investigators knew that Samuel's transient lifestyle had given him an advantage when it came to picking up women and being able to disappear without a trace. Samuel was eventually linked to numerous cases across the U.S., many of which the victims still remain unidentified. In 2018, Texas Ranger James Holland requested an interview with Samuel Little, and in a shocking turn in events, Samuel granted it. As James Holland and FBI analyst Christy Palazzo and Angela Williamson sat down in front of a shackled Samuel Little, they had no idea what to expect. They knew that Samuel's MO was to beat and strangle sex workers before leaving their bodies to be discovered, but they had no idea just how large his victim pool was. Samuel had maintained his innocence for years, but in 2018, he was finally ready to talk. Samuel's confession tapes are available via YouTube and the FBI website, giving a great insight into the mind of the monster. Each day, James, Christy, and Angela sat down and scribbled down notes as Samuel spoke. None of them knew just how long they would be there, documenting Samuel's every word. Between 2018 and 2020, Samuel Little confessed to murdering 93 women. Samuel's confessions amounted to over 650 hours of recording. But that wasn't all Samuel provided. As previously stated, many of Samuel's victims were unidentified, and Samuel himself could not provide investigators with information about many of his victims. But what he could do was draw them. Over the course of a few years, Samuel Little created drawings of his victims, showing what they looked like shortly before he took their lives. These drawings are haunting to look at, knowing that these women remained unidentified and unclaimed. In North Little Rock between 1992 and 1994, Samuel drew what the woman looked like and described her as black, around 24 years old, 5 feet 5 inches to 5 feet 7 inches and 200 pounds. He told investigators that he drove Jane Doe to a secluded area, strangled her with his bare hands, and then covered her body with branches and corn stalks. Another drawing depicts a 25-year-old white woman, white short blonde hair, blue eyes, 5 feet 7 inches, between 130 to 170 pounds. Little told investigators that he met this woman somewhere between Lorain, Ohio, and Cincinnati. The two drove into the city, spent some time together before Samuel took her down a dirt road and strangled her and left her body at the top of a hill. During his many interviews, Samuel told the investigators that he avoided those that he knew would be immediately missed. He also said, quote, "I'd go back to the same city sometimes to pluck me another grape. How many grapes do you all got on the vine here? I'm not going to go over there and into the white neighborhood and pick out a little teenage girl." Of the 93 crimes that Samuel Little has confessed to, at least 50 to 60 have been verified by law enforcement and confirmed to be his. Several women remain nameless, and the FBI is asking for help. You're asked to contact your local FBI office if you recognize any of these women depicted in Samuel's sketches. There are also these cases where Samuel's involvement has not yet been confirmed and he remains a suspect. Law enforcement agencies across the U.S. are endeavoring to analyze and test all evidence collected from the crime scenes to determine Samuel's involvement. Samuel Little was arrested to serve life in prison. But at 72 years old, at the time of his arrest, many thought that it was too little, too late. On December 30th, 2020, 8-year-old Samuel Little passed away in Los Angeles Hospital. Samuel's official cause of death has never been released, although people have speculated that it is related to ongoing heart problems and diabetes. Whilst another monster has finally been snuffed out, he leaves a trail of destruction behind him. Unidentified women, grieving families, and victims, looking for answers. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On June 1st, 2022, in Oak Park, Detroit, Michigan, Dan Hutchinson, 47, known as Hutch, left his jewelry business to meet his lawyer, Marco Bispikis. Hutch owned Hutch's Jewelry, a famous spot for unique pieces, often visited by celebrities. As he was leaving in his GMC Denali, someone on a bike shot at his car and then escaped. Dan's wife, Marissa, who was with him, wasn't hurt, but Dan was badly injured. First responders arrived and tried to save him with CPR. He was then rushed to the hospital, where he eventually succumbed to his injuries. There had been at least 10 bullet holes in the window of the SUV. 2 days later, on June 3rd, it was announced that the Metro North Michigan State Police had arrested and charged the shooter responsible for Dan's murder. The shooter had actually been located and arrested on the day of the shooting. 44-year-old Roy Larry was charged with first-degree murder and felony firearm possession. Following the announcement that the charges had been laid, law enforcement stated that they believed Larry had been a lone suspect. It had been a targeted attack and the threat to the community had been eliminated. Larry pleaded guilty and it was announced that he would be held in custody while he awaited trial. However, what initially appeared to be an open and shut case would take a turn. Roy Larry's arrest was not the end. Certain things in the case weren't adding up. Dan's murder and Marissa's attempted murder didn't necessarily make sense. And Roy Larry's involvement would turn out to only be the tip of the iceberg in what would ultimately turn into a bizarre murder for hire plot. The big question everyone was asking was why? What was the motive? Nothing was stolen and Larry had said nothing before or after attacking. The Hutchinsons were well liked and had good standing with the community, and it just didn't make any sense why they would be targeted this way. 2 more people involved in the shooting. And on August 30th, 2022, Angelo Raptopoulos, 32 years old, was arraigned for conspiracy to commit murder. Raptopoulos was arrested while at the airport. It is unknown where he was trying to go, but it is now guessed he was trying to flee town and was denied bond at this time. On September 2nd, a third suspect, 57-year-old Darnell Larry, would be arraigned. Darnell was a relative to Roy Leary. Both Darnell and Raptopoulos had been found in contact with Roy Leary about this shooting. All three men were being held without bond. Police continued to investigate, but they did not have answers as to why these men had been murdered and what their connection was. After months of continued investigation, police had a fourth and final suspect. On Thursday, November 3rd, an attorney named Marco Bispicki was arrested on one count of felony firearm possession, first-degree murder, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Bispicki was Dan's lawyer and the same person he'd been set to meet the day he was murdered. Bispicki was found to be in contact with one of the other suspects, Raptopoulos. Bispicki is now being accused of being the mastermind behind the targeted murder of Dan and Marissa. When law enforcement determined Bispicki's connection, the questions of motive began to fall into place. Dan was using Bispicki's legal services, and one of the first things Bispicki handled was Dan and Marissa's wills. After Dan's death, it was revealed that Marco Bispicki, the lawyer who drafted Dan's will, had actually written himself into the will and stood to inherit a large sum of money if both Dan and Marissa died. It was revealed that the will had been amended to include Bispicki's, and Dan had never known that his lawyer had been set to inherit a majority of his estate. Bispicki specialized in personal injury cases, so it is unclear why he'd been handling Dan's will to start with. The firm Bispicki's worked at, All Law PLLC, appears to have closed its doors, his website is not available, and the other attorneys appear to have moved on to other firms. But that information shed some light onto why Dan was killed. Police now had a motive: money, making the police look closer at Bispicki's. This case may not have been the only case that Bispicki had used his authority as a lawyer to pull a fast one over his clients. There was a civil case from 2020 that showed that Bispicki may have defrauded an elderly client into deeding over several properties to Bispicki's. The properties were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. These properties were successfully deeded over to Bispicki, and shortly after the will was drafted, the man died. An autopsy stated that he died of natural causes. However, the family of the man called the validity of the results into question. The civil case had been settled between the family and Bispicki's, and at this time it is unclear if any criminal investigation in this case will go forward. Authorities have not released many details on the investigation pending an ongoing trial, but they have said that there is extensive evidence that Bispicki was involved in the murder and attempted murder. It is believed that he had met with the other three suspects to discuss payment as well as how the couple should be killed, where they would be, and where they were supposed to be going. It is believed that Bispicki was at the head of this plot, with Raptopoulos below him and Roy and Darnell Larry at the bottom. In November, 3 of the 4 men were at a bail hearing. Marco Bispicki, Roy Larry, and Angelo Raptopoulos were present. During this hearing, the prosecutor said Darnell Larry had been cooperating with authorities to corroborate the evidence. During this hearing, the prosecutor said that they believed Mrs. Hutchinson's and Darnell Larry would be in danger if Bispicki was given bail. Bispicki apparently called Darnell to tell him where the couple was, what car to look for, and how he wanted them both dead. Authorities later said that they discovered that after the murder, Darnell, Larry, Bispicki, and Raptopoulos all got together at Bispicki's office to discuss cutting ties and deleting evidence. Law enforcement were able to use cell phone locations to confirm they were all in the same place after the murder. The judge has removed Roy, Larry, and Raptopoulos' first attorneys, who were hired by Bispicki. In an order of withdrawal, both attorneys may be called as witnesses because of their closeness to Bispicki, but that has not been confirmed. Bispicki's first lawyer was also removed and will likely be called on to provide testimony during the trial. Currently, all 4 men are being held without bail and have been charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. This court case is still ongoing, and there is no information on a future court date at this time. If you want me to follow the trial of this case, please let me know in the comments section. May there be swift justice for Dan. Hundreds of people gathered to mourn the beloved jeweler and thousands shared sentiments online. A senseless murder perpetrated by greed. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On March 6, 1984, in Gondola Point, Kings County, New Brunswick, Canada, the body of 50-year-old Muriel Mann was found in a freezer at her home. Two friends went to check on her when they hadn't heard from her, and they made the grim discovery. Muriel was a widow, a mother of 4, and a retired nurse. She was known as a strong, kind-hearted woman. Her death was caused by blunt force trauma, resulting in a skull fracture, and it was ruled a homicide. At the time of her murder, Muriel was dating John Maven, who was one of the friends and also her neighbor who went to check on her. There had been some speculation that John Maven was a suspect over the years. Very little information is available today on what happened after the discovery, and her case eventually went cold. On March 30th, 2022, the Kennebake's Regional Police Force put out a press release. The KRPF talked on the historical homicide of Muriel Mann. She was discovered murdered in a deep freezer. In this release, they said that they had received new information from an anonymous tip from the public that made them reopen Muriel's cold case. After examining the information, they discovered new suspects. They also confirmed that John Maven was not a suspect in Muriel's homicide. John died in 2005. However, his daughter was told by police that her father was no longer a suspect. The dark cloud over the family finally lifted. Police had never formally accused John Maven of the crime. John eventually fled Canada after receiving multiple death threats from the community. He relocated to Paris, France, where he remained until he passed. Law enforcement believed that Muriel was killed because she had learned someone close to her was committing criminal acts, and that she was murdered so she could not go to the police. Her children were informed of the police findings and have been reported never to have been suspects themselves. Law enforcement said that with the 38 years that have passed since Muriel's murder, all the people involved are now deceased. They said in a press conference, quote, "Our investigation is now complete and the file is closed. And out of respect of all parties concerned, they will give no further details." What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On the evening of May 14th, 1971, 6-year-old girl Lubika Topic and her 8-year-old brother were playing with some children in an abandoned lot behind their home in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. When a man came from a restaurant across the street and approached the group of kids, he offered Lubika $8 to do a job for him. This was the equivalent of about $60 Canadian today. And he also gave her brother a dime and said to go play with your bike. Her brother had said that was the last time he saw her when the man offered her his hand and she took it, walking off in the other direction. After that, her brother went straight home to tell his mother about what had happened. Lubitsa's mother went straight to the abandoned lot, but by the time she arrived, there was no sign of her or the man. Her mother immediately started looking for her. She had stopped a police officer and said that her daughter was missing. Were on the streets looking for the 6-year-old. At about 1 a.m. on May 15th, approximately 4 hours after the search had started, an officer found Lubitsa by a garage in the backyard of a house only a few blocks from her home. Lubitsa had been violently beaten, her right leg was broken, and she had been sexually assaulted. Police collected evidence from the scene, which included some of Lubitsa's teeth and an adult tooth. Other DNA evidence was collected at this time, which was unheard of and very forward-thinking of the forensic team at the time. Investigators reported that she had been attacked and killed about an hour after she had been abducted. Newspapers across the country reported about Lubitsa's murder in the days following. Police reported in 1971 they were looking for a man in his 20s, about 6 feet tall with a brush cut, wearing a zipper jacket and dark trousers. The description is based on what the brother told authorities. During the initial investigation, police asked the public for any information on this unique couple and if anyone had seen the girl or the man, as well as after, as the man would have been covered in blood. Police fielded hundreds of leads all across Canada, even a reward for information that would get to a total of $11,000 but would never bring substantial leads. Weeks, months, and years went by and Laby's case went cold. In the next 4 decades, police would get over 700 persons of interest, but none of them made it to suspect. Over the years, they tested DNA from the crime scene with nothing coming from those tests. In 2015, they would tie several pieces of DNA to one person, but they still didn't get any hits on who that person was. 2015 was also when law enforcement released information about the adult tooth to the public for the first time in the hopes that someone might come forward about the case. Eventually, DNA and forensics would advance. With the evidence collected all those years ago, authorities were able to use DNA and science called phenotyping to get an idea of what the suspect had looked like. Windsor police eventually turned to genetic geology, and they reached out to the US company to see if they could find any relatives related to the DNA. Websites like GeneMatch or Ancestry.com allow you to say whether authorities can use your genetic information. With that, they were able to find distant relations all over Canada, the US, and Europe. Investigators then worked back to build family trees, then forward with the genetic similarities in regions. Eventually, they narrowed it down to a small group, and investigators were able to get authorization to get DNA samples from this small group to rule out. Eventually, they were able to identify a single suspect. In December 2019, the Windsor police announced that they identified the suspect in Libitz's case. They would announce the man had died earlier that year, in February 2019. They would not release his name to the press, saying it was a violation of his rights as the man was deceased. Since the man was already deceased, they had used saved tissue samples to match the DNA to the original DNA from the crime scene and found it was an exact match, but didn't release why there was a saved tissue sample from this suspect. Windsor police didn't form the Top Pitch family and have since asked for privacy, not giving any comments to the media. This isn't the end of this case, though. The Windsor Star would fight a freedom of information battle that would drag on for more than 3 years to get the name of the suspect released to the public. In February 2023, the Windsor Star released the name of the assailant, Frank Arthur Hall, who was 7 years old when he died. Libitza may not be his only victim, and they hope that releasing the name helped to solve other unsolved crimes. Frank Arthur Hall was 22 when Libitza was murdered. He lived approximately 2 kilometers down the road from the Toppich family. He eventually moved from Ontario to Edmonton, Canada, where he lived until he died. After more than 50 years, Lupita's case is closed, with her family and community getting answers about who committed such a horrific crime. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On the morning of April 28, 2000, 19-year-old college student Guylaine Pauvet was discovered deceased in her basement apartment in Jean Cadet, Quebec, Canada, about 200 kilometers from Quebec City. She had been found by a friend who had dropped her off at 9:30 p.m. the night before, as Guylaine had an early morning the next day. After calling several times with no answer, her friend went to her apartment and found the door ajar, lights on, and music playing. She found Guya almost naked and called 911. Guya had been severely beaten and sexually assaulted. She had lived with 2 other female college students at the time, but they were not home at the time of the attack. DNA was collected from the scene, but nothing came up when entered into several major databases. This case would eventually be handed over to Quebec's Major Crime Unit. Eventually, Quebec authorities would tie Guya's case to a case in Quebec City that had happened in July 2000, where a woman was sexually assaulted, severely beaten, and left for dead. This woman survived her attack, though we know little details of the attack due to a court-ordered publication ban put in place to protect this victim's identity. The 2 cases eventually went cold. After decades, the case would be passed down from detective to detective until it ultimately was stored with the Quebec Cold Case Unit. In 2018, they got a massive increase in resources which were put to reopening the case. Over the years, they came up with a few suspects, all of whom would get cleared one by one through DNA comparison. On October 12, 2022, the Quebec police announced their first case solved after the expansion of their cold case unit in 2018. After 22 years, they had arrested a suspect in the Ghislaine Potvin case. Law enforcement said that they used forensic biology techniques to find the killer, but did not release specific information as to how. The The suspect has been identified as 47-year-old Marc-André Grenon of Granby, Quebec. On October 13, 2022, he was charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, and sexual assault in the 2 cases from 2000, which will be 2 separate cases in court. Law enforcement have released pictures of Grenon through the years, as they are still investigating that there might be more victims out there and that he might be a serial predator. He moved around frequently, and there were large gaps of time when his whereabouts couldn't be accounted for. He also has a lengthy criminal history. Publication ban is keeping much information about his arrest a secret, but some information is slowly coming forward. Shortly after his arrest, they got warrants to search his home and take fingerprints as well as DNA, which matched the DNA found in 2000. This ban still protects how they found Grenon as a suspect. He is currently being held in prison while he waits trial, which is said to start in the spring of 2023. Law enforcement are still investigating the possibility that there may be other victims or open cases that may be tied to Grenon. Anyone with information is being asked to contact Crime Stoppers. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On January 18, 1981, 20-year-old Rachel Zendejas came back home to Camarillo, California, after a night out at a club called Old Huntington's near Wagon Wheel Junction. She drove her babysitter home around 4 a.m. but never made it back home herself. The next day, paper carriers found Rachel in the carport near her apartment. She had been beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled. Evidence suggests she was attacked as she got out of her car. Rachel had recently moved in with her brother, Roy Rodriguez, along with her 2 young daughters, Eva, 2 years old, and Monica, 1 year old. She had left school when she got pregnant with her first child and had recently separated from her husband. She had just started school at Oxnard College, taking a job training courses, a federally funded course designed to help homemakers who find themselves in sudden need of a job. Police had no leads, no witnesses, and no known motive. The husband had been cleared quickly, and the case went cold and had no answers. Rachel's brother called the Ventura County Sheriff's Office every year on his sister's death anniversary, begging for answers. On December 12, 1981, at around 3 a.m., a fire was reported in an apartment building near the 1200 block of West Gonzalez Road in Oxnard, California. The fire department responded, and they found that a fire had started in the living room of an apartment that was deliberately set. They were shocked when they found the body of a young woman naked in the bathtub. The woman was identified as the owner of the apartment, Lisa Gondak. She had been strangled to death. Police believe that the fire was set to hide the crime, and only matches were used to start the fire. Lisa Gondak, 21, had gone dancing at Old Huntington's nightclub near Wagon Wheel Junction the night before the fire. Originally from Connecticut, she had moved to Oxnard after coming to California to visit a friend and decided to stay. She got her apartment and was working in retail at a nearby mall. When police started to investigate, they discovered that neighbors of Lisa had heard screams for help, but no one had called 911 to get involved. None of these neighbors had seen who had come in or left the apartment that night. Again, there were no witnesses and no leads. In 2004, law enforcement would get their first new lead from these cases. With advances in DNA not available in 1981, they were able to connect the murder of Rachel and Lisa to one assailant, and they now knew the same person killed both of these women. Unfortunately, this didn't lead to anything new, even when they tested federal and state DNA databases, and the case would eventually go cold again. In December of 2019, Ventura County Cold Case Unit decided to look into genetic genealogy, a process used to find relatives of suspects through public DNA sites. Law enforcement has not commented on the exact steps the investigation took, but in 2023 they arrested their first suspect, 68-year-old Tony Garcia. A fresh DNA sample was taken from Garcia, which matched the DNA found on both victims. Tony Garcia lived only a few miles from both crime scenes. At the time, he was in the U.S. Navy before retiring and becoming a karate instructor. They don't know if he had frequented the nightclub both victims had been at the night before they had been killed. In a press conference, a sheriff is quoted as saying, quote, "The fact is, this suspect has been hiding in plain sight for over 40 years. and are asking anyone who knew him around 1981 to come forward. After 42 years of waiting, Roy Rodriguez and his two nieces, who both now work as nurses, have some answers. They got the call that Rachel's killer was now in police custody. Roy never stopped asking and hoping for answers about what had happened to Rachel, and he never gave up seeking justice for his beloved sister. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was on Wednesday, August 6, 1975, when 17-year-old Laurel Mitchell left work at 10 p.m. at the Epsworth Forest Church Camp in North Webster Lake in Cusco County, Indiana. A coworker had offered her a ride home, but she said she was going to visit friends at the Adventureland amusement park and would walk, but she never arrived. Laurel also never made it home for curfew. Her parents would report her missing early the following day. Hours later, two fishermen found Laurel Mitchell's body in a river 17 miles northeast of the North Webster Lake. An autopsy would show that she died from drowning, and it was initially thought to have been an accident, but a further examination of her body showed that she had several injuries consistent with defensive marks, indicating Laurel fought for her life. Her case was then investigated as a homicide. The evidence was inconclusive. A witness remembers seeing a 1970s Buick Oldsmobile in the area the night Laurel went missing. Authorities over multiple jurisdictions would spend hours, months, and years investigating Laurel Mitchell's murder. They would interview more than 1,000 people hoping to find out anything about what had happened to Laurel, but in the end, her case would go cold. Detective never stopped looking. More than 40 years later, in 2014, the police asked the public for help locating a singing group that had stopped into a local firehouse, thinking that they may have seen Laurel. Unfortunately, that lead did not pan out. In 2013, an informant came forward saying that a man named John Wayne Lehman had admitted to him that he committed a crime with his friend Fred Bandy. The details were consistent with Laurel's case. In 2014, another person would come forward saying Bandy had claimed to have committed a crime that happened at Mallard's Roost, a public access site adjacent to the location where Laurel's body had been found. In 2019, they got a tip reported that this person had been at a high school party years ago, when Bandy had said that he and Lehman had committed the murder of Laurel Mitchell together. Also in 2019, police resubmitted Laurel's clothing to be tested. In 2020, they would find foreign male DNA from the clothing. Genealogy has changed the game investigatively. That's since approximately 2015, when the first case ever occurred, that it's changed the game. In 2022, a sample was taken from Bandy, and in 2023, law enforcement discovered it was a match to the unknown DNA sample found on Laurel's clothing. They also discovered that in 1975, Bandy owned a 1971 Buick Oldsmobile. On February 6, 2023, both Fred Bandy and John Wayne Lehman, both 67 now, were arrested on one count of first-degree murder. They were arrested in their respective homes without incident and are now being held without bail. It is believed that both men had picked up Laurel, offering her a ride in the Oldsmobile car, where they then took her to the river and drowned her. At this time, the motive is unclear. It is also unclear if either of these men had a criminal history or if there might be other victims. However, after 47 years, the family of Laurel Mitchell has some answers. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On February 9, 1987, in St. Petersburg, Florida, 82-year-old Opal Wheel was found deceased in her bedroom. Mrs. Wheel's sister-in-law had come over that morning after she had not answered her phone. Mrs. Wheel, a widower, lived alone, but her brother and his wife lived close by, and the family was incredibly close. When her sister-in-law arrived, she peeked through the window and noticed that the nightlight in the kitchen was still on, which was odd because she knew Opal always turned it off right away when she woke up at 6 a.m. Further examination of the exterior of the home, and she noticed one of the window panes was missing from the glass in the front door. It was then that she called the police. When they arrived, Opal was found in her bedroom unresponsive. But even with only a cursory glance, officers on the scene could see that there were apparent and visible signs of trauma on Mrs. Wheel, which included severe bruising around her neck, mouth, and face. Opal Wheel was last seen alive around 12 hours earlier. Those closest to Opal described her as tall, slim, always well-dressed. A kind woman who often went on morning and afternoon walks with a few ladies from the neighborhood. Known to stop by and have a friendly chat, her brother and his wife lived a few doors down from her. Investigators discovered that the suspect had entered the house by removing a window pane and that the phone line had been cut. The forensic team used vacuums and other means back in 1987 to collect evidence and were able to collect some foreign hairs at the time. The autopsy showed that she died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. She was discovered in her bedroom in her nightgown. Neighbors were interviewed, some saying that they heard a noise and investigated outside their homes, but didn't see anything. The neighbor that was behind her house reported that his dog didn't make a noise that night and would have barked if someone had been in her backyard. Some drawers in her bedroom appeared to have been quickly rummaged through. Some small jewelry items were stolen, which included her wedding ring. Robbery may have been the primary motivation. Perhaps Opal woke up when she heard noises and was killed as a result. After months of investigation with no leads, the case went cold. They didn't give up, and throughout the continued investigation, they eventually got a partial DNA profile from the evidence found at the scene. They didn't find a match until recently. In 2020, the Panys County Sheriff's Office cold case detectives contacted the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for additional testing on the evidence. They also contacted Parabon Nanolabs, known for their genetic testing. Throughout the extensive testing, Parabon Nanolabs was able to help build family trees. Detectives were able to find relatives, and the lab was able to narrow it down to 3 possible suspects. After an extensive investigation, detectives were able to eliminate 2 of the suspects, leaving only 1. The primary suspect was discovered to have lived only half a mile from Opal Wheel at the time of the murder. Michael Lapnusky Jr. was identified as this possible suspect. He is currently living in Waveland, Mississippi. Detectives traveled to Mississippi to do further investigation. They did some undercover work in the hopes of getting a DNA profile. They did this in 2 ways. In July 2022, they followed Lepnitsky into a gas station and they watched him open a straw, stir his coffee, and suck off the coffee from the straw throughout the trash. They then collected that straw, and they did this several times. The second was a local detective who owned a restaurant and knew Lapnusky personally, and they offered to allow detectives to put a flyer on Lapnusky's car for a free meal at a specific time and day with proof of residency as some promotion to get people to come to the restaurant. Lapnusky showed up, ate his free meal, and left, and his utensils were saved. The straws and utensils were tested, and his DNA matched the DNA from hairs found at the crime scene. 55-year-old Michael Lapnusky was arrested in Mississippi on January 26th and extradited to Pinellas County, where he is being charged with first-degree murder. Detectives interviewed him, and he denied being around OPEC Wheel's house at the time of the murder, and he said that he did not recognize the victim from an old photo. At the time of the murder, he lived only a few blocks from Mrs. Wheel and had moved soon after the murder. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office said the investigation is ongoing. Lapnusky was booked into the Pinellas County Jail on January 31, 2023. No bond has been set at this time as he awaits trial. On July 26, 1974, a 12-year-old girl was walking her dog in the Cape Cod dunes in Provincetown, Massachusetts, when she came across a naked woman she thought was sunbathing. The woman was lying face down on a beach blanket, but when she got closer, she made a realization that made her blood run cold and she bolted. The police were called and they confirmed that the woman was deceased. The woman was missing her hands. Her nearly decapitated head was resting on a pair of folded jeans and a blue bandana. It was determined that she had likely been there for 2 weeks before the discovery of her body, which already gave law enforcement a disadvantage in identifying her. She would be called Lady of the Dunes and become Massachusetts' longest unidentified homicide victim. She was described as a redhead with an athletic build and medium height. Her hair had been pulled back into a ponytail, and her toes were painted with pink nail polish. The thing that had led to the biggest hope of someone recognizing her was that the Jane Doe had extensive dental work with multiple gold crowns, which was estimated to have cost upwards of $5,000 at the time. It was also estimated that she was in her 30s. At the time of her discovery, there was very little for police to go on. There were 2 sets of footprints that led to her body. Her cause of death was determined to be severe blunt force trauma to the skull, and her autopsy revealed that she'd been sexually assaulted, likely post-mortem. In addition to her hands being removed, she was also missing a forearm. Detectives canvassed nearby motels, rooming houses, and thousands of missing women reports, but nothing matched. They even had a clay model reconstruction of the woman. However, despite best efforts, there could be little uncovered about the woman, and the case would ultimately go cold for many decades. Over the years, there had been many theories locally about who this mystery woman was. One of these theories was that she had worked as an extra for the movie Jaws, which had been filmed earlier that year in Martha's Vineyard, but that had never been confirmed. Several other people had come forward throughout the years thinking that she was their missing sibling or someone they knew, but each time the identification was ruled out. More than once to re-examine her remains and look for new clues. Her skull was removed in order to create a new artistic rendering of what she might have looked like. In 2000, a DNA sample was collected and stored, and in 2022, the DNA was sent to Orthram Labs, world-renowned for using genetic genealogy to identify unknown individuals. On October 31, 2022, the Massachusetts State Police with the FBI announced that the Lady of the Dunes had been identified as Ruth Marie Terry after nearly 50 years after her body was discovered. She had been 37 years old at the time of her death. Ruth was born on September 8, 1936 in a small Manning town in Tennessee. By the time she was 20, she had left home and was married for the first time. By 1957, she was divorced and working in a car manufacturing plant in Michigan. She got pregnant and had a child, but she gave the child up for adoption to a family that worked at the plant. Then she left Michigan shortly after that. The child, Richard Hanchett, put his DNA into Ancestry.com in 2018 in the hopes of finding family related to his mother. He was able to connect with some family, but also discovered that his mother had been missing since the 1970s. This was the connection that was used to identify Ruth. Sometime in 1974, Ruth went to visit family in Tennessee with a new husband, Guy Rockwell Moldovan. After this visit, Ruth's family never heard from her again. Ruth's sister-in-law Carol Terry is quoted as saying, "I always had a bad feeling about that guy that she had married. They had only been married for 6 months before her body was discovered. When she had gone missing, Moldovan disappeared, never reporting his new bride missing." Ruth had been known to use several different variations of her name. Law enforcement say that she had connections to Tennessee, Michigan, and California, and they are looking for more information about her life before and up to 1974. Authorities announced shortly after Ruth was identified that they were also looking for any information about Guy Moldovan. He also used several names, was known to travel around the U.S., and was the lead suspect in the murder of his second wife and stepdaughter in 1960. In Seattle, Washington, it is strongly believed that he is responsible for Ruth's murder, the murders in Seattle, and an additional murder of an unknown victim. After he fled Washington, human remains were discovered in the septic tank of his home. He is also the lead suspect in 2 murders in June of 1950 in Humboldt, California. 28-year-old Henry Baird was murdered and 17-year-old Barbara Jo Kelly was dating Moldovan when she disappeared and her body was never discovered. Guy Rockwell Moldovan died at the age of 78 in 2002 in Salinas, California. Law enforcement are still working to positively identify Moldovan as the killer, though they are open to looking at other individuals. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On November 10, 1985, a group of hunters discovered 2 bodies in a metal drum at the Bear Brook State Park in Allentown, New Hampshire. Determined to be an adult female between the ages of 23 and 33, with dark curly hair and extensive dental work, and a little girl between the ages of 5 and 11 with a gap between her teeth and dark hair. The initial investigation followed every lead and ruled out several possible identities. In 2000, 2 more bodies were found in the same area in a similar metal drum. Authorities say that it was missed because it was likely outside the initial investigation search perimeter. The other 2 bodies were also discovered to be female, aged 2 and 4 with dark hair and an overbite, and a girl between the ages of 1 to 3 with light hair and a gap in her front teeth. The Allentown Police Department could not identify the victims. They would eventually be called the Bear Brook Murders or the Allenstown Four. In 2013 and 2015, different sets of composites of what the victims might have looked like were released in hopes of identifying them. In 2014, through DNA, they were able to determine that the woman and the oldest and the youngest child were related. The woman was the mother of the 2 children, and the 4th victim was not related to the others. In 2017, it was announced that all the bodies had been connected to serial killer Terry Petter Rasmussen. He was the biological father of the 4th unknown girl aged 2 to 4. Unfortunately, Rasmussen died in prison in 2010 of lung cancer and could not be asked about these murders. He had been serving a life sentence for the murder of Yoon Sun Jun. In 2019, authorities announced that they had identified the 3 related victims as Marilise Elizabeth Honeychurch, born in 1954, her daughters Marie Elizabeth Fawn, born in 1971, and Sarah Lynn McQuatters, born in 1977. They made the discovery with the help of a librarian, Rebecca Heath, who was researching the case and had come across posts on Ancestry.com looking for a long-lost half-sister named Sarah. The post dated back to as early as 1999. It wasn't until she got in touch with the family and asked if they were still looking for Sarah and if they had more information. That's when the family said that all they knew was that she was last seen with her mother, sister, and a man named Rasmussen. Rebecca Heath then contacted Peter Headley, a deputy for the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who worked with genealogists to help identify Rasmussen. With this new information, they could use DNA to positively identify the victims. Marilise had been married twice, having a child with each husband. Marilise and her daughters were last seen on Thanksgiving in 1978, when she fought with her mother over a man that she had brought with her, and his name was Terry Rasmussen. The only other assumed sighting of Marilise was 2 signed arrest reports for Robert Evans, a known alias of Rasmussen, signed by his wife Elizabeth Evans in February and June of 1980. There had been no mention of the kids in the police report, and they have not found any other relation to the unknown 4th victim other than she was the daughter of Terry Rasmussen. After identifying the 3 victims, officials ruled that Rasmussen had killed all 4. They are still looking for any information on identifying the last victim, Rasmussen's daughter, and there was a new composite made in 2019 of what she might have looked like. The child was likely born around 1975 or 1976, possibly in California, Texas, or Arizona. Rasmussen is being investigated for several other murders. In 1980, 14-year-old Lauren Rand and 25-year-old Denise Denall went missing. Their bodies were never found. Both victims lived within a mile of Rasmussen's home at the time. A surviving daughter of Rasmussen also told law enforcement that she remembered having 2 siblings, but that they had died, and it is believed that Rasmussen may have murdered those children as well. Or one of them may be the unidentified child. Law enforcement are still working to identifying her, and they've dubbed her the middle child and finding her maternal family. As well, they are looking to determine if Rasmussen had more victims in the areas he lived in, which include Colorado, California, Texas, Arizona, Idaho, Virginia, Ohio, Oregon, Hawaii, and New Hampshire. While in New Hampshire in 1980, a woman named Elizabeth Evans was listed as his spouse, but this woman has never been identified. Aliases he was known to have used include Robert Bob Evans, Curtis Mayo Kimball, Gordon Jensen, Larry Vanner, and Gary Mockerman. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.